Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Neji, who was sneaking, found Rokusuke, who was being beaten by the Black Spade family. Rokusuke's begging for mercy had no effect at all. After the beating, they had to put him in a coffin and bury him alive. Neji saw that Rokusuke was about to be brutally attacked and did not care about the knight. Lan's instructions jumped out directly. "Who are you?" The younger brother of the Black Spade family still had some doubts when he saw the sudden appearance of Neji. Neji seized the opportunity to open his Byakugan and use Gentle Fist on the enemy. The other members of the Black Spade family seemed to be evil and didn't care about Ryusuke's life and death, and they all took up weapons to attack Neji. Looking at enemies from all directions, Neji didn't panic at all. He made a gesture and then his whole body rotated. Return to heaven. The Zong family's moves that Neji himself understood were known as absolute defense against these little minions. Tianqian and Xiaolei, who had been waiting at the entrance of the village, noticed the sound of fighting in the village. They immediately realized that Neji had engaged the enemy. After looking at each other, they decided to support Ningsai. When they arrived, they only saw large circular pits appearing around Neji, and all the enemies had been eliminated by Neji. As expected of Ningsai, in Xiaolei's heart Nesai has always been a genius. Seeing that Nesai has defeated the enemy, she can't help but feel relieved. Tianqian also takes care of Ryusuke and finds that there are no serious injuries except some flesh wounds. At this time, he said complainingly, "What are you doing? I don't know how much trouble you will cause us by sneaking out. I'm sorry, I just thought that my comrade might not be dead and I wanted to take a look." Ryusuke had been worried about his comrades who had been buried alive before, so he ran out secretly thinking that he might be saved, but after such a long time, no matter who he was, he couldn't hold it in dead. Xiaolei Tianqian, be careful that the enemy's leader may still be there. Neji never closed his eyes, paying attention to possible dangers around him. Hearing Neji's warning, Xiaolei and Tianqian also began to pay attention to their surroundings. At this time, thick fog appeared around them. Neji immediately realized that it was Kirigakure's Kirigakure jutsu, which meant that the enemy was nearby. He thought, I have to remind a few people. At this time, electricity like tree branches came out from the mountain and attacked several people quickly. Before they could react, they were all hit and fell to the ground. Thunder Burial Thunder Banquet. Standing on the mountain, Leia inserted his ninja sword into the ground. This move relied on his ninja sword. The Thunder Sword has the power to control thunder and lightning. It greatly improves lightning style and is a rare weapon. Ha, the reinforcements they brought here are nothing more than this. Leia laughed with his hands on his hips and said to Ranaru, who was carrying him on his back. Thunder Ya and the others are not dead yet, they just passed out. Ranaru reminded from behind Leia. Aren't they dead? I will hold a funeral for them all soon, Leia said nervously. Are you smiling happily? Who? Leia put away his smile. He didn't expect someone to be so close to him. Didn't Ranaru notice? Thunder Ya. Ranaru no longer hid his voice and reminded loudly. Although his eyes had the ability to see through, they could not capture the opponent's speed at all. Leia's skin felt a slight chill, and the thick mist was torn apart by a figure. Leia grabbed Ranmaru's reminder and held a knife in both hands to block the enemy's attack. Just as soon as he made contact, he felt a huge force. Leia's feet even took a few steps back to block him. He looked nervously at the other person's appearance. His pair of red three-magatama pupils were so conspicuous, and he was having a fight with him. Look at each other. Uchiha. Not good, as Leia, who participated in the Third Ninja World War, he had fought against Uchiha's people. He knew very well how difficult this enemy was, and subconsciously refused to look at Yelan. How could Yelan give him a chance? Sharingan's genjutsu had already been activated when the two sides looked at each other. Leia's body visibly stiffened, and Yelan seized the opportunity. Uchiha flow I flow, wind injury. The chakra on the blade suddenly surged, and the wind escape attached to the blade, forming 3 blades and slashing directly at Leia. Leia, who had been trapped in genjutsu, suddenly became conscious for some reason and managed to hide in the gap between the wind blades. But the speed of the wind blades was much faster than he expected, and one of the wind blades still hit one of his arm. Leia's face turned pale, and he covered his arm with blood flowing downwards. Judging from the amount of bleeding, if he did not receive timely treatment, Leia would die of excessive blood loss in less than a quarter of an hour. Leia, let me help you. Ranwen also realized that the situation was not good, and he took the initiative to treat Leia. Not only did Ranwen have eyes that could see through, but he could also use his own chakra to treat the opponent's injuries. In the blink of an eye, Leia, the wound stopped bleeding. Ranmaru, leave it to me, we are invincible. After Reiga's injury was cured, his confidence returned. Just now, he just didn't know that the opponent was Uchiha, who was careless for a while and missed. Now the offense and defense have switched. Reiya, run away this person, we are no match. In order to treat Reiya, Ranwan, who was already weak, consumed a lot of chakra and he was even more exhausted at this time. Lanwan. Lanwan, damn it. Seeing that Lanwan no longer responded to him, Leia looked at Yelan fiercely. He couldn't swallow this breath. The person you are carrying on your back has a special line of succession. Is he the Kirigakure ninja from before? Yelan did not expect that Leia's injury would be treated so quickly. In his knowledge, he had never seen anyone other than Tsunade. Who can achieve this level, I can't help but be a little curious. Ranmaru is not Kirigakure's ninja, he is my eyes, Reiga said, raising the thunder sword with both hands and saw the rumbling thunder and lightning in the sky strike at the ninja sword in his hand. Leia, who was hit by lightning, was not injured at all. Instead, he controlled the lightning to attack Yelan. Thunder lightning as thick as a python was wrapped around his body, and traces of lightning were left on the ground, but these were not a problem for Yelan. His speed is not faster than lightning, but he can control thunder and lightning faster than Leia. Leia kept attacking without hitting a single hit, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. 7 ninja swordsmen. You are weaker than I thought. Yelan's voice rang in his ears again. Leia panicked and let the thunder and lightning attack the source of the sound, but he did not find Yelan. Yelan has determined that Leia cannot be a member of the Akatsuki organization. His strength is too weak. Currently, most of it relies on the ninja sword. Except for the ninja sword, Leia is slightly stronger than the previous Midori AI. Stop looking down on others, lightning-style thunder dragon scroll. Leia was obviously stimulated by Yelan. He raised 2 ninja swords above his head to gather all the thunder and lightning, and finally formed a huge thunder dragon. Under his control, the thunder dragon seemed to have life, chasing Yelan and biting him. Uchiha flow, I flow, flying and fast. At this moment, Yelan's figures instantly changed into several, and they attacked Leia at the same time. The ninja sword was equipped with wind escape, which directly scattered the thunder and lightning around Leia. Each figure seemed to be an entity, and Leia didn't know it at all. No matter which one he attacked, before he could land the thunder dragon, several Yelan thrust their ninja swords into his abdomen. Cough tilde. The blood spit out by Leia splashed on Yelan's clothes. The thunder dragon in the sky had disappeared. No one could save him this time. Shisui, what does this have to do with you? The reason why Shisui became famous in the ninja world was because he participated in the war with Kirigakure. At that time, many ninjas in Kirigakure were frightened. Anbu Reiga, the former Kirigakure, must have heard of it. Shisui's name. He is my brother. Yelan knew that Leia had reached the end of his life and these might be his last words. As expected, Leia's eyes were no longer unwilling but just a little lonely. This child I brought up. He has never killed anyone, please. Leia could not finish his words. He barely explained some meaning and then fell directly to the ground, revealing a sleeping bag he had been carrying. Neji groaned in pain and struggled to sit up. He shook his head and remembered what had just happened. Subconsciously, I felt something bad. Looking around, the thick fog had dissipated, and Zio Li and Tianqian were still lying on the ground. Ningji. Yelan was carrying a small sleeping bag and had arrived in front of Ningsai. How is the situation? It's okay, but my body is still a little numb. Neji felt relieved after seeing Yelan. Is the person who attacked us the leader of the Black Spade family? Yelan put down his sleeping bag, squatted down, looked at Tianqian and Zio Li, and found that they were not seriously injured, then said, Well, it's Black Ho Leia, I have already taken care of it. I didn't see it at all. It seemed that Senior Yelan's clothes had no wrinkles at all. He should be there soon. Nesai analyzed in his mind and looked at the sleeping bag thrown down by Yelan, not understanding what it meant. Where are the enemies? At this time, Zio Li and Tianqian also woke up. As soon as Zio Li woke up, he went around looking for their attackers. It has been solved by Senior Yelan Li, Nesai explained at the side. Hey, what is this? Tianqian found the sleeping bag, opened the zipper, and found Ranwan sleeping inside. These are Leia's eyes. He has a special line of inheritance. Yelan didn't explain much. In fact, he also had a headache and didn't know how to deal with this child. Killing a weak child was not his style. Neji thought that the other party's ability to accurately attack him in the thick fog relied on this child. Thunderfang. Ranmaru seemed to have some kind of nightmare and kept calling Reiya's name, which made people look a little distressed. Ningji, Zio Li, go and deal with the remaining members of the Black Spade family, and then inform the villagers that our mission is completed. Yelan carried Ranmaru on his back again. He planned to give the child to Tsunade, Ranmaru's healing ability. He has seen it. If he can use it well, he might become an excellent medical ninja. As for how Tsunade arranges Ranmaru, let her have a headache. Yelan and Tianqian first went back to Granny Shanjiao's curry shop. Granny Shanjiao burst into tears after seeing the few people returning safely and made a special curry. Of course it was not the secret curry before, and it was obviously much better this time. After a while, Zio Li and Ningji came back with a boy. They thought it was Granny Sanjiao's son, Mustard Seed. Yelan didn't ask any more questions. This could be regarded as repaying Granny Sanjiao for some curry meals. The aroma of curry spread throughout the room, and everyone had smiles on their faces. After completing the task, Ningji and the others seemed very happy. Yelan's hand holding the spoon paused, and he found that he had been lying in the sleeping bag. Ranmaru had already sat up. The voice seemed to press the pause button, and everyone looked at the boy. He had a soft appearance like a girl and a pair of red eyes, which were particularly similar to Sharingan except that there was no Magatama. Kill me? Ranmaru looked at everyone. Even if no one explained, he already understood that Leia was dead. Why do you say that? Why should we kill you? Tianqian, a girl, spoke first. Leia is dead. I have been with him all the time. Even if he is gone, I will die with him. And I am your enemy, right? Ranmaru's eyes were dim and now he just wanted to pray. Die. He's gone, you can live a good life, we won't do anything to you. Tianqian didn't expect this child to have such an idea, releasing her kindness. I have always lived for Thunder Fang. I am his eyes and he is my brother. Now that he is dead, I have no meaning in living. Ah, I hate people like you the most. Can you please stop saying such things? Tianqian was a little crazy. She hated people who lacked motivation. Ranmaru's appearance was very pleasing, but she didn't like it at all. Leia asked me not to kill you before he died. I agreed to him. You said that the meaning of your life is Leia. That's because you only feel Leia's kindness to you while you are alive. You need to get in touch with other people more. Understand the meaning of life again. If you still want to die after a while, then I won't stop you. Yelan wasted some words. If it weren't for this kid, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. Then what are you going to do to me? Ranmaru heard Leia's last wish and temporarily gave up his desire to die. I plan to take you to the village and hand you over to Lord Hawkage, who is equivalent to our leader. She will arrange your future life. Yelan said his plan. Arrange it for Tsunade-sama. Tianqian didn't expect Yelan to think so. Yelan, well, although he is not a ninja, he can also use some chakra. If he is allowed to stay in the village, he still has to report to Tsunade-sama. Seeing that Yelan had already made arrangements, the others stopped talking. But the joy of just completing the task had now disappeared without a trace, and the originally delicious curry was tasteless now. Zio Li, please come here more often. The next day, Zio Li and others said goodbye to Grandma Sanjiao and returned to the village. Lan Wan was still carried by Yelan, and there were no ordinary people to follow. They returned to the village not long after. After returning to the village, he asked a few people to go back to rest first, and he took Ranmaru to find Tsunade. Before Tianqian left, he told Yelan that the ninja sword he wanted had been made, and he would go and get it when he had time. He smiled and agreed. Is this Konoha? Ranmaru, who had been behind Yelan, had never seen such a prosperous village and couldn't help but be curious. He also found that many ninjas greeted Yelan with some respect in their eyes, and he couldn't help but become curious about Yelan. Ranwan didn't tell others that in fact, in addition to seeing through his eyes, he could also see other people's moods and thoughts. He had tried to observe Yelan before, but he only saw endless darkness and had no idea what kind of person Yelan was. So you brought a kid back after completing the mission? Tsunade seemed to have a tic-tac-toe on her head. After seeing Yelan's report, she didn't expect to find herself in trouble. Well, I'll leave him to you, Mr. Hawkage, otherwise he won't be able to survive if he is left outside. Yelan took out another scroll from his body. This is the thunder knife, I have temporarily sealed it. Tsunade calmed down a bit after seeing the scroll of the thunder knife. The thunder knife was a very important thing to Kirigakure. Yelan couldn't keep it by herself, so handing it over to Tsunade would be considered an extra merit. Shizune, a woman with short black hair, stood up next to Tsunade. She was Tsunade's apprentice. Tsunade always took her with her when she went out. She was the person she trusted the most. I'll leave this child to your care. Yelan introduced Ranmaru's bloodline boundaries, but Tsunade wasn't interested. She really didn't have much time, so she left it to her apprentice first. Hey, Tsunade-sama me. Shizune pointed at herself and couldn't believe Tsunade would make this decision. Miss Shizune, I'll leave Ranmaru to you. After hearing this, Yelan untied Ranwan's sleeping bag and gave it to Shizune. Shizune took Lanwan at a loss and found that the child was a bit cute, but she had never even dated a boyfriend. It was nothing to suddenly ask her to take care of a child. She wanted to turn around and look for Yelan, but he was nowhere to be found in the office. Sasuke, this is for you. Yelan came to the training ground, found Sasuke who was practicing, and threw him a long black bag. Sasuke subconsciously took the bag and the slight heaviness made him a little confused. This is a gift for you to join Anbu. Hearing what Yelan said, Sasuke opened the bag in confusion. Inside was a ninja sword without a sword. The whole sword was smooth and the blade was sharp. It's expensive to go up. Yelan has already taken away 2 ninja swords from Tianshan's house, and he is quite satisfied with the workmanship of these 2 swords. You can try to use lightning style to infuse this knife, Yelan reminded. After hearing this, Sasuke tried it. He only needed to release a little lightning style and the knife reacted, which was much more powerful than if he used it directly. Even the aloof Sasuke couldn't help but smile. I can teach you some Uchiha-style swordsmanship, but it's best to develop some swordsmanship that suits you. This sword's lightning style has a strong sensing ability, so you have to make full use of it. Now Sasuke no longer needs the guidance of others. If he wants to grow up, he needs to learn more about how to master and create his own moves. At this point, he will almost become a Jonin. After hearing what Yelan said, Sasuke sheepishly thanked him and turned around to study his new weapon. Is your 10 million taels spent on a place like this? Kakashi came to Yelan quietly. I made one myself, Sasuke's was just incidental. Yelan had gotten used to Kakashi's sudden appearance and then asked Sasuke's 2 companions, where are Naruto and Sakura? Naruto just left yesterday and went on a trip with Jiraiya-sama. Sakura, I asked Tsunade-sama to accept her as a student. I guess I should go report now. Tsunade-sama, will you have time to teach the little girl? Yelan felt that Hokage might not be able to teach her well in her time. Sakura is still very smart and will not let Tsunade-sama lose her mind. The path she is taking now is actually very similar to Tsunade-sama when she was young. Kakashi couldn't help but think of how Sakura could defeat the enemy with just a few punches during the previous mission. I couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. I didn't expect Yelan to teach Zioing to be so violent. Is that so? When did Sasuke enter Anbu? Finally, Yelan asked about Sasuke, his younger brother. I've already said hello to them, and I'm going to report in the past 2 days. Kakashi, who has lived in Anbu for many years, not only has friendship with many of them, but also has a reputation that other Jonin does not have. As long as Tsunade nods, Sasuke's entry into Anbu is a sure thing. A few days later, Yelan, who had some free time, was called over by Tsunade. It was unclear if there was a new mission. Walking to the door of Hokage's office, Yelan, who was about to knock on the door, stopped, only to hear someone in the room arguing with Tsunade. Tsunade, you can't let the Uchiha clan go like this. How can Sasuke join Anbu? He should be handed over to me, and I will train him to be the best mission tool. An old voice called Tsunade by name. Yelan sounded familiar, recalling that it was Shimura Danzo whom he had met when he returned to the village. I don't need you to tell me how to arrange Sasuke. Tsunade didn't have a good look on her teacher's classmates, and the 2 of them had a fierce quarrel in the office. Tsunade. Hiruzen originally promised Uchiha's people to join Anbu, but an uncontrollable situation occurred. This kind of lesson is in front of us. Are you still stubborn? Danzo knocked on his cane hard. He was very dissatisfied with Tsunade. He didn't expect that Tsunade, who had left the village for so long, would agree to come back and be a Hokage. In this way, what chance would he have? That's enough. I don't know what happened in the past. I only know that Sasuke is also a member of Konoha. Wherever he goes, he contributes to Konoha. Tsunade was almost tired of the guy in front of her who relied on his elders and couldn't be like Jiraiya. She was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to help punching this old guy if she started to attack him directly like that. Then what do you do with Uchiha Yelan's affairs? That guy's name has spread all over the 5 major countries. I don't know what kind of crazy thing Sunagakure has. He beats a few thieves and publicizes it. What is the last pride of the Uchiha clan? Now his name is louder than your 5th Hokage. Danzo knew that Yelan was not as capable of control as Sasuke, so he used his effective method to throw dirty water. Hearing this, Yelan, who wanted to enter the room, still endured it. He wanted to know Tsunade's opinion. Oh, old guy, I know better than you what kind of person Yelan is. He won't care about these things, and neither will I. Everything he does when he returns to the village is of great help. The more famous he is, the more famous he is. The pressure on me will be reduced. If Jiraiya hadn't begged me to come back, whoever wanted to be the Hokage would be the Hokage. Tsunade said this with a hint of anger, which allowed Danzo to break through his defense and get the Hokage he dreamed of. How could one not be angry when a bit became something that Tsunade had at his fingertips? You will regret it, Tsunade, Danzo said, trembling with anger, pointing at Tsunade. Tsunade saw that Danzo was already incoherent and raised her eyebrows as if she had some power to say something. I am the Hokage, Elder Danzo. When Danzo heard this, his wrinkled face almost twisted into a ball. This familiar scene reminded him of Hiruzen before. Now his heart felt like 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past. What on earth had he done? Nikai came to Tsunade. Danzo turned around without saying a word, opened the office door, and then slammed it hard. As soon as he closed the door, he found Yelan waiting at the door. After seeing Yelan, Danzo seemed to have calmed down again. He looked directly at Yelan and said, Uchiha Yelan, although you pretend to be very good, I can see the darkness in your heart. Don't have any bad thoughts, I'll be watching you. Without waiting for Yelan to answer, Danzo left quickly. He didn't want to stay here at all. Danzo walked out of the building and glanced at the eye-catching fire character on the building. At this moment, his desire for Hokage had reached a morbid state. Obsessed, I couldn't help but murmured. I must get the position of Hokage. Yelan watched Danzo leave, but he didn't say a word during the conversation. One thing about the previous conversation made him very concerned. Danzo said that Uchiha who joined Anbu before caused an uncontrollable situation. Uchiha who joined Anbu before Yelan left the village, there were only two. One was his brother Shisui and the other was Itachi. Could Danzo be talking about the night of genocide? After Hiruzen Sarutobi died, he may be the one who knows best what happened to the Uchiha clan, but he is not qualified to participate in it now. This is not a question of strength but of right. Even if he holds a knife on Danzo's head now, he probably won't say anything. Yelan still needs long-term exploration. What are you doing lingering at the door? Come in quickly. Just as Yelan was thinking, Tsunade's voice came from the room. She had already noticed that Yelan had arrived, and the conversation just now was probably lost to this. The boy heard it. Yelan was not embarrassed. He opened the door directly and entered the room and said, What does Tsunade-sama want from me? You kid have been listening outside for a while. What do you think of my evaluation of you? Tsunade did not answer Yelan's question and directly pointed out the conversation she had just had with Danzo. Tsunade-sama, as a Hokage, I think your evaluation is fair. Yelan didn't blush at all, knowing that Tsunade asking herself this meant she already trusted him. HMPH, well, Elder Danzo is also old and his mind is a little unclear. He has some prejudice against you Uchiha clan, don't take it to heart. Facing Yelan, Tsunade still chose to save some face for her teacher's classmates. Tsunade-sama, please forgive me for being honest. An old man like Elder Danzo has already reached the age of retirement. His actions will only delay the village's future decisions and development. Yelan did not show mercy to Danzo at all. He seemed to be good-natured, but it was aimed at someone. Danzo almost laughed at him, but he was not ambiguous. This is not something you have to worry about. Elder Danzo still has important duties. Seeing Yelan's appearance, Tsunade did not intend to continue this topic and turn to other things. Sakura, you taught me quite well and you laid a solid foundation. You don't blame me for stealing your disciple, do you? Hearing Tsunade mention the pink-haired girl Yelan, she was also a little dumbfounded and then said, How could it be? I'm still young and haven't accepted a disciple yet and I still have a lot to learn. Sakura will be led by Tsunade-sama. The guidance couldn't have been better. Looking at Yelan's expression, Tsunade understood that he was not telling lies. Seeing this, she couldn't help but admire it. Yelan was not only powerful but also had qualities that many people did not possess. Many people did not pay attention to it. As a Tsunade who is both delicate and thoughtful feels it the most. No matter who is called a genius, it is inevitable that he will be a little inflated and lose awe of many things. Even Sannin was a little arrogant when they were young, but Yelan did not have this situation at all. Everyone in the village gets along well with each other, not like an Uchiha at all. And it will always be a reliable backing in the mission. You must understand that the mission report not only contains Jonin's summary, but also some feelings written by Genin. Many people will not care. Tsunade has carefully read other people's evaluations of Yelan, and in her heart she feels some of his vigilance was slowly dispelled. The most important point is that he is too young. I heard that he still goes to the library to read books from time to time. He has not relaxed a little in his spiritual practice. He has obviously gained a lot of fame and has not put down any demands on himself. She seems to be in Yelan, see the shadow of Namikaze Minato, a true genius. In a few years, Tsunade wouldn't be sure that she would be able to take down Yelan. After thinking for a while, Tsunade made up her mind and said to Yelan, It is too easy for Orochimaru or Itachi to enter Konoha. Although they were ninjas of Konoha before, Konoha's vigilance is really bad. The barriers class also sensed that there was no movement at the barriers. What do they think this is? The back garden. Yelan had been listening quietly, knowing that what Tsunade said next was the key point. Through your teaching, Sakura, I can see that you have a strong learning ability and have your own ideas. I plan to let you supervise the restoration of the village's barriers again. It was not an easy decision for Tsunade to make this decision. Barriers in the village were only direct confidants of the Hokage faction. They were related to the guarantee of the safety of the village, which was equivalent to handing over the life of the village to Yelan. Yelan didn't expect Tsunade to make this decision, and there was a hint of surprise on her even face. Tsunade-sama, I am not a grandmaster regarding barriers and I have learned very little. You should leave this task to others. Tsunade closed her eyes and waved her hand. She knew that this decision was sudden and many people in the village would be dissatisfied, especially Danzo and the two advisors. And this is what she thought. The two advisors and Danzo have too much power. With Anbu's existence, Danzo even controls the root of the organization that does not obey Hokage's orders. No matter what she does, she will do it. Consider what this group of people think. It's good that she is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, but she has also left the village for a long time. There are not many people who can really trust her. Many ninjas have shown goodwill to her, but it is actually some kind of transaction. Instead of giving benefits to these ninjas, it would be better to use Uchiha, who was just two people. She could see Yelan's desire to integrate into the village, and she was happy to help. The higher Yelan's achievements are, the more she will support her Hokage's vision, and Yelan will definitely be at odds with Danzo and his advisors, thus weakening the rights of these old people in disguise. Tsunade is not greedy for power, but no one likes to be faced with difficult decisions. I will give you some books about barriers and sealing techniques. You can try to learn them. There are no masters in the village who can skillfully use sealing techniques, so it doesn't mean they have been buried. Tsunade took out a few scrolls. I only give you 1 month and then the village's barriers will be renovated. Whether you can be a stable supervisor depends on your results this month. Yes, Tsunade-sama, I will definitely complete the mission. Yelan looked a little excited and took the scroll with both hands. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Tsunade couldn't help but smile. This was the normal behavior of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. If Yelan remained calm, she couldn't help but wonder if he had other thoughts. After the two chatted for a few more words, Yelan left the Hokage building, opened the door of the building, and the sunlight shone on Yelan's face again. The excitement just now has disappeared. Yelan raised his head and looked at Tsunade's office expressionlessly. At this time, Tsunade, who was still in the office, seemed to sense something and turned to look in the direction of Yelan outside the window, only to see Yelan smiling. He greeted her like a sunny and cheerful boy. Yelan didn't waste time when he returned home. He picked up the scroll given by Tsunade and started studying. As a Blue Star person who had experienced the high school entrance examination and the college entrance examination, he had his own way of studying and understanding the content. For Naruto, reading such complicated and difficult books that only contain theoretical knowledge, many people don't know sealing techniques and can only study by themselves, will kill him. From the simplest sealing circle and three-way seal to the difficult four-image seal, the scroll Tsunade gave Yelan was full of useful information. Before that, Yelan only knew some simple sealing items, not even sealing techniques. Of low-level sealing techniques, Yelan, who had never seen a sealing master before, had his eyes opened. He would be wary if he met some sealing masters in the future. Learning sealing techniques not only requires precise chakra control, but also requires a lot of learning. The light principle of each sealing technique scares many ninjas away, not to mention the large number of seals required to perform sealing techniques. Beginners cannot apply it in actual combat at all, and when they reach the level of Chūnin, they don't have that long to learn, and they will also change their fighting style. When the time comes, they don't know whether they can increase their strength, but they waste time. Only those who have consciously learned sealing techniques since childhood can fully apply sealing techniques in combat. Yelan didn't expect the sealing techniques to bring much improvement. He would be satisfied if it could increase some fault tolerance in his battles. In a month, Tsunade didn't expect him to immediately become a sealing techniques master and be able to achieve the level of general usability, to the extent that he can't escape the position of director. Yelan Xianqi will take out the reincarnation of the dirty land that blackmailed Orochimaru to learn, but this kind of ninjutsu requires a lot of experiments, and he can't do such things as live experiments in the village. As a Jonin, he couldn't leave the village for no reason. He knew that there must be someone in the village watching his every move, and he usually didn't care that if something unusual happened to him, the higher-ups in Konoha would know about it. If the task of repairing barriers is completed this time, he can leave a hole for himself. He can enter and exit the village at will, and the experiment of the reincarnation of the dirty soil can be carried out. The material for that time will be some evil bandits and gangsters. He does not ask for it. The technique of the Uchiha reincarnation is so complete that he only needs to reincarnate the dead Uchiha clan members from the Uchiha to get most of the information. Yelan doesn't care if he is studying with gusto, he will feel bored as well, but if he knows what he is carrying, his learning mentality will be different. At present, he has gained Tsunade's trust. As long as one or two important tasks are completed, he will be entrusted with an important task. He will get closer and closer to the core secrets of the village, and the truth about the night of genocide will be revealed bit by bit. Tsunade, how could you make such a ridiculous decision? Koharu and Mito Kadoyan had already learned that Yelan was about to take charge of repairing Konoha barriers and went directly to Tsunade to question. Absurd. Why didn't I see it? Tsunade had already prepared in her heart. As long as she was tough, there was nothing the two advisors could do to her. You must be on high alert for the Uchiha Clan. During the Nine Tails Rebellion 12 years ago, many people saw Sharingan in the eyes of Nine Tails. Shui Menyon reminded. Tsunade was not in the village at that time, and Nine Tails caused too much damage at that time, which also made the top management of Konoha, who had always been wary of the Uchiha clan, suspicious. You also know that it was 12 years ago. How old was Yelan at that time, and could he have the ability to control Nine Tails? Tsunade didn't want to think about those old things. These things cannot have anything to do with Yelan. You can't say for sure, even if he doesn't control Uchiha of Nine Tails, he might still have contact with him. You have to know that that kid Yelan has eyes like Uchiha Madara. We all saw it a while ago. Koharu went to bed. The eyes that had been squinting were greatly enlarged. Susanoo's appearance could not be hidden from the top management of Konoha. She felt afraid of this kind of power. Tsunade, who had only heard of it, didn't pay much attention to it. She looked at the consultants who had always been biased against Uchiha and couldn't help but sigh and said, "The original Konoha was founded by my grandfather and Uchiha Madara. Now the only Senju clan left is apart from me. There are only two imps left in the Uchiha clan. Even if the Uchiha clan has made any mistakes before, it has nothing to do with them. Have you lived so long that you don't even have any tolerance for others?" The two advisors who were lectured by Tsunade blushed. They didn't know how to answer Tsunade. They couldn't tell him that they instigated Itachi to massacre the Uchiha clan. This simply exposed their background. Okay, this matter has been decided. Next, it depends on Yelan's talent at sealing techniques. Tsunade took the opportunity to put this matter into effect directly without making any changes. HMPH, you are the only one who would have the idea to ask the Uchiha clan to learn sealing techniques. After going to bed, Koharu was still stubborn even at the end. It doesn't matter if he is Uchiha, he is Yelan. Tsunade is full of confidence in Yelan. Now what is our Yelan doing? Turning your eyes here, he is shopping. He is not lazy but just working behind closed doors and may not be able to accomplish anything. He needs to relax now. Yelan, I met an acquaintance on the street. It was Mitarashi Anko, the captain of Yelan's Chūnin exam. At this moment, she was holding a large bunch of sweet meatballs and eating them with relish, leaving a lot of food crumbs at the corners of her mouth. You should also eat less sweets, otherwise you will become a 200-pound fat man in the future. Yelan said, looking at Hongdu's unrestrained eating habits. No problem, I never gain weight. Hongdu smiled and patted his chest. Yelan had nothing to do with Hongdu's character. She was considered an acquaintance of hers in Konoha and asked casually, I haven't seen you recently. Where have you been on a mission? Master Hawkage asked me to investigate the truth behind the murder of a noble. The murderer could not be found at that time. It took me a long time to find some clues. It seems that there is a famous bounty hunter in the underground bounty industry. What is his name? Kakuzu. I heard that guy also fought against First Hawkage. Are you kidding me? Shadai has been dead for many years. Anko said as she raised her head and thought for a moment. You're not going to investigate the truth about the murder of the Kanagawa family, are you? Yelan felt familiar with Hongdu's description and interrupted. That's right. How do you know? My previous mission was to protect the safety of Kanagawa's eldest daughter, but I didn't expect that the other party would attack me as soon as I stepped forward. Yelan spread his hands, but he didn't expect that the other party would do this. It seems that being famous has this advantage. The other party doesn't dare to attack when you are here. Hongdu teased. It's not that exaggerated. I have fought against them before. The opponent is very strong. If you encounter him, run away immediately. Yelan didn't know if Kakuzu had fought against First Hawkage, but just a little contact with him showed that he was not a simple person. Seeing that Anko was not paying attention, Yelan said in a warning tone, that guy is no less dangerous than Orochimaru. Anko also stopped laughing when she heard Orochimaru's name, and said in disbelief, Is it so exaggerated? No, I have fought against them all and have my own judgment. After Yelan said this, Hongdu nodded seriously. Will the curse mark on your body still affect you? After talking about the mission, Yelan asked about Hongdu's condition. He was beside Hongdu when the curse mark broke out, knowing that this thing was a side effect for Hongdu. Fortunately, as long as I don't consume too much chakra, this thing actually has no effect on me. Why don't you? Let me reinforce you with sealing techniques. If you can't use your full strength to perform the task, it will affect you. Yelan was not just on a whim. He also wanted to know how far he had achieved the sealing techniques he had studied for a period of time. Do you know how to do sealing techniques? Hongdu really couldn't imagine that a ninja like Yelan, who also had great achievements in swordsmanship in ninjutsu, would learn sealing techniques. I just have some feelings recently. Dealing with things like curse seals shouldn't be a problem. Yelan couldn't say that he had just learned it for a short time, and he just wanted to find someone to practice with. Okay, let's go to the driving range. Hongdu knew that many sealing techniques required tedious arrangements, so she took the initiative to bring it up. Yes. After the two arrived at the training ground, Yelan first drew the magic circle for sealing techniques in an open space. Seeing Yelan's impressive Hongdu, he couldn't help but feel relieved. You sit in the formation and your curse seal leaks out, Yelan said after drawing the formation. Hongdu didn't care at all and took off the coat she had been wearing, leaving only a tight-fitting fishnet suit on her upper body, and sat directly in the magic circle. Yelan stood behind Hongdu and stared straight ahead. He looked at the curse mark that had been revealed on the back of Hongdu's neck and said, "It might hurt a little." Hongdu wanted to turn around and ask Yelan how much it hurt. Yelan's fingers completed the seal in 1 second, Yin Mao Si Wu Wei, sealing the evil seal. The chakra was concentrated on his right hand and pressed on the curse seal. The special symbols drawn around the circle all flowed to the curse seal on Hongbu's neck, gradually forming a seal. Ah, Hongdu couldn't help but screamed out in the end. This was a kind of nerve pain that ordinary people couldn't bear at all. It didn't take long, both Yelan and Hongdu were sweating profusely. The first time they used Yelan was a bit unfamiliar and took a lot of energy. Hongdu was purely hurt, and finally the seal was ended and the curse mark was on Hongdu's neck. A circle of magic appeared around him and he had succeeded. Ha, Anko gasped, is it over? Well, Yelan thought for a while and said, but in my opinion the curse seal is not all bad. You can study how to use the curse seal in the future. Currently, the curse seal has been completely suppressed by my sealing techniques. You can try to add some curse seal power to ninjutsu, which will have some unexpected benefits. Just now, Yelan used the evil sealing seal to clearly feel the power of the curse seal. The energy was very similar to the natural energy he had practiced. Orochimaru just added his own seal to it, and the way he used it was also extremely rough. He used it for a long time. It will greatly damage the body's functions. Realizing the principle of the curse seal, Yelan changed the performance of the evil seal, adding some natural energy in his own body to balance it, greatly reducing the side effects of the curse seal. The power is not as good as before, but the risk of using it is almost non-existent. Hongdu touched the curse mark on his neck, and indeed it no longer had the same strange feeling as before. It felt like it had become a part of his body. You will be an Anbu from now on. Have you decided on your code name? Tsunade asked, looking at Sasuke, who was already wearing an Anbu uniform. Sasuke picked up a mask with a mask that resembled an eagle on it. My codename will be Eagle from now on. HMPH, this codename is really not good. Tsunade held her face with one hand. Tenzo, I will leave the eagle to you from now on. Sasuke was slightly stunned after hearing this. A relatively tall man appeared in the office, wearing a cat face mask, and appeared next to Sasuke. Unable to see the expression behind the mask, Sasuke felt a little stressed by Tenzo's stare. He seemed to be sizing him up as soon as he entered the room, which made Sasuke feel very uncomfortable. Remember, no matter what tasks you perform in Anbu from now on, you cannot disclose it to non-Anbu members, including Kakashi and Yelan. You only need to obey Hokage's orders, understand? Tsunade gave Sasuke a final reminder to prevent him from being unaware of the importance. Yes. Sasuke bowed slightly. He understood that Tsunade was different from Kakashi. From now on, she would be her direct superior. He could not refuse all of Tsunade's orders. Even if Tsunade asked a group of Anbu to die, these people would not frown. With a frown, he was ready to enter Anbu. Then Tenzo led Sasuke to Anbu's base. After assigning Sasuke to a class, he went to do other things. As the captain of Anbu, Tenzo would definitely not be in the same class as Sasuke, but just serve as Sasuke's new squad leader. He said hello and left. The squad leader's code name is Shadow, and he doesn't look too old. He is not wearing a mask at the moment and is looking at Sasuke with a smile on his face. The other two teammates are a woman with long hair codenamed Antelope and a tall man codenamed Mountain Rat. I didn't expect you to be assigned to our class, Uchiha Sasuke. Antelope's voice was nice, and her long golden hair also added a lot to her appearance. Seeing that the three of them knew his identity and no longer hid it, Sasuke took off his mask and looked at his future teammates with a calm expression. Is Anbu so undisciplined? After hearing what Sasuke said, Wang whistled. What do you think Anbu is like? After all, people have their own lives when they are not performing tasks. But Sasuke didn't react, and Cage's sudden attack hit him directly in the abdomen, causing Sasuke to almost vomit from his dinner. Seeing Sasuke's embarrassed look, Wang said casually, I don't care if you are a genius or not. In Anbu, only strength speaks. Everyone present is your senior. For newcomers, just give me honorifics honestly. Neither your teacher Kakashi-senpai nor your clan brother has anything to do with Anbu. Okay, Cage, you don't have to be like this. How old is Sasuke? Yamashu advised with a smile on his face and stepped forward to help Sasuke up. Sasuke directly opened the mountain rat's support with one hand and stood up slowly. Strength speaks for itself, I remember it. Looking at Sasuke's leaving figure, Cage shrugged helplessly. Antelope couldn't help but said, Look at what you did. I'm really not afraid that Kakashi-senpai will cause trouble for you. Please, I also listened to Kakashi-senpai's words and let this kid suffer a little bit. Isn't this okay? Cage returned to his somewhat casual look. That Sasuke isn't going to file a complaint, right? What if he just leaves like this? What will happen tomorrow's mission? I'll go ahead and tell you, haha. The good-natured Sasuke still took over this job. As the oldest person in the class, he is not the strongest but has the best temper. He has experienced many things, but for Sasuke no bad feelings. Before his strength is not strong enough, Sasuke must learn to adapt to Anbu's life. In the past, when he was getting along with his peers, Sasuke would always have no intention of releasing his edge. When he came to Anbu, his edge was not strong enough. Only when he becomes stronger can he change the rules. At this time, what Yelan and Kakashi cannot teach with words, Sasuke must experience it personally before he can slowly calm down and continue to grow. 5 people from Area B3 will reinforce the barriers, and 3 people from Area C1 will make some confusing arrangements. Yelan has become the director of repairing Konoha's barriers, and is now assigning tasks to the barriers squad in an orderly manner. At first, the people in the barriers class were a little disapproving of Yelan. They felt that no matter how powerful Yelan was, it would be impossible for him to seal the Grandmaster barriers. At his age, how could he have so much energy to learn sealing techniques? It wasn't until Yelan showed off his hands indifferently that a group of people in the barriers class instantly became honest. The control of chakra and the smooth layout made them feel that they had really learned from dogs. Obey Yelan's arrangements honestly. Yelan watched the work of the barriers class, filling in some gaps from time to time. At this time, several people wearing dark vests appeared in front of Yelan. Anbu, what's the matter? Yelan met Anbu in some villages and confirmed his appearance. He was still very polite to Tsunade's direct troops. To comply with Lord Hokage's order, we need Yelan Jonin to provide a barriers deployment plan. Please prepare it here. The Anbu in front of him had a cold voice, and his tone seemed to leave no room for doubt. Looking at the complicated patterns on the other person's white mask, Yelan was a little unsure. Is it necessary for Tsunade to ask Anbu to go and get a copy of the drawings? This is not like her style. Yelan said calmly. I handed the plan to Tsunade-sama yesterday. Who are you? Yelan's black pupils instantly turned into Sharingans, staring closely at each other's every move. Of course, he hadn't given it to Tsunade yet. Construction had just started today, and many plans needed to be changed based on the site. He didn't have the planning drawings ready at all. Hearing Yelan's answer, the other party was obviously panicked, and then the person in the lid said in a panic, Maybe Tsunade-sama remembered it wrong. We will go back and report it right away. Stop! Yelan would not let this suspicious person go. A light appeared in his hand, and he swung his newly made ninja sword directly at the opponent without even trying it. Yelan did not intend to kill the other party, but just wanted to catch him. But the other party seemed to have slipped and pounced directly on Yelan's ninja sword. Yelan did not expect that the other party had a death-seeking mentality, and the ninja sword directly penetrated the other party's chest. Blood spattered all over Yelan. Even Yelan's IQ was confused by the other party's actions. Both the barriers class and the remaining 2 Anbu looked at Yelan. Killing your comrades from the same village, I know you are evil in your heart, Uchiha Yelan. Ignore the rules, what else do you have to say now? Danzo finally appeared in front of people at this time. There were several ninjas dressed as Anbu beside him. Now he is surrounded by Yelan. Ha, framed. Old dog, you are good at this. The hostility in Yelan's heart was no longer hidden at this time, and Danzo had become his biggest suspect. Before, Yelan had thought that Uchiha, as one of the ninja clan who founded Konoha, would never be poisoned by his own family, forcing the high-level officials of Konoha to sit and watch. Now it seems that the genocide was better than he imagined. Even deeper. Yelan's momentum made even a group of ninjas who were concerned about life and death uncontrollable. Yelan looked around, and even these masked ninjas did not dare to look at him. That's it, Uchiha Yelan, hurry up and take action. As long as you do it, I can get you out of Konoha. Danzo wanted this effect, hiding at the back of the root ninja and keeping an eye on Yelan. Just when Yelan's aura reached its peak, he suddenly calmed down. Although it was satisfying to kill one party at this time, it would not solve the problem. It would also achieve the old dog's purpose. The only one who was really happy was him. Thinking of it, this kind of old dog can be happy, not to mention how uncomfortable Yelan feels. Uchiha Yelan, it seems that you confessed and accepted the facts. Seeing Yelan's calm appearance, Danzo, an old coin, suddenly felt bad and kept stimulating Yelan, so he had to command his roots to capture Yelan. What exactly is going on in this matter? I will explain it to Mr. Hawkage. I don't have to accept your investigation without Mr. Hawkage's warrant. Yelan looked at Genji, who came forward and stepped aside. Are you trying to resist arrest? Danzo didn't expect that this young Uchiha would be so difficult to deal with. Aren't all the Uchiha clan members stupid? It would be useless to stimulate him like this. I will explain Danzo to the Hokage-sama for instigating Konoha ninjas to frame their fellow villagers. Yelan's words seemed like suing a parent, but this was the most effective method. He didn't believe Tsunade could see it. What's the clue? Uchiha Yelan, stop making excuses here. If you commit such a crime as a Hokage advisor, I have the right to take you down. Give them all to me. If you resist, it won't matter your life or death. Danzo didn't care about Tsunade the Hokage. In his opinion, all of Tsunade's behaviors showed immaturity, and she was the only one who was doing it for Konoha's good. Consultant Danzo, what are you doing? Just when the people at the root were about to take action, Kakashi had already rushed over and Kai was beside him. Fortunately, Yelan didn't take action just now, otherwise Kakashi wouldn't be able to speak for Yelan even if he arrived. He didn't have a good impression of Danzo. He even ordered him to assassinate the third generation. Later, when he became Captain Anbu, he also knew the root cause. Run and know what kind of person Danzo is. Kakashi has nothing to do with you here. Uchiha Yelan killed his companions in the same village. I am going to take him back to the root for interrogation. Danzo did not take Kakashi seriously. In his opinion, Kakashi can only be regarded as a knife, will not have its own thoughts and will. Well, I haven't seen this kind of thing with my own eyes. Let's leave it to Hokage-sama to make the decision, advisor Danzo. Kakashi seemed to be persuading but was actually standing next to Yelan. The corpse of the just-dead root member was probably still there. Kakashi could say such a thing even if he wasn't cold enough, which made Yelan glance at him twice. Advisor Danzo, I have some understanding of Yelan's character. If he kills his companions, I met Kai will never let him go. Kai walked over and gave Danzo a thumbs up. The iconic toothy smile made Danzo's face twitch uncontrollably. Whatever you want. Danzo knew that he couldn't deal with Yelan this time, so he hit the ground with his crutch and turned around to leave with Genbu. Tsunade didn't need to believe this kind of thing. He wanted the other two consultants can take their own side. As long as he spreads the fact that Yelan killed his companions to the whole village, people who don't know him will have an opinion. After saying too much, he doesn't believe that Tsunade will still trust Yelan like this. As long as there is a thorn in Tsunade's heart, he has many ways to deal with Yelan. Kakashi said goodbye to Danzo and others with a smile. It wasn't until he left that he looked at Yelan seriously. What happened? Yelan recounted what had just happened in detail at this moment, and then asked, Kakashi, you stayed in Anbu for such a long time. There are some things I want to ask you. Kakashi was silent for a long time before sighing, just ask. What happened to the Uchiha clan when I left the village? Yelan didn't believe that Kakashi, the captain of Anbu, didn't know what happened to Uchiha. He didn't ask before because he didn't find a suitable opportunity. This time, Danzo's disruption is an opportunity. I thought you would never say anything about this kind of thing. Kakashi said leisurely. To be honest, I don't know very well, but Anbu was indeed monitoring the Uchiha clan at that time. But I can be sure that no one from Anbu took action, and our order was to stay on guard around the Uchiha clan's territory. In this way, the top management of Konoha at that time knew what would happen to Uchiha that night. Yelan suddenly became much more cheerful, but he still had some questions in his mind and said, Surveillance clan, what did Uchiha do to make them so afraid? You know about the Nine Tails rebellion 12 years ago, right? Hearing Kakashi talk about this matter, he had some doubts. Yelan was only 3 years old at the time, and he was just hiding in Konoha's defense facilities and didn't know much about it. It is said that on the day of the Nine Tails rebellion, a member of the Uchiha clan took control of Nine Tails. Yelan knew this news about Kakashi for the first time. He understood that Sharingan, especially Mangekyo, had strong restraint against tailed beasts, but he was known as the most powerful. Who has the ability to control the 9 tails of the strong-tailed beast? Shisui. No, Shisui had just graduated from the ninja school at that time, and there was no way he could have Mangekyo. The 4th generation was killed because of this incident, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, who has returned to power, will definitely be afraid of Uchiha. I can't imagine anyone having the ability to control 9 tails at that time. To be honest, even with my current ability, it would be very difficult to control the tailed beasts. Yelan said truthfully, his Mangekyo was not biased towards Genjutsu's ability, but more towards the latter. Ninjutsu and physical enhancement. But that night many ninjas saw Sharingan in Nine Tails' eyes. A chill rushed straight to Yelan's scalp. He seemed to have caught something. It seemed like a big hand was controlling everything. The Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan was wiped out, and now there is the Akatsuki organization targeting tailed beasts. That's right, it's the Akatsuki organization. They definitely have something to do with all of this. Yelan has thought about it a lot, and now he still needs some key evidence and the purpose of the man behind the scenes to do these things. In fact, the original decision to monitor the Uchiha clan was also proposed by Elder Danzo. The 3rd generation project considered it for a long time before making the decision. Konoha was already fragile at the time, and the 3rd generation could not help but be careless. Kakashi still said here, although he had some kind words for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it would be better to leave the hostility to Uchiha to Danzo, and this is also true. Danzo, does he have the right to mobilize Anbu? Yelan was surprised by Danzo's right to speak in the village. He had seen before that the respect those Anbu had for Danzo was not fake. That's not Anbu, it's Gen. Kakashi didn't hide it, knowing that Yelan would know it sooner or later. Sasuke who joined Anbu would definitely hear about Gen, not to mention other people who joined Anbu. Instead of Sasuke telling Yelan then, it would be better for Kakashi to just tell him now, spread things out. Root. In their own words, they are the roots of the big tree, digging deep into the darkness to protect Konoha in their own way. Yelan couldn't help but laugh angrily when he heard this statement. Whether it was the invasion of Orochimaru or the arrival of Itachi, he didn't even see the shadow of these people. Let's go, don't keep Tsunade-sama waiting. I guess you should have received the news by now. Kakashi and Yelan said after they had finished chatting. Killing members of the Roots was not a big or small matter. He believed that soon there will be judgment. I already know the matter, you just need to do what you are doing now. Don't ask any more questions. Tsunade's calm answer made both Yelan and Kakashi look shocked. Yelan had no proof to prove what he said. As a Hokage, Tsunade would not make such a decision no matter how much she believed in Yelan. Tsunade looked at the two confused people and said, "Don't think too much. I believe my vision is not that bad. I can still distinguish what is minor and what is serious." Yelan doesn't stay long anymore, and he still has to supervise the restoration of barriers after nothing happens. After Yelan and Kakashi both left, Tsunade opened the desk drawer and found a box of videotapes inside. Tsunade trusted Yelan to be honest, but not to the extent of confiding in her heart. When repairing barriers, Tsunade arranged for Anbu to place many cameras around Konoha. This was not because she was worried about Yelan, but because she was afraid that someone like Uchiha Itachi or Orochimaru would happen again. This kind of person sneaks into the village. Unexpectedly, the scene of the dispute between the two parties was captured. There was no sound in the video, but it was clearly captured that the root member was begging for death. Tsunade had some understanding of Danzo's character, and later Yelan did not take action and chose to believe in herself. It also gave her a reason to support Yelan. What's even more coincidental is that it was Uchiha Sasuke's team who took the video at that time and reported it to her as soon as possible. Tsunade made a decision instantly after learning what happened. While Tsunade was still thinking about the follow-up arrangements, the door of the office was pushed open again. The people who entered the house were Koharu, Mito Kaden, and Shimura Danzo. After Danzo entered the house, he couldn't wait to announce Uchiha Yelan's actions of disrespecting his elders, ignoring village rules, and killing his companions. Tsunade held her chin and said nothing, facing Danzo's performance. "Tsunade, Uchiha Yelan has gone too far. We must not let him go this time. He killed a root member this time and we won't know who it is next time." Seeing Tsunade indifferently go to bed, Koharu also started to fan the flames. Maitaman wanted to express a few comments, but after looking at Tsunade's vague smile, he became silent. "Advisor Danzo, you're tired." Tsunade finally spoke, looking at Danzo's words without repetition and what Yelan mentioned. "Uchiha is an evil clan. I knew there was nothing good in this clan. It's all for Konoha and so on, which makes me have a headache." She stood up and poured a glass of water herself, gave it to Danzo and said, Have a drink of water after talking so much. Seeing that Tsunade had such a good attitude, Danzo couldn't help but feel a little happy in his heart, thinking that Tsunade listened to what he said and didn't waste so much time. He was really thirsty now, so he took the water glass from Tsunade with both hands to show respect. Now that we're done, let's watch this together. Tsunade turned on the TV in the corner of the office and inserted a videotape. When everyone was doubtful, the video clearly played the scene of the conflict between Yelan and the Roots. The Root member threw himself at the ninja sword in Yelan's hand as if he was begging for death, directly piercing the heart of everyone, including Yelan. Later, he wanted to have a fit but calmed down, and Danzo continued to be aggressive and wanted to capture Yelan. Click. The water glass Danzo was holding had cracked in his hand. At this moment, he felt like a clown. He had just performed so much and was laughed at by others. Danzo, Mito Kadoyan straightened his back and said, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Framing fellow villagers, disrupting Hokage missions, and using power for personal gain. What on earth do you want to do? Danzo looked at Mito Katabu's impassioned expression in surprise. Isn't that what I said when I came here? You don't know who I am. I was deceived by you, Danzo. Fortunately, I still believe what you said. Koharu turned to bed, his face not red at all, and turned his firepower on Danzo. Danzo was really angry this time. He was not so angry last time when he confronted Tsunade. This time, he didn't expect that his two classmates could be so shameless. They agreed to share the same hatred. And I am the same enemy as you. Stop talking, Danzo. Your incident has really affected the unity of the village. No matter what the Hokage does to you, I will agree with it. Mito Kadoyan was very glad that he didn't say anything just now, to be so straight. Me too, Koharu said hurriedly as he moved to bed. Isn't this good? After all, Advisor Danzo has also made a lot of contributions to the village. Tsunade looked embarrassed and said as if she was a little embarrassed. There's nothing wrong with that, Mito Kaden and Koharu said in unison. Okay, then it's decided, Tsunade waved her hand. This was the effect she wanted. From now on, I have decided to remove myself from the position of Danzo's advisor. No, the two people who were upright just now stopped them immediately. Just kidding, the Roots are considered the last bit of wealth belonging to old guys like them, and they must not be handed over easily. Danzo was also slightly moved at this time. Sure enough, his old classmate still knew the difference between right and wrong and finally stood on his side. Tsunade knew that this matter would not be so easy and was not too discouraged. She changed the subject and said, what do the two advisors think of this? Advisor Danzo is also older. His position as the leader remains unchanged, and his number of people we need to cut it in half to prevent him from being too busy, and we also need to set up a deputy leader. I think Advisor Mito Monin is quite good and suitable for this position. I agree, Mito Kadoyan agreed immediately before Tsunade finished speaking. His actions after entering the house were indeed right. When Hiruzen was here, his rights were suppressed to death. Now it's finally time, he turned over. Koharu was a little confused when she went to bed why she didn't get anything and she was so embarrassed. She and Mito Manobu were almost equal, but now the other party suddenly stepped up and she felt in her heart there was an indescribable discomfort. Go to bed, Consultant Koharu, I remember what you just said. Tsunade whispered in a leisurely tone. After going to bed, Koharu suddenly trembled. He had been fanning the flames just now. It was good to be able to protect himself. Why should he go further? He nodded in agreement. Danzo saw that two people had sold him out again, and all the gratitude in his heart was fed to the dog. These two people were just bullying the weak and afraid of the enemy. The wind was strong and they were falling in that direction. Mito Manito even patted him with a kind face. His own shoulders, how could he have such courage before? Now that the situation was over, Danzo knew that he could only endure it again. His expression changed repeatedly, and he took a deep breath to calm himself down. It was useless to agree or disagree now, so he could only say, just press Hokage, do as your lord wishes. This sentence seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and he said it word by word. After saying it, he slammed the door and left. Danzo, this guy is really relying on his old age. Don't worry, Tsunade, I will definitely manage the Roots safely. Mito Manobu was so proud at this time that he already regarded himself as the deputy leader of the Roots. Then you go and receive the Root. If there are any problems, we will discuss it again. Tsunade said while holding back her smile. Today she also understood the personalities of the two consultants and successfully divided Danzo's rights. If Yelan had taken action at that time, it might have been a different outcome. After a busy day, Yelan returned home. This house was still the one provided by Hiruzen Sarutobi with only a small yard. It was not far from Uchiha's clan and there were not many people. Yelan lived alone and felt at ease. Yelan walked to the door and paused for a moment. He had already noticed that there was someone in the room. Could it be Danzo who still didn't want to give up? Yelan opened the door quietly, like a cat without making any sound. After entering the house, there was a smell that hit my face, and I saw Sasuke sitting in the living room holding 2 portions of Konoha's famous Ikaraku ramen. "Why are you here?" Yelan looked at Sasuke, who was still wearing Anbu clothes, and lowered his guard. He didn't expect Sasuke to come up with any reason and said casually, "How is Anbu's life?" "As for Anbu, it's okay." Sasuke took out the bowl and chopsticks, poured the ramen into it, and handed it to Yelan. Yelan took it and tasted Konoha's famous ramen. The taste was indeed pretty good, but it didn't feel as exaggerated as the rumors said. This was also because Yelan liked to eat rice. You don't have to think too much when you just joined Anbu, just do some things step by step. Practice more in your spare time. Last time I saw you talking about Chidori's idea of injecting ninja swords into it. It was a good idea. For Sasuke, Yelan trusts him and he would try his best to help him even if he took care of him, without asking Sasuke to repay him in the future, at least leaving a seed for Uchiha. Sasuke took a spoon and slowly tasted the noodle soup. This is the essence of ramen, but he seemed a little absent-minded. Yelan ate not too slowly. When he finished eating, Sasuke still had half left. Seeing that he stopped talking, Yelan said directly, "What on earth is going on?" Sasuke asked himself to confirm what happened. It was difficult for him to take the initiative to speak, so Yelan took the initiative to bring it up. "What happened this morning hasn't affected you at all, right?" Sasuke said, staring at the ramen in front of him. "How did you?" Yelan now wanted to understand why Tsunade stood decisively on his side in the first place. It seemed that she didn't need to explain too much at all. Tsunade had already obtained the evidence. "Don't worry, I will handle this kind of thing, it's nothing." Yelan stopped asking Sasuke in detail. This must be about his mission. Inquiring about Anbu's activities will affect Tsunade's perception of him. Tsunade, since Han didn't tell Yelan, he just pretended not to know. What's more, Sasuke, who has just joined Anbu, can expect him to get any confidential information, and Yelan can't afford to lose a big deal for a small amount. Hearing Yelan's words, Sasuke also felt relieved. To be honest, Sasuke really didn't know what he would do if Yelan took action in the scene in the morning. Finally, the arrival of Kakashi resolved the farce. "Why did Danzo's advisor target you?" Sasuke couldn't bear his curiosity and asked some questions. He didn't understand how an outstanding ninja like Yelan, who had made great contributions to the village, could be targeted by the advisors. "He's not only targeting me, but also Uchiha." "Aim at Uchiha," Sasuke repeated Yelan's words. He and Yelan were the only 2 people left in the Uchiha clan. Is there anything to target? The nature of human beings is internal fighting. People like him will do anything for their own rights. You just need to be careful about this person in the future. He has suffered a lot this time and will not trouble you for the time being. Yelan did not tell Sasuke about his suspicions about Danzo. Sasuke couldn't help him at the moment, so he told him that he was afraid that he would do something bad impulsively, and that he would not only be passive but also get into countless troubles. Sasuke remained silent as he had not yet understood the darkness of the village. He hoped that Anbu's life would not only allow him to grow in strength, but also allow him to understand the complexity of the human heart. No one came to disturb Yelan when he repaired barriers. It was just that those in the barrier class deliberately kept a distance from Yelan. Yelan didn't care at all. He just spread some bad remarks in the village, accusing Yelan of being a murderer of his companions. Murderer? Yelan smiled indifferently when he heard this. To put it bluntly, he stayed in the village for the truth. For this purpose, everything else had to give way. He was not in love with others. "Elder Yan, you disappoint me so much." Tsunade angrily threw a book on the desk. She finally arranged for Mito Katoyan to be the deputy leader at the root, but she didn't expect Danzo to make this scene again. "Tsunade, you can't blame me. The time I have been in contact with the roots was too short. Not many people listened to me." Danzo also placed the Tongbane root jutsu seal on every root member. Mito at this moment Yan hurriedly explained how his airborne leader could compare to Danzo, who founded the foundation. "Okay, let me think of a way." Tsunade rubbed her temples with her fingers. Konoha had experienced this kind of thing before when White Fang died. Tsunade was 100% sure that it was Danzo who did it. Unexpectedly, this old boy is still so dishonest. But even if you ask about this kind of thing, you won't be able to produce evidence. Instead, you will see Danzo's disgusting face. The control of the village is still not enough. Even if the members of the root are reduced, they are still so unscrupulous. Even Anbu cannot manage the root. Tsunade, who has been thinking about it, has a plan in mind. She looked at Mito Mano, who was still in the room, and asked him to leave in disgust. Now she couldn't count on those 2 consultants at all. The more she thought about the plan in her mind, the more feasible it became, but if she proposed it, there will be opposition from many people. Tsunade is willing to let go of her rights because she is afraid that these people will violate them. For now, she has to wait a while and needs to talk to other people. As for Yelan, it depends on whether that kid can survive this period of rumors. But in Tsunade's opinion, Yelan is not a person who cares about reputation like White Fang. At worst, let him go out for a while to relax and do a task or something. Tsunade, who was in a bad mood at the thought, also relaxed her brows, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Tsunade-sama, as soon as Tsunade took a sip of tea, Shizune rushed in and Tsunade almost drowned in the hot tea. Shizune, Tsunade wiped her mouth with a handkerchief dissatisfied, it's Jonin after all. Can you be more steady? Tsunade-sama, there is indeed an emergency. Shizune's nervous expression did not ease because of Tsunade's teachings. She took out a blue scroll and said, "There is a letter from Kirigakure village in the Water Kingdom. Kirigakure, a hostile village that fought against Konoha during the Third Ninja War, closed itself off after 3 defeats. No information was revealed. If Yelan hadn't come back, Konoha's top brass would not have known about 4th Mizukage, the bloodstained ninjas who will massacre Kirigakure village on a large scale." Tsunade no longer blamed Shizune and opened the scroll solemnly. It was impossible to tell whether Kirigakure was a friend or an enemy. 2 villages that had never had diplomacy suddenly received a letter. If Tsunagakure is a villain who jumps repeatedly, then Kirigakure is a powerful lion majesty. I don't know what the purpose of this arrival is. In a snack shop in Konoha, a middle-aged man wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector was eating the food in front of him in an orderly manner, paying no attention to the vigilant Konoha ninjas around him. He looked at the boy who came with him next to him and couldn't help but feel anxious. How could Terumi-Mei let this genin follow him? Even though she had become a Mizukage, Shuang still had some opinions about her. "Chanjiro, what are you nervous about?" Shuang growled. He didn't want Konoha ninjas to look down on their Kirigakure people. After coming to Konoha, he felt uncomfortable with the environment here and looked at Chijiro's face. He couldn't help but feel a little angry even though he was squirming. "Master Frost, Chanjiro looked very shy and could not tell that he was a ninja. "Stop talking and eat your food," Shuang covered his face. After this mission, he will definitely report it to Terumi-Mei and never go on a mission with Chijiro again. This kind of person has never experienced the Blood Mist village. He looked down on the ninja who had grown up. In a dark basement outside Konoha village, the humid air felt slightly chilly, and a familiar figure was tinkering with some bottles and jars. The art of psychics, the reincarnation of dirty land. A burst of smoke passed, and the dead person that came out of the channel looked like a zombie in the movie Yelan watched in his previous life. He had no consciousness of his own, and he was just an ordinary person. It failed again. Yelan really underestimated ninjutsu, the ninjutsu, and almost all the bandits nearby were captured by him. There was no successful case. He even doubted whether the scroll Orochimaru gave him was really the ninjutsu. Yelan, who was still thinking, paused. The shadow clone left in the village was released. The memories of the shadow clone before came flooding in. After digestion, Yelan put down the instrument in his hand. What is Tsunade doing with me again? Is she taking care of a child again? The previous rumors in the village had no impact on Yelan at all. The gap he had placed under the village's barriers also allowed him to enter easily. The only one left in the village usually was a shadow clone. If anything happened, the shadow clone would be released and tell him what happened. Looking at the simple workbench, Yelan suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing to have children. Now he really had no money. This little equipment had already emptied his family fortune. He had to go out and take on a few tasks. Now you can't borrow money from Kakashi anymore. "So, why are you looking for me this time?" Yelan said straightforwardly after arriving at Tsunade's office. "This kid is becoming more and more casual." Tsunade looked at Yelan with some dissatisfaction. "It seems that those gossips have not had any impact on you. Rumors only stop with the wise." Yelan casually quoted a saying he learned in his previous life. If some poems were not popular in this world, he would have copied 2 to earn some extra money. It's a good saying that rumors stop with the wise. Tsunade was relieved when she saw Yelan's appearance, pointed to the blue scroll on the desk and said, "Look, this is your mission this time." As soon as Yelan entered the room, he noticed this scroll with a strange material. As he expected, he picked up the scroll and opened it to look at it. After reading the scroll, Yelan looked at Tsunade with a somewhat complicated expression. The content of the scroll was not complicated. Mizukage from Kirigakure village invited Konoha to establish friendly relations. He specifically stated that during the reign of 5th Mizukage, as long as Konoha does not make any major infringements, no move in Kirigakure's interest would start a war against Konoha. The condition for this is that they hope Konoha will return their own ninja swords and help them re-establish the ninja school. There is no reason for Tsunade to refuse this condition. As a Konoha who has never established a friendly relationship with Konoha, if Tsunade can do this, it will greatly enhance his reputation. And Yelan, who went to carry out this mission, it will also increase your reputation. Tsunade will actually give Yelan this kind of task that is not difficult but requires a lot of qualifications. It was inevitable that Yelan looked at Tsunade with something wrong. If her previous trust in Yelan was based on detailed investigations, this time the steps were laid for Yelan to go up. "Boy, what are you doing? If you don't want to go, I'll ask someone else to go," Tsunade said with a smile. "I will pick up this mission, but I don't know much about signing the treaty if I go alone. Please be sure to add 2 more people to the hawkage." Yelan knew that this kind of thing cannot be done alone. Tsunade trusts herself on the one hand, and she also has to be discerning. Tsunade nodded silently, then let Asuma's team join you and add an Anbu. Don't let down your guard when communicating with Kirigakure for the first time. Asuma is important enough as the son of the 3rd generation, and with the already somewhat mature Shikamaru, this lineup is luxurious enough. Anbu and Yelan almost guessed that it was Sasuke and his group who would go to the Kingdom of Water with him. Although Tsunade is from the Senju clan, she is now the one who deliberately cultivates Uchiha. Yelan is not happy about this kind of show of kindness, but secretly feels it in his heart. Sighing, I don't know that the 2 of them can still laugh like this in the end. In Yuyan village, the sky is still drizzling. This time it is not Nagato's rain tiger-free technique. This has been the environment of Yuyan village for a long time. Nagato, who was sitting in a huge wheelchair, felt the cool breeze in the air and couldn't help but cough twice. "Nagato, you'd better go inside and rest." Conan, who was worried about Nagato's body, walked out of the shadows. "My body is not in such a state that I cannot see the wind and snow." Nagato is not that old, but his body in his 30s is as thin as an old man in his 70s or 80s. "Madara, you are back." Conan was silent for a long time and said a message. "Hes Madara, just think of him as such. He messed up the country of water and ran back leaving a mess." Nagato said disdainfully. He never believed that the man in the Uzumaki mask was Madara. Now he only believes in Conan and the ideal in his heart. He is willing to sacrifice everything for that goal. Regardless of the strong people in the Akatsuki organization, there are only a few people who can truly obey his words. Once they know what he is like now, most of the ghosts will probably run away. "Nagato, I think it's too dangerous to go to the water country. It's better to let Kakuzu go." Conan looked sad. She understood Nagato's wish, but she cared more about Nagato himself. Nagato was silent. He didn't know his physical condition. Every time he used the way of heaven, it would become more and more difficult. He didn't know when he would fall. Now he relied entirely on his obsession to support him. "Kakuzu's strength is okay, but if I can't keep that person, I have to take action to be sure." Seeing that Conan was still a little worried, Nagato said, "This time I only need to bring Tendo with me. That person has left the village and we only need to take action. Just attack on the way." This matter was related to the future fate of Akatsuki. Nagato could not help but act cautiously. After Obito took control of the 4th Mizukage, he only knew how to kill blindly and finally let Kirigakure overthrow his rule. The accidental death of 3 Tails was all because of his own fault. Don't be careful, otherwise Zio would have to wait for 3 years. Seeing that she could no longer persuade Nagato, Conan stopped trying to stop him. She knew Nagato's character too well, and no one except Yahiko could interfere with his decision. "It's raining heavily, Nagato, let me push you into the house." Conan walked behind Nagato and was about to push the huge wheelchair, but Nagato didn't stop him this time. Nagato, who was unable to move, stopped Conan behind him. He turned around slowly, stared at Conan, then opened his slightly dry lips and said softly, "I will definitely protect this country and prevent it from being hurt again, and I will never let this country cry again." Conan's steps paused slightly, but she did not stop and continued walking forward. At that moment, their minds were connected and their thoughts merged into one. There was no need for language exchange. Conan had no lofty ideals or ambitions. As a girl, she just silently supported her companions. She didn't care about other people's opinions. And prejudices, she only knew that Nagato and Yahiko would be very happy if the goal was achieved. "I didn't expect that we would go on a mission together this time. Did I still owe you a meal last time?" A group of people had left the Kingdom of Fire and were on the boat heading to the Kingdom of Water. Isma, who had nothing to do, walked up to Yelan and lit a cigarette. Yelan had no problem with other people smoking. With his body trained by natural energy, the harm of this secondhand smoke to him was not unacceptable. "Isma, please be careful on the road." Yelan leaned against the railing on the deck, the sea breeze blowing the bangs on his forehead, which floated with the direction of the wind, making Yelan's eyes looming. Why do you say that? I feel that Mizukage is quite sincere. Asuma is not as rough as he appears, and his thoughts are considered delicate, otherwise he would not have become a boyfriend and girlfriend with Kurenai. Yelan raised his chin slightly and pointed in a direction. Asuma looked at the Kirigakure ninja who was some distance away from them. It was the Jonin named struck.I. When he saw Yelan and Asuma's eyes, he did not dodge them. He has been observing Yelan's every move. Even a fool understands struck's hostility towards Yelan. When Asuma noticed it, he said, "What's going on with this guy?" Yelan actually had some doubts. He was sure that he had never seen this ninja before. The Kirigakure ninja named struck had never concealed his malice towards him along the way. What on earth had he done? Fortunately, this was obvious. Yelan was not scared by the hostility on his face, but was just a little surprised. The only possibility I can think of is that someone from Uchiha killed his companions during the third battle. Yelan expressed his inference. It seems possible. Asuma then remembered that during the Third War, Uchiha's main force was responsible for the battlefield of the Kingdom of Water. Even if fire style was suppressed by water style, Uchiha's performance on the battlefield was impressive. Many hidden masters died at Uchiha's hands. Sasuke, I heard that you entered Anbu. How is your life there? Ino did not expect to have the opportunity to perform a mission with Sasuke and kept asking Sasuke questions along the way without stopping at all. Sasuke and his team did not wear Anbu's clothes, just casual clothes. After all, wearing Anbu's clothes to other villages may cause other situations. As Sasuke's teammates, the shadows have been watching the show. Are these boys and ninjas playing around like this? Konoha has really fallen. As his name suggests, struck had a cold face. Chijiro didn't even dare to say hello to Sasuke and others and kept standing beside struck. Struck's eyes kept lingering on Sasuke and Yelan. The two people he observed the most along the way, especially Yelan, had been hearing the title Uchiha's final pride everywhere since he left the country of water. He was talking about Yelan, but what he didn't expect was that Yelan was so young, and a healed scar on his back started to hurt again. Frost, who has experienced the blood mist, has a cold heart and a tough will. He has always been strict with himself and his subordinates. When he saw Genin from Konoha chatting and laughing together, he didn't like him at all. As a Jonin from other ninja villages, he didn't. Who has the right to give advice to Genin from other ninja villages? He can only turn around and walk to the bow of the ship, out of sight and out of mind. Don't worry, Asuma, for now the Kirigakure ninja named struck is not our enemy. Seeing struck who had left, Yelan said. Personal hatred is not worth mentioning in the face of the interests of the village. If struck can't even see this, Yelan really doubts Kirigakure's Jonin assessment system. Well, I hope it will be easier this time. Asuma threw away the cigarette butt and left Yelan's side. Shikamaru found a seat on the deck. Looking at the materials in his hands, he couldn't help but have a headache. Why should he deal with such troublesome things? Shikamaru, you've almost seen all the materials. Asuma walked up to Shikamaru and patted him on the shoulder. It's really troublesome. Isn't this kind of thing Asuma done by Jonin like you? Why did you leave it all to me? Shikamaru complained. These materials were all prepared for negotiating with Kirigakure. Tsunade handed over them at the beginning. He gave it to Asuma, and Asuma threw it to Shikamaru as soon as he left the village. Haha, I will take care of the negotiation with you. After all, I still agree with how smart your brain is. Asuma smiled without blushing. His subordinates had to share the tasks with him properly. He could do this himself. It is estimated that Kirigakure may not be busy enough by now, so after much deliberation, it would be more appropriate to leave it to Shikamaru. Let me help too. At this time, Antelope came over, picked up some files and started to read them. As Anbu, they were often exposed to files like this. As for the processing ability, only Antelope in Sasuke's class could handle one or two. Hey, this is too much trouble for you. Shikamaru saw Antelope stepping forward to help. Even though he liked to be lazy, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He and Antelope were not familiar with each other, so he was embarrassed to trouble others. The salty sea breeze blew away the antelope's scattered hair. The antelope arranged its hair with one hand, turned around and smiled. We are all companions in the village. You are welcome. Shikamaru had never felt that he would be interested in women. When he saw the antelope smile, his face instantly turned red and he just gave two hesitant answers. Asuma, who has been here before, chuckled twice and poked Shikamaru twice. The antelope seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old, a little older than Shikamaru, but maybe this was how he could feel it. To the charm of women, Sasuke, look, there's such a big fish. Ino's noisy voice came over, attracting the attention of Asuma and others. I saw a big fish over 30 meters floating on the surface of the sea. It was basking in the sun leisurely. Its head spurted out a stream of air from time to time, and the fountain it brought out surprised Ino. That's not a fish, Chijiro said nervously at the side. Not a fish, Ino looked at Chijiro in confusion. She had never been out of the village. This was the first time she saw this creature. It looked like a big fish. Sasuke and Choji also looked at Chijiro, curious about what he would say. That's a whale, Chijiro, who was stared at by these people, said and ran to the side. He was really not used to being with so many people. Humph, a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins. Shuang looked at the people talking behind her and couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. Several black shadows gradually appeared in the distance on the sea level. Ino thought they were some strange creatures. Not knowing Chijiro's name, Ino shouted, "Hey, what is that thing again?" Everyone looked in the direction Ino was pointing and saw only blurry black shadows. Shuang, who was standing at the front, gradually showed a trace of doubt in his eyes. As the target got closer, his expression changed from the surprised look at the beginning, become a little calmer. It turns out to be a ship, but why are their sails black? Ino had some questions. It's a pirate. The shy look on Chijiro's face has disappeared a lot. Once the kid becomes serious, he won't think about nervous things and his expression will become more confident. After hearing that it was a pirate, everyone in Konoha turned serious. They had always heard that pirates were rampant near the land of water, but they didn't expect to encounter them this time. Everyone, when Yelan and others were still thinking about how to deal with this matter, Shuang stood on the bow and said loudly, "There is nothing to be afraid of. To me, these pirates are just a few petty thieves. As a guest from Konoha, just stay on the ship, I will deal with those pirates." Shuang said and threw out a scroll. After the smoke passed, an exaggeratedly shaped sword appeared in the air. The whole knife was nearly the height of a person. There were some bandages wrapped around the handle. There were no patterns or hand guards. The whole knife, in addition to the huge size, there is only a sense of simplicity. Under this strong sense of difference, Shuang tightly held the weapon. "Let me show you." After holding the big sword, Shuang's energy and spirit instantly improved several levels. What is a Kirigakure ninja? After speaking, Shuang jumped off the bow of the boat, put the big knife under his feet, and used the weapon as a surfboard to rush towards the pirate ship that was not far away from them. Water style, the art of riding waves. After Shuang's seal was completed, the sea water under his feet suddenly started to churn. Yelan and the others who were already some distance away also felt the bumps of the ship. Shuang was riding his big sword as if he was riding a tsunami galloping through the sea. Awesome! Not only Ino exclaimed, Sasuke also stared at Shuang's every move without blinking. Shuang's behavior seemed to frighten the pirate ship. A group of people on the pirate ship were obviously confused and turned the ship around in a hurry. It is not easy to turn around a huge ship. Before the pirates could react, he took advantage of the waves and flew directly to the pirate ship in the center. There was no chance to vent along the way, so Shuang was finally able to show off his skills. He swung the big knife down in his hand, and several water blades appeared out of thin air, directly turning his footing into an open space. Bang! Both feet fell on the deck, and the overwhelmed deck appeared to be broken. There were still some sawdust in the air. The pirate leader mustered up the courage and shouted to his companions to come forward and attack. Shuang showed a smile, and the huge ninja sword was in his hand. With extremely flexible hands, he dodged enemy attacks one after another. When all the enemies gathered around him, he let out a loud roar. Water-style water windmill. A stream of water appeared on the big knife in Shuang's hand. As he continued to rotate, the big knife formed a waterspout to wrap him up. The waterspout continued to grow bigger and sucked in all the pirates who wanted to attack him. The strong current made the pirate unable to hold the weapon in his hand. His clothes were gradually torn, and the whole person quickly lost consciousness in this spinning. Finally, Shuang stopped spinning and swung his ninja sword in one direction. The waterspout continued to wreak havoc in the direction he swung. The pirates kept running away like ordinary people encountering beasts. After a while, the ship seemed to be hit by a tornado. The attack was as chaotic as the attack. Buzz. Shuang turned around and the ship made a sad sound. His technique directly destroyed a large ship, which was now slowly sinking. Shuang didn't take any notice and instead jumped to other pirate ships that had not yet arrived and escaped, and dealt with them one by one. Amazing, I didn't expect such a little-known guy to be so strong. Isma calmed down her initial contemptuous mood and looked at Yelan aside silently, only to see that he was calm and had no expression on his face. Sure enough, only such a genius can turn a blind eye to this scene. Asuma couldn't help but smile bitterly. The shock that Yelan gave him last time was still vivid in his mind. The black Susan was deeply engraved in his heart like a demon. I kind of understand why the top brass in Konoha are so afraid of Uchiha. Sure enough, joining Anbu was right. Sasuke had already activated Sharingan and was observing Shuang's every move. This kind of character was not often seen when he was genin. Maybe Schwang didn't reveal any trump cards, but Jonin's fighting style opened Sasuke's eyes. I remember that Kirigakure has a special force of 7 ninja swordsmen. Is Frost Jonin also one of them? Shikamaru asked Chijiro next to him seemingly casually. At this time he still had to collect as much information as possible. No, Chijiro looked in Schwang's direction with an inexplicable emotion in his eyes which relieved his nervousness. Schwang-sama has never been one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. To be precise, he has never been one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I don't want to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Chijiro turned around. Under the sun's rays, the glasses he was wearing had dazzling reflections. Master Frost said that he would make the sword in his hand become Kirigakure's 8th ninja sword. Yelan suddenly became interested in this Jonin named Schwang. In his opinion, many inheritances in this world are very important. Many people are proud of being born into a famous clan, including Yelan, a person who has traveled through time and space. Influenced by a clan, thoughts like Schwang's are rare. Are you famous not for the ninja sword but for your own ninja sword? This pattern alone surpasses most people in the ninja world, let alone such a powerful Kirigakure elite. If such a person becomes a Mizukage, Yelan wouldn't be surprised. It didn't take long for Schwang to deal with the pirates. When he came back he looked refreshed. Most of the grievances he had felt along the way had been released. The expression on his face was no longer so rigid. After he came back, he said to a group of people in Konoha, "There have been some minor problems in the Kingdom of Water recently, which has led to rampant pirates. We at Kirigakure are used to it. If you encounter them again on the road, just leave it to me." When the group of people were relaxing, Yelan looked at a certain direction on the sea and touched his chin thoughtfully. Since he practiced natural energy, his ability to sense has become stronger. He can understand clearly even without the use of chakra perception. He could sense every move nearby, and just now he had the feeling that someone was watching him. What a risk, we were almost discovered. Black and White Jew sneaked for thousands of meters before daring to reveal his appearance. Why is this Uchiha Yelan's perception so strong? Even I was almost discovered. Hurry up and tell Nagato and Obito that the opponent coming this time will not be easy to deal with. Haiju murmured in his mouth and continued without stopping. Sneak down. A seaside village in the Kingdom of Water. The sunshine at the beach this season was warm but not too harsh. It was rare for Nagato to bask in the sun outside. The land of rain had never had such a climate. Conan's figure appeared in a shadow. For some reason she hated the sun and would rather hide in a corner. She saw Nagato basking in the sun and spoke slowly. Madara and the others are already here. Not long after Conan finished speaking, the air began to twist in a place not far away, and a man wearing a swirl mask appeared. They are almost there, but this time a troublesome guy appears. Obito's expression under the mask was very ugly. Kirigakure's accident was closely related to him. As a last resort, he could only turn to Nagato for help. It really hurts his face as Madara. Does Uchiha Madara feel troublesome? Nagato sneered slightly, but his withered face looked a little scary. HMPH, my current strength is not 1/10 of what it was in my heyday, otherwise I wouldn't have cooperated with you. Obito's tone was unpleasant, and he tried his best to imitate Madara's demeanor in his impression. Oh, then let God solve it. Nagato revealed the reincarnation eye hidden under his bangs. No one is worth mentioning in front of the reincarnation eye. Obito was silent. In fact, he had a feeling that Nagato didn't believe he was Madara at all, but Nagato was no better. He almost burped. Tianchen thought he was a god and didn't know that the samsara eye was not his at all. It was just a human. Poor doll, I'm telling you that the guy who came with that guy is Uchiha Yelan, a junior with great potential. Be careful he loses it. Obito doesn't want Nagato to fall so soon. The possibility of Yelan defeating Nagato is very small. He is just afraid something unexpected happened. Uchiha Yelan, Nagaku murmured repeatedly. He had heard this name several times. Kakuzu also said that they met last time. He didn't expect that he would meet this person this time. In some ways, he said that Yelan and Zio seem to have some kind of fate. No matter who you are, you can only surrender before God. Nagato said confidently, It's you, Madara, don't let me down again, you already failed last time. Obito clenched his fists to hide his inner uneasiness. Before, he secretly controlled Yagura and single-handedly promoted Schwang, who was born as a commoner. Unexpectedly, he was betrayed, and the other party eavesdropped on the secret of Jito's statue, Yagura's original body. He was killed by Frost. Faced with the siege of Terumi Mei and a group of Kirigakure Anbu, Obito had to flee from the Kingdom of Water. The last time he suffered such a big loss was when he faced his teacher, Minato Namikaze, but Fourth Hokage only saw through his own moves and didn't know his purpose. I just hope Schwang doesn't reveal that Jito's statue can seal the tailed beast, otherwise the subsequent troubles won't be solved by 1 or 2 points. I will kill that traitor with my own hands without any accidents. The Sharingan revealed by Obito kept spinning, turning into a shuriken, and finally disappeared in front of Nagato. The ship finally docked, and no more pirates were encountered. Yelan and his group arrived at the territory of the Kingdom of Water without any danger. Generally speaking, a village with a dock like this would be a bit prosperous, but there was no joy on the faces of these residents, and it was more of a kind of numbness. Is this what the Kingdom of Water is like? It seems to be no different from the Kingdom of You that we went to before. Ino whispered in Choji's ear. As one of the 5 major countries, the water country has turned into this. What happened to Kirigakure, who had previously been isolated from the country to make the entire country lifeless? Shuang, who had been leading the way, stopped. Asma, who was thinking, almost bumped into Shuang in front. He looked up and found Shuang staring at a certain place. Asma, there are enemies. Yelan had already realized that it was wrong to warn him. After the others heard this, they all picked up their weapons. When the nearby residents saw them taking out their weapons, they hid in their homes. Even people who were numb at this moment would not take their own lives seriously. Who is it? Yelan. Asma looked at Yelan, who was a little wary and suddenly felt something bad. The dull air put a little pressure on him. Yelan closed her eyes and unleashed her chakra perception to the maximum. 1, 2. There are 2 people on the other side. No, there is another one. They are getting close. Yelan has opened his eyes, and the Sharingan in his pupils is constantly turning, looking around to find traces of the enemy. No, no. Will the other party be able to use ninjutsu such as invisibility? Yelan was sure that he sensed a trace of chakra fluctuations but failed to detect it. He couldn't help but said, "Everyone hide separately." The ninjas of Konoha took action immediately after hearing this. When everyone began to look around for a hiding place, there was an opening in the center of them, the air twisted, and a man wearing a whirlpool mask appeared in the center. Invisibility, spacetime ninjutsu, how did he appear? Yelan was shocked. He looked at Obito, who appeared in the center. Obito slowly turned around to reveal the exposed Sharingan, which had now transformed back into a 3-Magatama form. Uchiha, One Eye, who is it? Not only Yelan but also Sasuke on the side also realized that the other person was probably a member of the Uchiha Clan. Akatsuki. Seeing that the other party was wearing the same black-bottomed red cloud robe as Akatsuki, Yelan knew that there was some trouble this time. Akatsuki's strength was not weak. The other party might still be an Uchiha. It seemed that he came prepared, but there is no Jinchuriki in their team, and it is unknown what purpose Akatsuki has this time. "It's you." Shuang's face began to twitch uncontrollably after seeing Obito, which was a sign of excitement. Asuma looked at Shuang in surprise, not expecting Kirigakure to have any contact with Akatsuki, and it seemed that Akatsuki had caused great losses to Kirigakure. "Long time no see, Shuang." A vicissitudes of voice came from under the whirlpool mask, as if he had experienced many hardships. "Thief, I won't let you escape this time." Shuang took out the sword he used in the previous battle and pointed it at Obito. Yelan was a little confused. It stands to reason that he has become a Jonin, and both his strength and mentality will have an extraordinary increase. Why is he so emotional when he meets Shuang? Could it be that this masked man killed his whole family? "Frost Jonin, there are still 2 enemies, so don't be careless." Yelan reminded him. In fact, there was another thing that had always concerned him. The people he met Akatsuki before were usually in groups of 2. This time it was unprecedented. 3 people appeared. No matter how you look at things, things will never be too simple and you never let go of your guard. "Oh. As expected of my juniors, have you noticed our number?" Obito looked in the direction of Yelan and couldn't help but admire. "Junior?" Yelan listened to the other party's tone. Could it be that he was an old man who left the Uchiha clan before? In his impression, there was no famous Uchiha ninja who left the village. "I originally wanted to see your abilities today, but today I have to deal with this Kirigakure ninja first." Obito's tone was relaxed, and it was not obvious that he seemed to be surrounded. "You hidden guy, who are you?" Sasuke couldn't help but get a little excited when he saw Sharingan, and this person seemed to be Itachi's accomplice. The last time he saw Itachi, he was eliminated as soon as they met, and he couldn't participate in Yelan and Itachi's relationship. Fighting, this time the strength has been improved somewhat. The ninja sword in Sasuke's hand released blue light, the familiar sound of Chidori sounded around, and the ninja sword was filled with electricity. Lightning-style Chidori blade. The ninja sword attached to Chidori quickly stabbed Obito under the control of Sasuke. Before Yelan could stop him, the scene in front of him went against the common sense of ninjas. Obito didn't dodge and directly let the ninja sword stab his body. As a result, Sasuke's whole body passed through his body. If it weren't for the fact that the ninja sword still had Chidori's current, others thought Sasuke didn't attack. What kind of technique is this? Asuma's eyes widened, and Sasuke's attack was ineffective. I'm not in the mood to play ninja games with you right now, Sasuke. Obito directly called out Sasuke's name and looked directly at Schwang after speaking. Wait a minute, Sasuke still had a lot of questions to ask. About the origin of this person with Sharingan and the whereabouts of Itachi, and then a strong wind blew over. The strong wind escape prevented everyone from retreating. Yelan and the Chūnin had to stay together for Genin's safety. Yelan also knew in his heart that a new enemy was coming. When he sensed it before, he felt that one of them had a very strong chakra. Strangely, after the strong wind stopped, a blue-haired woman with paper wings appeared in the sky. The wind escape just now has separated the battlefield. It seems that the remaining two enemies will be dealt with by Konoha. Yelan is looking around for the last enemy. The weird chakra comes from the last enemy. This the strange guy who appears at the end may be the hardest to deal with. Dance of paper. Conan in the sky did not give everyone time to think. The papers around her formed a storm, and heavy snow like goose feathers fell one after another. Asuma has already seen the specialness of this Conan ninjutsu. He formed a seal with his hands and blew out a puff of smoke from his mouth, then bit down the flint hidden in his mouth. Fire-style ash accumulation. What surprised Asuma was that the flammable papers did not burn as he imagined. Instead, they continued to explode as his ashes accumulated. The originally choking smoke was spread everywhere. Konoha flow shadow dancing leaves. As an Anbu elite, Cage has quietly arrived at the blind spot of Conan's sight, swung his ninja sword to attack, and the ninja sword hit the opponent's body without any feedback. This is what the shadow felt when he saw Conan turning around. At this moment, Conan's face had turned into paper. Just as he was about to evacuate, the paper clone exploded. The power of the paper clone was greater than Wang imagined. He could only protect his vitals. There were already traces of explosion wounds on his exposed skin. When the smoke dissipated, he saw that Wang was half kneeling on the ground, coughing out blood from his mouth. Squad leader, the first injured person, appeared. Shadow's teammates and Ino and others began to panic. Antelope wanted to rush forward and bring Shadow back. She knew some emergency treatment methods, and the long-term tacit understanding made the mountain rat tightly by following her. He has to take on the responsibility of covering her. Just when the two of them were approaching Da Wang, Yelan finally found the last enemy, which was right next to Wang and could only shout, "Don't go there." Before the two of them realized anything, they saw a man with orange hair appear in the shadows. He quickly appeared in front of the mountain rats and blocked their way. The last person to appear was Tiandao Pain. He raised his hands, and the two of them seemed to be faced with a huge resistance. At the last moment, the mountain rat blocked the antelope and helped her share a lot of the repulsive force. The person was thrown aside by this repulsive force. No longer bothering to check the injuries of the two people who fell to the ground, Yelan stared at the enemy who finally arrived, not because of the opponent's weird ninjutsu, but because of the opponent's eyes, where he saw the legendary Samsara Eye. Very similar to what is described on Nanga Shrine, an ultimate eye technique that surpasses Sharingan and Byakugan. Even Yelan, who has always been confident in his own strength, has an unprecedented serious face. This man with the Samsara Eye has an absolutely extraordinary status in the Akatsuki organization and is probably the leader of the opponent. It's unclear what kind of abilities the Samsara Eye has except for the inexplicable attack just now. This battle is definitely the most difficult one Yelan has encountered since returning to the village. Hey Yelan, am I right? Is this the legendary Samsara Eye? Asuma's forehead was already dripping with sweat. The woman just now made him feel troublesome, and now he saw the legendary eye again, the reincarnation eye. I really want to tell you that it's not. A cold light flashed in Yelan's hand, and the newly made ninja sword had appeared in his hand. Asuma let everyone else evacuate. This place is not for those who haven't become something Jonin's children can handle. When Tsunade issued the mission, she did not explicitly say that the captain was Asuma. Most of the actions of the Konoha group were decided by Asuma, so Yelan would ask Asuma to let him make the decision. Asuma understood that he and Yelan might not be able to deal with the other two, but Shikamaru and the others really couldn't help, so he shouted loudly, "You guys evacuate quickly and go to Kirigakure to find help. Rather than trekking back to Konoha, it is better to seek Kirigakure who is close to it. If something like this happens in the Kingdom of Water, once Kirigakure knows about it, it is impossible to ignore it." But Cage and the others, Sasuke was very unwilling. All his companions were lying on the ground with unknown life and death. How could he leave like this? Besides, the other party was from the same organization as Itachi, so it was very likely that he would have some useful information. He wanted to stay. Sasuke, Yelan looked at Sasuke with a serious expression. Sasuke lowered his head when he saw Yelan's expression and gritted his teeth tightly. He was like this again. Why was he still so weak? He didn't know how many times it was. Strong unwillingness filled his heart, and the Magatama in his eyes slowly turned and finally changed from 2 Magatama to 3 Magatama. Sasuke took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Before he noticed the changes in his eyes, he said to Shikamaru, Ino, and others, "Let's go." Sasuke and others were about to leave, but Tiandao raised a hand in the direction of Sasuke and others. When Nagato sent out Tiandao, he would not let others leave, and he would try to conceal his information as much as possible. All things Tianian. A strong suction force appeared next to Sasuke and others. They could no longer take a step, they only felt that their bodies were flying towards the sky out of control. There was no warning, only a hand-raising movement, and no threats that could be seen with the naked eye like fire or thunder. Before Yelan and Asuma could figure out the principle, Sasuke and others were sucked back by the suction force. Yelan felt something bad, and the Sharingan in his eyes turned into a cross shape, and he was in the middle of the sky. The whole body was surrounded by the wind, like a bolt of lightning rushing directly towards Tiandao. Tiandao had been paying attention to Yelan's movements and raised his other hand calmly. The invincible speed seemed to be a decoration. Yelan's ninja sword had been raised, only a few dozen centimeters away from Tiandao's body. At this time he was unable to move at all, and his whole body was floating in the air. "Oh, this speed is really fast." The words that seemed to be compliments had a sense of ridicule in Tiandao's mouth. Feng escaped Kuelan Gale. Upon seeing this, Asuma threw out the chakra knife in his hand, which had strong wind energy attached to it and had a very strong cutting effect. "Your opponent is me." Conan, who had been silent all this time, spoke for the first time. The whirlwind of paper wrapped Asuma's ninja sword, and even the powerful wind escape was exhausted in the layers of paper. Shinra Tanjang. Yelan, Sasuke, and others who were floating in the air instantly felt a huge repulsive force repulsing their bodies, as if they were hit by a dump truck, and they flew out directly. Ino and the others, whose physical fitness was not very good, immediately passed out. Sasuke struggled to stand up but found that he had no strength left and felt severe pain all over his body. He didn't know how many bones were broken. Yelan stabilized his body again. His body had been repaired by natural energy, and his physical quality was not inferior to that of Chūnin, who specializes in physical arts. The Mangekyo in his eyes had not disappeared at this moment. He glanced at Sasuke lying on the ground and found that there was still a sound. "I couldn't help but feel relieved. Yes, he is indeed someone who has fought against our Zayo." Tiandao seemed to be like a doll with no emotion on his face. Is it gravity and repulsion? Is this the ability of the Samsara Eye? Jibai Fujin directly saw the principle of Tiandao's tricks, but it was difficult to crack this technique. It was too difficult for Yelan to get close to Tiandao alone. "Does this mean you can see through my moves, or is it your Sharingan's ability?" Tiandao also noticed the difference in Yelan. "It is not easy to see through this invisible ninjutsu. He only used it twice, but the other party turned on Mangekyo directly. Understand the principle of the technique. This is not only something that a high combat IQ can do. If I remember correctly, the purpose of your organization is tailed beasts. What is it for this time? There are no Jinchuriki in our team." Yelan wanted to get as much information as possible and asked directly, "And this time you unexpectedly sent out 3 people. If I guessed correctly, you all work in groups of 2, right?" Yelan's words seemed to be from a questioning party, but the tone of the last few words was already affirmative. After hearing this, Tiandao finally showed an expression on his face. After a slight smile of disdain, he said, "You are indeed very smart, but you will definitely die today." Tiandao didn't intend to talk nonsense with Yelan anymore. He stretched out a hand and used the same suction force to directly cover Yelan's body. This time, the suction force was stronger than before. Yelan was unable to stabilize his body at all. The cross-shaped Mangekyo rotated crazily, and Yelan's momentum began to climb at this moment, and a black chakra continued to condense around his body. Susanoo. At this moment, any conventional ninjutsu had no effect. Yelan could only reveal his trump cards one by one. After Susanoo appeared, he directly pulled out the big sword from behind and then inserted it directly into the ground. There was a loud noise and the whole earth seemed to be shaking. The dirt road that had not been repaired for many years splashed a lot of dust. Nagato, who had lost his sight, also stopped the Vientiane Tenjin and directly clasped his hands together. Since the other party used Susanoo, he's also going to start getting serious. "Oh, has it started over there?" Obito looked at the black Susanoo not far away and narrowed his eyes slightly. At this level of Susanoo, Yelan almost developed Mangekyo's ability to the limit, but without wood he probably hasn't used the style cells a few times. Obito looked back at the panting Shuang. Shuang's melee combat ability was too strong, and the big knife was made airtight by him. Even if he was able to get close by using virtualization, the ninja sword was always kept at the vital point of his body. The opponent had obviously figured out his ability. If he catches the opponent by force, although he will not die, he will be severely injured. This is not allowed by Obito. He must maintain the image of Madara at all times and cannot be injured. What we have to do now is to consume the opponent's chakra and physical strength as much as possible. In such a high-intensity battle, the opponent will sooner or later reveal flaws. Changuro, Shuang knew that he might end up here today and call out to Chijiro, whom he had always looked down on. When you go to the village to ask for support, be sure to ask Terumi May to come in person. Chijiro has always been around and can't help. Fortunately, Obito's target is not him, otherwise his current fate will not be any better than that of the cage and others. He has no time to correct Shuang's name for Terumi May. He did not hesitate after receiving the order. He left immediately. Obito didn't care about Nagajiro either. He looked down on this submissive boy. Even if he called Terumi May, he believed that he would have solved Shuang by then. Shuang, as Captain Anbu, who I single-handedly promoted, your betrayal really disappoints me. Without the interference of others, Obito also let down a lot of his guard. Oh, I am loyal to Lord Yagura, not to you, the fake Mizukage. But you still killed Yagura in the end, didn't you? Obito said leisurely. Shuang showed a painful expression when she recalled the original scene. Yagura took good care of herself before she became Mizukage, but she personally took care of Yagura's life at that time. However, Terumi May didn't want to take action at that time, and Ching didn't. Only Captain Anbu, who didn't care about reputation, had the courage to take action. Once Yagura completely transforms into a tailed beast, Kirigakure doesn't know how much damage will be caused. This will be something more terrifying than the Konoha Nine Tails Rebellion. Yagura was in the Mizukage building at the time, and after losing control, he was in the middle of the village. Central, such a loss is unimaginable, and the Kingdom of Water is likely to be devastated by this. Recalling the past Zongzong, it was almost a common problem in all villages that the bloodstained family had conflicts with the common people. At first, Yagura was very excited when he ordered the bloodstained family to be exterminated, but he saw more and more blood stained on the knife, which made him very excited. One day he suddenly came to his senses. Does doing this really make Kirigakure stronger? Is this really the same strong and gentle Yagura? Once he has doubts, he can't help but pry into Yagura's secrets. When he knows that the perfect Jinchuriki has been R*****D by an unknown person, when Uchiha takes complete control, his world collapses. He didn't believe what he saw was the truth at first, but the less he believed it, the more he wanted to find out, until he heard that the other party's target was the three tails in Yagura's body. Not only one three tails, but also all the tailed beasts. Vaguely heard that the other party would seal the tailed beasts into one thing, but he could not imagine what thing could have such great power to seal all the tailed beasts. He didn't know how destructive the things behind sealing these tailed beasts would be. He already knew at that time that Yagura could not be saved. Even if he came to his senses, he would blame himself to death. He thought for a long time and finally put this matter into perspective. After telling Terumi May, several people worked together to expose Obito's conspiracy. Shuang thought of Yagura's smile to him before he died, that kind of pleased look, and he would definitely feel that his choice was the right one. Thinking of this, Shuang clenched the sword in his hand and looked at Obito. You guys who only care about yourself don't understand what the village means to us. There is not much chakra left in Shuang's body, and his momentum is rising again at this moment. Oh, stupid, ridiculous. Obito was not moved at all. How could a person with such knowledge understand his great plan? Everything he did was to achieve true peace for the entire ninja world. Then let's fight. Trying to convince someone with different opinions is the most ridiculous thing for adults. The two of them have different purposes and different ideals and only live and die at this moment today. Shuang focused all the chakra on his ninja sword. Whether it was for Kirigakure or Yagura who admired him, he had to defeat the man in front of him. No longer thinking about the past, no longer thinking about the future, injecting all his chakra into this ninja sword, this will be a move that puts his life on the line. Planetary devastation. Tiandao's hands slowly opened, and a chakra highly condensed into a black sphere appeared in his palm. This seemingly small black ball flew directly towards Yelan, who had not yet recovered from his energy. Yelan, who was in Susanoo, just wanted to move when he discovered that the black ball was attached to Susanoo. At the same time, it attracted all surrounding objects in a large area. Yelan began to swing Susanoo's long sword continuously, clean up all the objects that are attracted to it. This is doomed to be in vain. Yelan, who uses Susanoo, can no longer rely on his speed. His huge size not only enhances defense and strength, but also makes him a living target. At first it was just trees and gravel, but in the end the surrounding ground was lifted up by the suction force, and huge stones directly surrounded Susanoo into a sphere composed of rocks. Is this something a human can do? Asuma, who had been holding a cigarette in his mouth, had already evacuated to the side, carrying Ino and others who had just passed out on his back. He opened his mouth wide and let the cigarette fall directly from his mouth. Fall. Nagato, for you to use this trick. Conan also returned to Tiando. He knew that Nagato's health was not good and excessive use of the reincarnation eye would affect his body. At this moment he couldn't help but feel a little worried. It doesn't matter, I have reduced the use of the samsara eye and the power is much smaller. It has little effect on me. Tiandao's expression was calm and he didn't seem to be affected at all. Click. A few pieces of the huge rock formed by the planetary devastation in the sky slid down. Tiandao, who had always been expressionless, finally showed a slight fluctuation. His eyes were a little confused and he looked up at the boulder. The rocks above were loosening faster and large pieces fell down. A dazzling white light emerged from the rock as if it had become a miniature sun. There was a loud bang and a giant falcon with a light blue body came out. It turned out that at the last moment, Yelan channeled his spirit out of Po Jun at this moment. He was lying on Po Jun's body in embarrassment. The planetary devastation move just now almost completely destroyed the whole body. Susan was completely crushed and crushed. Even with the blessing of natural energy, his current physical condition was still very poor. Moreover, with the ability to use his left and right eyes continuously in Susanoo, his eyes are starting to hurt a little now. Did you save a life by relying on a strange psychic beast? Tiandao didn't care. In his opinion, Yelan's trump card was almost exposed. Unless he relied on Po Jun to escape directly, Tiandao would have nothing to do with him. The method is to catch up. The most important thing is that Tiandao cannot be too far away from Nagato, otherwise Nagato will not be able to control it all. Seeing that Yelan neither came down nor attacked, Tiandao couldn't help but reach out to Wang and the others who were lying on the ground not far away. They moaned in pain while sucking, and they were obviously still breathing. Heaven will not say that you will kill these people if you don't come down. He came here with no intention of letting these people leave alive. A black stick appeared in his hand and stabbed directly through Wang's heart. He who was originally unconscious now opened his eyes wide. It was Special Chūnin Grandmaster who had good strength to assassinate, but he died so easily. Sasuke lay on the ground and made a beast-like sound. Asuma held down his body tightly to prevent him from moving. Although they didn't get along for long, they were Sasuke's companions after all. It looked like his mouth was a bit vicious, and he gave himself a warning when he entered Anbu. After 2 missions, he understood that this squad leader was not too bad after all. Especially the last time they saw the dispute between Yelan and Danzo in the Konoha surveillance room. Kakashi directly brought the video to him and asked him to hand it over to Tsunade. From then on, Sasuke recognized this teammate, and when he wanted to do it again by the time he got to know the team, he was gone forever. The roar seemed to wake up Shikamaru. He opened his eyes drowsily and saw Sasuke staring straight ahead, while Asuma had been holding him down to prevent him from moving. He couldn't help but look in the direction Sasuke was looking at. The scene in front of him made his eyes widen. The mountain rat's strong body was directly thrown aside by Tiandao. His originally small eyes also showed a look of disbelief. Then Tiandao grabbed the antelope's hair and lifted her up. The originally shiny blonde hair also became a little dull at this time, and a painful sound came out of his mouth. Yelan, boy, aren't you okay yet? Po Jun, who had human emotions, couldn't stand it anymore and kept urging Yelan. Sitting on Po Jun's back, Yelan's eyes that had been closed finally reopened at this moment. There was a strange blue color in the corners of his eyes, and the Sharingan in his eyes became no longer so deep and seemed to become a little brighter. This was the first time he had completely controlled the natural energy in his body and used it in actual combat. If it hadn't been for Po Jun, he didn't know how long it would have taken to complete it. Seeing such a scene, Yelan jumped directly off Po Jun's back. His body, which was enhanced by natural energy, was several times heavier than before. He jumped directly to the ground at high altitude, kicking up layers of dust. Yelan watched with his eyes. Tiandao, there is no joy in his expression. Tiandao's black stick, which he was about to stab into the antelope, stopped at this moment. He looked at the expressionless Yelan in front of him and said, "Do you feel the pain?" Yelan was stunned for a moment by Tiandao's inexplicable words. Tiandao didn't care and directly threw the antelope aside. Killing a woman was a bit troublesome for him, and he didn't want to do it if he had to. It seems that your pain level is not enough. Tiandao continued to speak words that Yelan could not understand. Who are you? Yelan really doesn't understand what this neurotic guy wants to do. He is not afraid of neurosis, but he is afraid that neurosis has strong strength. Tiandao is now a powerful psychopath in his eyes. I am God. Tiandao's body slowly suspended in the air without relying on anything, and the chakra on his body burst out continuously. God, Yelan smiled playfully. Only people who are not confident in their strength would call themselves that. Yelan drew out the ninja sword and pointed it at the way of heaven. The blade of the ninja sword instantly burned with flames. The color of the flame changed from red to blue at the beginning and finally turned into white. This was the result of Yelan adding natural energy. The temperature had been changed. Raised to an extreme. Ridiculous. Tiandao was not satisfied with Yelan's answer. So you people from big countries are born with arrogance and don't care about the pain of others. Then let you feel the real pains. All things Tianian. Pain stretched out a hand towards Yelan, and an unparalleled suction force came directly from the direction of Tiandao. Yelan's eyes were spinning crazily at this moment, not caring about the sequelae caused by Mangekyo. Biotian Yuzhong directly launched, and in pay the moment En raised his hand, he left the spot. A whistling sound broke through the air quickly, and figures from Yelan came from all directions. The ninja swords in their hands glowed white, and all Hokage attacked Tiandao. Shinra Tianzhang. It is a bit similar to Huishin, but its range is much larger than Huishin, and there is no need to rotate one's body. The huge repulsion made all Yelan's clones disappear, but Yelan's original body did not know where it was hidden. Wolyu Rising Dragon's Flame. Yelan, who had been waiting for him, broke out of the ground. He had been hiding underground just now. At this moment, the fire dragon on the ninja sword roared and pointed directly at the throat of Tiandao. Tiandao reacted quickly, regardless of the temperature of the flames, and directly combined his hands to clamp Yelan's offensive ninja sword. Yelan, who was already possessed by natural energy, was so powerful that he directly crushed Tiandao in terms of strength. Before Yelan could use his advantage again, a repulsive force appeared around Tiandao again and pushed Yelan's entire body into the distance. After rolling a few times to relieve his strength, Yelan looked at Tiandao with an unusual expression. Tiandao's hands have turned into Kurizumi. Most people would have been unconscious at this time, but he was just a little out of breath. Conan hurried forward to check on the condition of the heavenly path. What she felt distressed about was not this body. No matter how damaged the existence of the hell path was, it would be repaired, but Nagato's body could not hold on. A chirping sound startled the two of them. They looked up and saw Yelan's psychic beast. At this moment, Asuma and the others were already on its back. Even the antelope that had just been thrown aside was supported by Shikamaru. Go up and get ready to go now. Don't even think about it. Just as Tiandao made a move, Yelan interrupted him directly. God, your technique has a 5-second vacuum period, right? The Mangekyo in Yelan's eyes glowed strangely red, and Naomi Fujin had already seen the weakness of Tiandao. Feeling pain, do you think you are the protagonist in a tragedy? Didn't I say before your attack is useless to me? Obito looked at the man in front of him calmly. This kind of courage to face death is admirable, but no matter how courageous he is without strength, it is useless. Shuang was silent. At this time, he didn't want to waste any more energy. Even if he could only improve the possibility by 0.01%, he would try his best to complete it. Water style, water cut off. A water blade forms around the frost. If Obito wants to attack him, he must pass through the water blade. If he wants to catch him, his body must appear. In this case, he will inevitably be attacked by the water blade. Obito has always been frustrated by this ninjutsu, which is even more difficult to deal with than a hedgehog. Coupled with the opponent's terrifying reflexes, as long as he exposes his body, he will definitely be cut into several pieces. Fire-style Great Fireball. The sound of fighting not far away was getting louder and louder. Obito knew that the battle between Nagato and Yelan was probably getting more intense. He had to hurry up and use Great Fireball to continuously attack the opponent while covering his own figure. The flame will be extinguished when it encounters the water blade, but the water will also be evaporated. With Obito's constant consumption, Frost's defense finally has a gap. Right now, Obito's disembodied figure passed through the opponent's attack and directly grabbed Shuang's shoulder through the gap. After succeeding, Obito's figure became blurry again, and the big knife in Shuang's hand was wrapped in the rotating water and slashed horizontally towards Obito's waist. How could I be easily attacked? Obito has always been wary of Shuang's sword. This weapon is the only thing that poses a threat to him. As long as he is hit by it, he will definitely be seriously injured. The ninja sword had just passed through Obito's virtual body, and Obito's body became material again. This time he could twist off the opponent's arm as long as he activated Kamui. Schwang grinned after seeing that the big knife missed the attack, and the left hand that had been holding the big knife began to exert force. The water on the knife rotated faster, even more powerful than before, and it was forced back as if the reverse button was pressed. Water-style countercurrent water blade. Oops, Obito's expression changed and he entered the hollow again. Fortunately, his hollow did not have a vacuum period like Nagato's, and his hollow body avoided this fatal blow again. There was no miracle again this time. The water blade failed to attack Obito in the end. Schwang, who had exhausted all his strength, swung the sword in the air. The entire offensive just hit the ground, and the water flow surrounding the sword remained on the ground with a splash. It's over, Obito grabbed Schwang's shoulders and activated Kamui. The space began to distort and Schwang's entire body was about to be absorbed into it. Has Schwang given up? How is it possible? In the eyes of this man, there is only success or death. The captured left hand could not move. At this critical moment, his right hand directly pulled off the bandage wrapped around the handle of the knife, revealing the original appearance of the big knife. It turned out that this big knife had no handle at all, and the entire blade was a blade. Schwang just wrapped a special bandage around the handle to prevent himself from scratching himself, and it came in handy at this moment. Schwang endured the discomfort of being distorted by Kamui and fiercely slashed his left shoulder towards the blade. Even Obito was shocked. Schwang cut off his left arm alive. After leaving Kamui's range, Schwang looked up to the sky and screamed. Blood was still spurting out of his arms, covering his whole body, and his whole body was like a blood-soaked demon. What a madman. Even Obito couldn't help but sigh. What kind of courage and will it takes to cut off his own arm while alive? It's a pity that such a person is not loyal to himself. Obito didn't give Frost a chance to breathe again. Frost, who could no longer use ninjutsu and ninjutsu, was out of danger. All he had to do was stab a kunai to kill him. As he expected, the kunai stabbed directly into Schwang's heart. What he looked like just now was just his last glimpse. Schwang was vomiting blood. His only remaining hand was tightly grasping Obito's clothes and his mouth was struggling like a mosquito. In a loud voice. I caught you. So what? Obito looked at the Frost slowly falling in front of him and didn't know what he was thinking. I will win in the end. Obito was finally relieved. Schwang's body collapsed completely and his eyes never closed. The strange thing was that there was no reluctance or despair but a light look in his eyes. Puff. Schwang's blood penetrated Obito's heart with a few water droplets like bullets. When Obito began to have difficulty breathing, his face turned white, his legs were weak and he knelt down. Only then did he see a pool of water on the ground. Obito's eyes widened. At this time, after the Frost reversed the water blade attack, add the guy's blood, and release the last technique that is not even ninjutsu to solve himself. This guy had no intention of surviving in the first place. Obito made the 3 seals of Mao, High, and Wei with difficulty, which was his last resort to save his life. Izanagi. Obito's body disappeared from the same place, even faster than Kamui's disappearance. The main body appeared directly at the position a few minutes ago. At this moment, he was intact as before, showing no signs of injury, except that the left eye under the mask was dim. Izanagi made a Sharingan activate the ultimate genjutsu at the cost of permanent blindness. The most terrifying thing is that the target of this genjutsu is himself. It can return himself to the state he was in a few minutes ago. No matter what damage he suffered, he will recover as before. This time Obito did not step forward to check on Schwang's body. Although he won the victory, he was just afraid that the other party might have some backups. As long as he did not take the initiative to take risks, no matter how much other people put their efforts into it, their efforts would be in vain. This is how Obito can survive. The truth I have realized so far is definitely not because I am timid. Obito, black and white Zetsu came out of the ground directly. It's really embarrassing. When dealing with a Kirigakure Chūnin, he actually used all Izanagi and wasted a 3 Magatama Sharingan. He could have used wood style earlier. This time, Obito surprisingly did not refute the name black and white called him. He was silent for a moment and said, ninjutsu like wood style cannot be used easily. To deal with him, you only need to use the power of Sharingan. Boom! There was a roar not far away, and the Black Susan had been surrounded by planetary devastation. Yelan's struggle was useless in Obito's eyes. He knew best the gap between Mangekyo and the Rinnegan, even if Nagato could only use the Rinnegan. Part of his strength is enough to deal with Yelan. Obito, Uchiha Yelan feels wrong to me. Black and white didn't show any joy. He always felt that Yelan's Mangekyo was a bit too strong. From the very beginning of the birth of the ninja world, Black and White had never seen many Mangekyo. The Uchiha people have never seen anyone as strong as him, and judging from the way Yelan fights, it seems that Mangekyo has very little side effects on him. Humph, you are just a junior after all. Mangekyo is no match against the Rinnegan. Even if Obito knew that the real owner of the Rinnegan was Madara, he would not easily provoke Nagato. If he faced the current, even if Nagato uses all his cards, he may not be able to win. As soon as Obito finished speaking, the boulder formed by planetary devastation collapsed. Yelan stood on the huge falcon and rushed out of the seal of planetary devastation. Obito and Black and White glanced at each other, both seeing each other's surprise, and hurried directly in the direction of Nagato without saying anything. Tiandao did not expect that Yelan could see the weakness of the Samsara-I after just a few fights. In this case, there was no possibility of letting Yelan live. Why hasn't it been solved yet? Obito's figure appeared next to Nagato. Under his calm words, he was actually extremely shocked. He looked at Yelan with light blue eyeshadow in the corner of his eyes and felt a little surprised. Yelan saw that Obito had rushed back unscathed and felt even more pressure. He was not sure how to deal with Tiandao alone, let alone Obito. Want to escape? Obito looked at Po Jun, who was just about to take off. The figure sneaked in like a ghost. Yelan wanted to intercept it, but Tiandao raised a hand and activated Wangxiang Tianian again. Yelan couldn't help but moved closer to Tiandao and watched as Obito caught up with Po Jun. Po Jun was already on guard, staring at Obito with its sharp eyes. Its wings began to stir up strong winds, and hurricanes formed under its body and began to block Obito's footsteps. Obito calmly transformed his body and passed directly through the hurricane, trying to grab Po Jun's claws that had already left the ground with one hand. At this moment, the lightning flashed on Po Jun's claws. Obito had no choice but to give up this plan and watch Po Jun slip away from him. Don't even think about escaping. Obito's pursuit behind him had failed. Conan in front waved his paper wings and arrived in front of Po Jun. Detonating symbols exploded in front of Po Jun, and brilliant fireworks instantly appeared in midair. A layer of light appeared all over Po Jun's body, completely surrounding the Asuma people on its back, and he passed directly through the explosion. He didn't forget to say something before leaving. "Little girl, I don't have time to play with you. Why are you tickling me here?" Ignoring Conan's surprised expression, he flew away directly. Sure enough, Uchiha Yelan's psychic beast is a being who cultivates natural energy just like that old toad. The knowledgeable Black and White Jew has been quietly observing every move on the battlefield. "Do you feel in danger? Do you want Obito and Nagato to join forces to kill him?" Baizetsu in the other half spoke. "There is little hope. Uchiha Yelan, who has no worries about his future, will not fight here." Black Zetsu also had such a plan, but after seeing Yelan's speed several times, he understood that whether it was Nagato or Obito, he wanted to it is impossible to keep Yelan unless powerful barriers are arranged in advance to control Yelan. "Oh, no one will bother you anymore." Yelan stood up straight and Po Jun finally sent away those burdens. Just as Haiju said, he could escape from the beginning, but in this way, besides being a rebel, he could return to Mu. It would be impossible for Yi to develop towards the center of power, and it would be more difficult to investigate Uchiha. "To be honest, I have never understood your purpose this time. Now I understand that you are just trying to silence me. What secrets does Shuang, a ninja, have that would allow a person like you to take action?" Yelan has observed Shuang and is very powerful. He's pretty strong but not a blood-stained ninja. He's at a level that's close to the ceiling for regular ninjas. But for such a person, they personally dispatched 3 people. In addition to the 2 people who held back Konoha, another person suspected of being from the Uchiha clan pointed directly at Frost. "It doesn't hurt to tell you our purpose." Tiandao put down his raised right hand and said something unexpected. "This can also be regarded as a warning to Konoha. You people born in big countries don't care about the feelings of small countries at all, and you have plunged the entire ninja world into pain and disaster. Everything our organization does is for the peace of the ninja world." Tiandao stated his ideals calmly. It is his ultimate goal and the fulfillment of Yahiko's last wish. Yelan is not like ordinary people in the ninja world. As a modern person, he will not judge the purpose of the person based on his current state and what he has done. Instead, he thought for a while and said, "This kind of thing is very difficult to do. Yes, do you want to conquer everyone in the ninja world with your Samsara-I?" Nagato's expression behind the scenes fluctuated slightly when he heard that Yelan didn't curse or say wishful thinking like a normal person, but instead seriously considered the possibility of him doing this. "Don't talk nonsense to him, just capture him," Obito said a little irritably after his return. He suffered too much today, and the feeling Yelan gave him made him very uncomfortable. Wait a minute. Tiandao ignored Obito's expression and directly stopped his movements, and asked Xiong Yelan tentatively, Uchiha Yelan, do you think people can understand each other? After hearing this, Yelan smiled disdainfully and said, why would such a powerful god have such thoughts? Tiandao said nothing but stared at Yelan to see what he would say. Seeing the situation at this moment, Yelan knew that he might not be able to fight, so he put the ninja sword back into the scroll and said, I don't know if you have ever heard of a saying. Don't tell others to be good if you haven't experienced their suffering. If you have experienced their suffering, they may not be good to them. As Nagato chewed on the meaning of these words over and over behind his back, he felt that Yelan's thoughts were obviously different from those of ordinary ninjas. Yelan continued without giving him much room to think. People can never truly understand each other completely. In my opinion, each person is an independent individual. They have experienced different things since childhood and met different people. These will affect a person, human growth and thought. Even if two people have the same experience, they will have different thoughts and endings due to their personalities. Everyone is unique. Even if a person says that he can understand others, it is just comfort out of sympathy. He has not experienced it. The same thing happened. How did he understand the inner fluctuations of the person involved when the incident happened? I understand that if your sentence could summarize the turbulent and wandering life of the person involved, it would be too childish. Nagato was like an enlightenment, thinking about everything that happened to him and felt how ridiculous his and Yahiko's thoughts were at that time. Even if one person wholeheartedly wanted to understand that one person could not be perfect, they actually wanted to let the powerful Muyi and Sunagakure understand the difficulties of Rain Country. Uchiha Yelan, join us. Tiandao stretched out a hand. This time it was no longer an attacking action but an invitation with the palm facing up. Pen, what are you thinking? How could a guy like Uchiha Yelan join us? Obito was speechless. How could Nagato be deceived so easily? Although he agreed with what Yelan said, he couldn't believe it. I feel that Yelan is not an easy person to get along with. If he joins Zio, he is likely to discover his purpose. Conan has been silent and has no opinion on this matter. She has always supported all Nagato's actions, but Obito's reaction made her feel a little uncomfortable. A person like him must have ulterior motives for staying in Konoha. He has other ideas about the village that raised him. How can we trust him? Obito said anxiously in Tiandao's ear, and don't forget that he and Itachi will fight to the death. What are you mumbling about that guy over there who hides his head and tail? I can listen to you. With the addition of natural energy, Yelan's hearing has improved a lot and Obito's mumbling can't hide it from him. Actually, I was curious about who you are from the beginning, not from the Uchiha clan. Or what role did you play on the night when Uchiha was destroyed? Junior, Obito yelled in a deep voice, hiding his head and revealing his tail. Is he so unqualified wearing a mask? How can someone who always cares about his family have any sense? What he wants is the peace of the entire ninja world. You were not born when I conquered the ninja world. Don't think that you will be invincible after you have Mangekyo. Don't speak like a senior. Yelan's body suddenly rose up and the ninja sword appeared in his hand again. Bayashin Yuzhong launched it again, leaving a gust of wind under his feet at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Rushed towards Obito. So fast. Obito has heard other people in Zio describe Yelan's speed, and he couldn't help but be amazed until he faced it in person. He knew that he couldn't avoid it at all and could only blur his body. For someone like Obito, who was unknown to his identity and suspected of being Uchiha, Yelan directly treated him as a traitor to the Uchiha clan. He didn't believe that Uchiha had become like this. Obito didn't know, and he also stayed with Itachi in the Akatsuki and was probably a member of the third generation. As mentioned before, Itachi's accomplice at that time. The ninja sword passed directly through Obito's body. Yelan's expression fluctuated a little, just like Sasuke's attack at the beginning. He looked at the opponent's mask and saw that the exposed Sharingan had turned into a shuriken. Sure enough, it was the opponent, Mangekyo's abilities. Junior, you should show some respect to your seniors. After passing through the ninja sword, Obito transformed into a physical entity and directly grabbed Yelan's wrist. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of Yelan's mouth, and he saw that the hand Obito grabbed directly formed a storm, and countless swift blades were attached to Yelan's body. This kind of wind escape protection made anyone who came into contact with Yelan enemies will be injured. When Obito saw that his palm was scratched, he quickly took a few steps back. He saw that this was a hedgehog that was more difficult to deal with than Shuang, and he had no way of starting. Tell Itachi that sooner or later I will use his head to worship the souls of the Uchiha clan. Yelan pointed at Obito with his ninja sword. Tiandao had been watching the fight between Yelan and Obito just now and had no intention of taking action, which made Yelan couldn't help but look at him a few more times. I join you, please forgive me for not obeying your orders. In my opinion, your ideal is good, but it is too difficult. Even if I join, it will not help. And I will not think about other things until my own family's affairs are settled. Regarding Tiandao, Yelan directly denied that he had no idea of changing the ninja world. In his opinion, people with such ideas are indeed great, but they are destined to die miserably. That's such a pity. Tiandao stopped forcing him. Since Yelan could say such words, he was not a person who could force himself. He glanced at Conan and motioned to leave with him. Pen, let him go just like that. Even though Obito tried his best to suppress it, the anger could still be heard. Call me God. Just now Tiandao was dissatisfied with the other party calling him by his name in front of outsiders, but he never expressed it. The second time, he weakened his image without even getting angry. Besides, with Uchiha Yelan's speed, who do you think can stop him? After hearing this, Obito looked at Yelan's previous position, and there was his figure there. Shuang, what kind of secret does this person have? Yelan passed by Shuang's body and stopped. Under his perception, Tiandao and others had left the place and did not choose to pursue him. At this moment, the eyeshadow on Yelan's eyes also disappeared. Looking at Shuang's broken body, he couldn't help but frown, touched the big knife that was still standing, sighed, and put the knife back into the scroll. He has an inexplicable hostility towards Uchiha, especially the man wearing the Uzumaki mask. Even Akatsuki sent out 3 people just to kill this man. If he wanted to ask clearly, he wouldn't answer, but Yelan took out a test tube, filled it with some Shuang's blood, and murmured, "You can't understand it while you're alive, but you can give me a lot of information after you die." Just as he was finishing up, there was some movement in the distance, and Yelan quickly put away the test tube. He saw a group of Kirigakure Anbu appearing around him. Everyone made a sound of disbelief after seeing Shuang's body. The Anbu who surrounded Yelan for a moment dispersed into a passage and only saw a man wearing a coat with the word water printed on it. The tall woman in a bamboo hat came over. When she walked to Shuang's body, she couldn't help but squat down, sighed, and said, "Sorry, I'm late." Master Frost, Chijiro had already rushed to Frost's body and couldn't help but shed tears. Chanjiro, a Kirigakure ninja wearing an eye patch, shouted loudly. Although there was sadness on his face, he still did not lose his etiquette. After all, the ninjas from other villages were still present. "Yelan, are you okay?" Asma also hurriedly squeezed in. He had always been worried about Yelan at the rear. The power of the Samsara Eye left a deep impression on him. Yelan, who was so powerful, was suppressed throughout the process. Beat, it's okay, I just have a few broken bones, I'll just take care of myself." Yelan relaxed a little. He seemed fine on the outside, but in fact he had been holding on. After being bombarded by planetary devastation and Shinra Tianzhang, his several ribs were broken. "Sasuke, where are they?" Yelan also asked without seeing Sasuke and others. "Mizuki-sama has arranged for them to rest in the hospital. Sasuke insisted on coming and I held him down too." Asuma saw that Yelan was fine and took out a cigarette, trying to catch his breath. When he was about to take out the cigarette, a cold look looked at him. It was none other than 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Asuma was so excited that he quickly put the cigarette back. "You are Uchiha Yelan, I've admired your name for a long time." Terumi Mei stopped caring about Asuma and walked towards Yelan and said, "Thank you." At this moment, Yelan finally saw the other party's appearance clearly. He was wearing a dark blue strapless tube-top dress, which was somewhat inconsistent with Mizukage's solemn identity. It added a touch of temptation, with long brown curly hair reaching to his ankles, and a strand of her hair covered her right eye, and the exposed left eye exuded charm. Yelan's first impression was not that of a high-ranking Mizukage, but of the mature sister next door. "This is not the place to talk. Come back to the village with me to check your injuries first." Terumi Mei looked at the handsome guy in front of her with some curiosity. He was very mature for his young age. The most important thing was that she knew Shuang's strength very well. Even if it was possible that he would lose to this confidant who was once the target of 4th generation, but Yelan didn't seem to be seriously injured. "Wait a minute, here's it for you." Yelan took out 2 scrolls. Originally, he planned to see Mizukage and give them to him. Terumi Mei stopped and looked at Yelan thoughtfully. "I'll leave this ninja sword to you for safekeeping." Yelan took out the former Thunder Sword and the big sword that had just been put away from Shuang from the scroll. After receiving the ninja sword, Terumi Mei's green pupils flashed with pain and helplessness. Now Kirigakure couldn't find a suitable ninja to inherit these 2 swords. After experiencing that chaos, Kirigakure's masters had suffered too many losses. Much more. "Thank you, Yelan, for taking care of Chūnin. Thank you to Hokage-sama for me." Terumi Mei bowed lightly to Yelan. Yelan did not avoid knowing that this bow was for Tsunade. "How's the injury?" Yelan went to Sasuke's ward after a simple treatment. As for Asuma, he went to talk to Terumi May about the alliance. He didn't need to go there for the time being. He would sign the contract when it was almost confirmed. When it comes time to make a covenant, he will go over and go through the motions. How is the enemy? Sasuke was relieved after seeing Yelan and asked with a somewhat lonely expression. It's good if I can come back alive. Yelan smiled a little self-deprecatingly. The enemy is so strong. Can't Mangekyo even deal with it? Sasuke had already learned some information about Mangekyo from Yelan and couldn't help but ask, do you think the other party is an ordinary ninja? Those eyes are the same as the legendary sage of six paths, the Samsara Eye. Of course, Sasuke has heard of the legend of Sage of Six Paths. The creator of the ninja world and the original ancestor of chakra, such legendary eyes actually exist. Seeing that Sasuke was a little frustrated, Yelan thought for a moment and said, actually, I feel that Mangekyo is not the upper limit of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke looked at Yelan fiercely. The Sharingan in his eyes had been turned on, and the three Magatama were slowly rotating. It's three Magatama. Yelan looked into Sasuke's eyes. Unexpectedly, after this incident, Sasuke opened the three Magatama, but this method of opening was really ironic. Sasuke was a little stunned after hearing this. Yelan took out a mirror and said to Sasuke, it seems that your dead teammates inspired you to activate the three Magatama. Sasuke was not happy because of the three Magatama at the moment. He would rather not get the strength gained by the death of his teammates. Haven't you always wanted to know how to turn on Mangekyo? Yelan sighed, hoping that Sasuke would not go to extremes in the future. The current Sasuke was beyond his control in a few words. Seeing that Sasuke, who had been silent, finally reacted, Yelan continued. The conditions for opening Mangekyo are the same as those for opening Sharingan. It requires strong emotional stimulation. The difference is that if you evolve into a three Magatama, the stimulation level is 1. Then the stimulation Mangekyo needs is 10. 10 times the pain now. When Sasuke heard this, he thought it was impossible. Do you know why there is so little information about Mangekyo in the clan? Yelan walked to the window and looked into the distance, because there is another rumor about Mangekyo. Sasuke's ears pricked up. He had to remember this information to the letter. That is to kill the person you cherish most. Only under such stimulation will Mangekyo be activated. Sasuke's eyes returned to black, and at that moment the pupils became as small as needles. He said excitedly, then this is the purpose of Itachi killing the clan. No, Yelan directly denied it without thinking. If Itachi hadn't activated Mangekyo, it would be impossible to deal with so many Uchiha clan members. Even a sneak attack would be impossible. Besides, I have always suspected that your father has activated Mangekyo. Dad, Sasuke didn't expect to mention his father again. Yes, Shisui told me about this. Shisui was also the one who opened Mangekyo. He kept telling me that the clan leader's strength was a bit unclear, and he felt that the other party might have opened these eyes. The Uchiha clan conceals the truth about Mangekyo, probably because they are afraid that some crazy clan members will continue to kill their relatives for the power of Mangekyo. Yelan continued to express his opinion, but in my opinion, simply for the power of Mangekyo. No matter how much you kill, it won't open. Sasuke, Yelan turned around, and the Sharingan in his eyes had turned into a cross-shaped Mangekyo. If one day I know that you are hurting unrelated people around you in order to activate Mangekyo, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. How could I do such a thing? Sasuke said one word at a time. Even if he takes revenge, he must rely on his own power instead of becoming a slave to power. Looking at Sasuke's serious expression, Yelan closed his eyes and showed an imperceptible smile, and then said, although I can't let you open Mangekyo immediately, I have a cultivation method. If it succeeds, it will not be weaker than the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. What is it? Sasuke couldn't help but ask when he heard that there was a power comparable to Mangekyo. He already understood the difficulty of opening Mangekyo. This kind of power could not be forced at all. He could only slowly wait for an opportunity. Yelan stretched out a finger and slowly approached a wall. Under Sasuke's surprised gaze, the whole finger was effortlessly inserted into it, and then he pulled it out, leaving a small round hole. This power is not chakra, but something called natural energy. This is just a small use of natural energy. Yelan raised his finger, not seeing a trace of chakra fluctuations. Remember to give it to you is that the big bird that came back. Sasuke recalled that majestic big bird and couldn't help but feel a little envious. It was not only powerful but also fast-flying. It was definitely one of the perfect psychic beasts. Natural energy is what those big birds taught me. After practicing natural energy, physical fitness will be improved several times. If natural energy is mixed with ninjutsu, both the power and range will be improved. It's just that before turning on Mangekyo Sharingan, if you practice this natural energy for a long time, it may affect Mangekyo's awakening. This is not Yelan's nonsense. If you want to practice natural energy, you must let go of yourself and make the whole person calm. Mangekyo is also it requires strong stimulation, and practicing too much will definitely affect the awakening of Mangekyo. Similarly, conversely, if you can awaken Mangekyo after cultivating natural energy, it will definitely surpass the average Mangekyo. Another point is that with your current mentality, I am not too optimistic about cultivating natural energy. Sasuke was a little dissatisfied when he heard this. People who are called geniuses have their own arrogance. Cultivation of this kind of thing does require some talent, but the most important thing is a peaceful mind. Your current mind is too chaotic and inappropriate. Sasuke wanted to say something else, but Yelan's expression made the words he wanted to say get stuck in his throat. Yelan walked up to Sasuke and put her palms on his shoulders. Just adjust it and give me an answer before returning to the village. Yelan would not take the initiative to influence Sasuke's choice. He truthfully told Sasuke the advantages and disadvantages of cultivating natural energy and pointed out that Sasuke was not suitable for cultivating this kind of power at present. It was up to him how to make a choice. Shikamaru thought for a long time at the door of the ward and finally sighed and said, "It's really troublesome." He opened the door directly. A blonde woman was sitting in a daze on the hospital bed, showing no reaction to Shikamaru's arrival. "Well, I brought you some food. I don't know if Kirigakure's food is to your liking." Shikamaru didn't care and found a chair to sit next to the hospital bed. Antelope didn't respond and Shikamaru didn't care and said to himself, "It's really troublesome. How could we carry out such a dangerous mission? We are lucky to survive the opponent's strength. Let's return to Konoha as soon as possible." Shikamaru opened the lunchbox, which was all seafood. As a native of the fire country, he was really not used to eating this kind of food. He tentatively handed it to the antelope and said, "Eat something." The antelope's eyes reacted, and he slowly took the lunchbox and started eating. Shikamaru was relieved to see that she could still eat. He was afraid that the antelope would not eat a bite. It must be painful for his companion who has been with him for many years to die in front of him. He thought about Choji and Ino Shikamaru who were still lying in bed without holding on to each other. Fist. This time he felt powerless for the first time. Before, he had Asma and Yelan. Every time he performed a mission, he had a strong support from Chūnin. Shikamaru would also feel that it didn't matter. When Asma and Yelan couldn't stop him, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and this feeling of powerlessness made him feel very unhappy. "Thank you." The antelope finished the food in just a moment, and the cold voice was still so nice. Shikamaru couldn't help but smile, but the next sentence made him extremely embarrassed. "But I don't need children to comfort me. As Anbu, the death of my companions is just a common occurrence for me." Antelope's eyes returned to clarity as if he was saying something trivial. "Don't always complain. He's dead. It means we are weak and the other is strong, and we cannot win against our opponents just by talking." Looking at the normal-looking antelope, Shikamaru couldn't help but feel that he was overthinking it. He took the lunchbox and said, "Then I won't bother you. I want to go see Choji and the others." After closing the door to the room, Shikamaru leaned against the wall and complained, "Sure enough, I'm not good at dealing with women." After that, Yelan went to visit Shikamaru and the others again. Ino was still sleeping, and Choji was already holding a large bag of snacks and eating like crazy. It seemed that he was recovering well. Seeing Shikamaru, he felt that this kid seemed to be thinking about something. He was hesitant and unable to fart, which somewhat damaged his image of an intellectual genius. Yelanju thought that this encounter might have some impact on him, so he didn't ask further and finally came to Antelope's room. Yelan Jonin. After seeing Yelan come in, Antelope wanted to sit up. She had something to ask. "You have a good rest. I have arranged for Po-jun to transport their corpses back to Konoha." Yelan knew what Antelope wanted to ask and waved his hand to signal her to lie down on the bed. If Kakashi knew that such a situation would happen, I don't know how guilty he would be. The Antelopes did not arrange to be on the same team with Sasuke casually. After Tsunade agreed to Sasuke's entry into Anbu, Kakashi also took great pains to select him. Several ninjas were Sasuke's teammates, and they personally came to tell Kage and others about this incident. No wonder Kakashi-senpai, as ninjas of Konoha, we have already had this awareness. Antelope shook his head. At first, Kakashi just asked them and gave them the right to refuse. Even if they hadn't agreed, if someone else had been Sasuke's teammate, today's result wouldn't have been much better. "Do you need me to explain to Tsunade-sama that I want you to be transferred away from Anbu?" Yelan was not just out of his mind. According to his principles, he was willing to lend a helping hand to people with good intentions. No, I'm used to Anbu's life and I don't know what else I can do. Antelope didn't say the last sentence. As a commoner, she can't find any room for improvement. At present, she can only it's a Chūnin, and he will probably reach the level of special Jonin in a few years. Apart from fighting, I am not good at anything else. I really don't know what else I can do without Anbu. Yelan had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. After seeing the other party's unspeakable secrets, he stopped disturbing him. He said a few words of comfort and left the room. With the friendly development of both parties, let's make progress together. The Kirigakure Jonin, who had been seen wearing an eye patch before, took the manuscript and began the speech after the two parties signed the alliance. Yelan also knew this person's name. Onzao, the only white-eyed ninja outside Konoha. At this moment he was giving a speech full of passion, and every important point would be ups and downs and impassioned. Even Yelan, who was a little sleepy, couldn't help but look at how this guy made the boring manuscript sound like a pre-war declaration. No matter how passionate the performance was, it was a bit boring for all the veterans here. Fortunately, the speech was not long. Only Ching still had some unfinished thoughts. He lamented that who made the manuscript so short and it ended before he could enjoy it. Okay, the covenant has been signed and now we have to talk about some serious matters. After Ching sat down, Terumi Mei the Mizukage was the first to speak. Konoha can help Kirigakure re-establish the ninja school, but I don't know how much investment your village plans to invest. This has been mentioned in the covenant, and Asuma also asked this question when he contacted Terumi Mei before. Terumi Mei wanted to ask the elders again what they thought, but she never gave him an answer. To tell you the truth, Kirigakure can't afford much money now. After discussion, we plan to spend 10 million taels to rebuild the school. This 10 million taels was the initiative of Terumi Mei. At the beginning, Kirigakure's elders I only planned to give 6 million taels. Yelan heard that the other party wanted to build a ninja school with only this small amount of money. He thought Terumi Mei was a bit whimsical. 10 million yuan is enough to build a school, but what about the teachers' salaries? What kind of teachers can be hired with this little money? Teaching tools, textbooks, and training venues are free of charge. And most of these are consumables, which have to be thrown into this bottomless pit every year. It will be impossible to see the results every 10 or 8 years. 10 million is enough for what you can do. Sasuke's ninja sword costs more than 10 million. With all due respect, Mizukage-sama, 10 million is too little. Even if Konoha provides some resources, it is estimated that it can barely build a school and the subsequent investment will be a lot. Asuma, who has never taught many students, they all felt that Mizukage's idea was a bit outrageous. It's no wonder that Mizukage doesn't count. Ever since the second Hokage promoted the ninja school, other villages have rarely implemented it. Kirigakure's school before was simply a killer training camp and the investment costs were completely different. Does it cost so much? After listening to Asuma's constant explanations, Terumi Mei gained insight. Konoha has always attached great importance to education, but she didn't notice it at first until more and more outstanding ninjas appeared. After graduating from the ninja school, many people who seemed to have no talent at all began to shine. In the 3 battles, Konoha took turns to fight against the other 4 villages. This situation of constant talent makes Terumi Mei envious. Kirigakure is at the moment when talents are declining. He will die, run away, and rebel against the village. If nothing changes, Kirigakure will become weaker and weaker. Terumi Mei looked around, biting her lips when she saw everyone in Kirigakure flinching, and finally made a decision. No matter how difficult it is, we still have to do it. This is for the future of Kirigakure. Mizukage has made a decision, and the other Kirigakure ninjas have said nothing. There are almost no people in Kirigakure who can think now. If they are asked to fight and kill, they will just rush forward without thinking. This kind of brain-using, just leave it to Mizukage. Seeing the expressions of Kirigakure and the others saying, Mizukage, you have no problem with us, Terumi Mei couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. There's one more thing, Mizukage-sama. Asuma also saw that Kirigakure and the others were all working for nothing. If anyone could put forward some opinions, they could just tell Terumi Mei directly. Terumi Mei's delicate eyebrows wrinkled. What else is there? Isn't the money enough? Well, actually, I have also watched your village's teaching in the past few days. Kirigakure must have been planning to build a ninja school for a while. At present, the village has chosen a location, but many things have not been established, including training. The venue was randomly found in an open space. The teaching method in your village, how should I put it? I feel something is not right. Yelan, Asma, who didn't know how to describe it, called out to Yelan, who had been paddling aside. He knew that this kid was better than he is, much smarter, and he will definitely describe it better than himself. Yelan was wandering in his thoughts at the moment. Suddenly he heard Asma calling him and looked at him with some doubts. You're not a buddy, I'm just going through the motions. It's none of my business. Looking at Yelan's confused look, Terumi May resisted the urge to get angry and kept telling herself that the other party was a guest and she couldn't be angry. The twitching lips showed her inner feelings at the moment. Asma looked at Yelan angrily, smiled awkwardly at Terumi May, then leaned into Yelan's ear and briefly explained what had just happened. After fighting side by side for several times, Asma also gained considerable trust in Yelan. Especially the behavior of Queen Yelan before made him favor him a lot. In addition, he had rescued Hong before, and now he no longer regards Yelan as an outsider. After listening to Asma's statement, Yelan said directly regardless of Terumi May's questioning eyes. What he means is that your teaching method is wrong. The school is a place to train students, not subordinates. Yelan described the situation Asma imagined in the simplest words. Seeing that Terumi May was still a little confused, Yelan continued. This method of training subordinates can produce some elites, but most of them will become mediocre. Training students is not just as simple as teaching ninjutsu to exercise their bodies. The most important thing is to promote ideas and let them increase their feelings for each other, and the teacher-student relationship will also be strengthened. Good companionship and friendship, these humble things can sometimes burst into unimaginable power at critical moments. Yelan knew until now but didn't say anything in detail. Just like the army with will and the army without will in the previous life were completely different things. Konoha had been promoting the will of fire that he disdained, but it was undeniable that this thing was really real. It worked, and too many children who had just graduated from the ninja school with the will of fire became cannon fodder. If the small universe breaks out, 1 or 2 Chūnin will make a lot of money. With this hand, Konoha withstood the successive bombings of the other 4 ninja villages and won the war. After listening to Yelan's story, Asma couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in her heart. She couldn't think of it. It was indeed right to call Yelan. Terumi May thought for a moment and did not get too entangled. Konoha does have experience in this area. It is indeed rare for this young Uchiha Yelan to have such knowledge. After asking carefully, she ended this topic. The school's problem has almost been solved, Mizukuji-sama. I personally still have some questions. Seeing that Yelan had almost said it, he put forward some ideas. Asuma, who originally thought it was about to end, looked at it with a look of disbelief. Xiang Yelan, wasn't it just that you were so indifferent just now? Why is it now that you have a problem? Shikamaru, who had been listening to the exchanges at the back, showed a thoughtful expression. He had just been promoted to Chūnin and had not had a chance to speak. He came here to really go through the motions. Haha, little brother, if you have any questions, just ask me as long as I know. Terumi May put her palm on her mouth and said with a smile. What I want to ask is, what happened between Kirigakure and Akatsuki? Yelan has always been curious about Akatsuki's purpose of attacking Kirigakure so violently. Maybe he can find the answer from the woman in front of him. Sorry, this kind of thing is related to Kirigakure's privacy and I can't answer it. Terumi May, who was smiling just now, suddenly changed her face and said seriously. Mizukuji-sama, you should know that Konoha and Tsunade have also established an alliance, right? Yelan was not surprised. The more Terumi May was like this, the more complicated things Akatsuki did in Kirigakure at that time, and she just mentioned Tsunade in her mouth. Hidden, Yelan-janin, what are you doing? Are you threatening me? Terumi May's voice has become cold. The relationship between Kirigakure and Tsunade is not good. Konoha has formed an alliance with the 2 villages at the same time, and they are afraid that there will be an alliance. Hit another situation. Yelan, Asma was sweating profusely and stepped forward to hold Yelan. If the people in Wayan village were really angry, it would not be easy for them to leave. Mizukuji-sama, don't get excited, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say that the information about Akatsuki, Tsunade and Konoha is shared publicly. Yelan was not affected by the tense atmosphere and said nonchalantly. Information that made Terumi May's face change. Also, I encountered 2 Akatsuki operations. Their targets were 9 tails and 1 tail respectively. Are you telling the truth? Terumi May was no longer calm and stood up. She didn't realize her gaffe until Ching started to remind her. I won't lie about this kind of thing, and one of the people who targeted 9 tails was a traitor from your village. Yelan didn't mind revealing this information to Terumi May. As long as he achieved his goal, he said it doesn't matter how much. Asma came to Yelan at this time and tugged on his sleeve and said, It's not good for us to take the initiative to tell Kirigakure this kind of information. Asuma said this because Kirigakure and Tsunade are different. Their covenant is simply more like a declaration of non-aggression. From Tsunade to Tsunade, after Jinchuriki was captured by Konoha, the covenant has reached a military alliance. This level of alliance cannot be achieved by Kirigakure. The most important thing is that I didn't expect to meet someone from the Akatsuki organization when I came here, and the man with the samsara eye is probably the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Yelan made this judgment not only because of Tiandao's strength, but also because of him with the attitude of claiming to be a god. How could a person like him be willing to be someone else's subordinate? Reincarnation I, are you sure you read it correctly? Terumime has never seen Nagato and does not believe that such a legendary thing can exist. Yes, it was the man with the samsara eye who intercepted us, and the man who killed Frost Jonin was a man wearing a whirlpool mask. Yelan described the situation at that time. Does the man wearing the Uzumaki mask have a Sharingan? Unexpectedly, Terumime directly told Obito's appearance. Such expression made Yelan even more convinced that that man had an extraordinary relationship with Kirigakure. Seeing Yelan nodding, Terumime sighed and said, "It seems that I was really late." Yelan didn't answer and kept waiting for Terumime's decision. Will she say anything about what happened to Kirigakure? Ching, Terumime looked a little tired and called her assistant. Ching quickly stood up and went to Terumime's side to listen. "Pass my order. No one can take a step closer to this house. Everyone else should go out." Master Terumime, do you really want to? As the most traditional ninja, Ao's thoughts have always been relatively old-fashioned. How can he tell outsiders about such a family scandal? No need to say more, I have a plan. Ching's opinion was of little use. Seeing that she couldn't stop Terumime, she led people out of the room. Seeing this, Asuma looked at Shikamaru, who was still sitting behind him, and asked him to leave the room. In the end, only Yelan, Asuma, and Terumime were left in the room. Now that everyone has left, it's time to get down to business. Terumime looked at the empty room and couldn't help but feel relaxed. You two must know about the blood mist, right? Seeing the two nodding, Terumime was not surprised. As a Jonin, he knows the internal conditions of other countries. The blood mist is also famous in the ninja world to some extent. Actually, the blood mist residence you heard is much worse than the real situation. The village at that time implemented the blood mist residence under the 4th generation. Not only did it implement an elite policy in cultivating ninjas and let them kill each other, it also even Jonin, who has become an elite, will perform various dangerous tasks, and will only die if he fails. Many high-level officials in the village are dissatisfied with this policy and often have disputes with the 4th Mizukage, and those people will eventually be killed by the 4th generation. Yelan had come to Kirigakure on a mission to detect intelligence when he was 10 years old. He had some understanding of Terumime's description, but he didn't reveal it. He didn't want to raise Terumime's vigilance against him because of his previous mission. What hurt Kirigakure the most was that the ninjas of the blood successor family were dissatisfied with the 4th generation's methods and even joined forces to rebel. The village was once plunged into civil strife. At that time, Shiro was also the right-hand man of the 4th generation, controlling with most of Kirigakure's Anbu, and the 4th generation being perfect Jinchuriki. They put down the rebellion without much effort. Perfect Jinchuriki, Yelan finally remembered what he had ignored. As a Jinchuriki, 4th Mizukage was definitely one of Akatsuki's targets. As a confidant of the former 4th generation, Shuang might know more than he imagined. No wonder the other party would waste all their efforts to kill Shuang just to get rid of the root. Terumime continued without pausing. Actually, I had some doubts about the 4th generation project at the time. I was familiar with him before becoming Mizukage. After becoming Mizukage, it was like a completely different person. Until one day Shuang found me in green. Terumime paused for a moment as if recalling the past. I'm still a little surprised now that he would find us. And when he opened his mouth, Ching and I were startled. Terumime looked at Yelan and Asuma with some interest and said, "You should see that one of Ching's eyes is the Byakugan that he obtained on the battlefield." Shuang asked Ao to use the Byakugan ability to observe the 4th generation eye. Ching and I couldn't believe that this was what the confidant of 4th generation could say until he told us. Terumime suddenly looked at Yelan with some inexplicable meaning in her eyes. The 4th generation has actually been controlled by a man who owns Sharingan. The policies in the blood mist are not his own wishes at all. Kirigakure is what he is today because of the man wearing the Uzumaki mask. Terumime gritted her teeth. The only person who could make her lose her composure was the man behind the scenes. How many heroes of Kirigakure lost their lives because of this disaster, and the bloodstained family really didn't leave a single seed for them. There are no bloodstained ninjas in Kirigakure now. No, that's not right. Yelan frowned, he raised his head and looked at Terumime and said, Sharingan does have the ability to control tailed beasts, including me, who can also subdue one tail, but the perfect Jinchuriki is an exception. That man alone Sharingan can't do it. In fact, what Yelan is still concerned about is why the man wearing the Uzumaki mask only reveals one Sharingan. Even Mangekyo's ability only shows a virtual ability, as if the other eye cannot be used at all. Maybe it's useless at all, otherwise Yelan would definitely see a new Susanoo that day. I don't know much about this ability, but it's just a fact. If it weren't for Frost Jonin's awareness, Kirigakure would have been implementing the policy of the Blood Mist, and I would not have been the 5th Mizukage. Terumi May didn't talk about the details of that mission, and only mentioned the rest in one sentence. She was more concerned about the information about Akatsuki. If it hadn't been for the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha, Uchiha would now have only 2 people left. Terumi May would not believe in Konoha easily. She even thought about whether there might be Konoha's shadow behind the 4th generation's purpose. However, if you think carefully about the Nine Tails rebellion in Konoha more than 10 years ago, the Uchiha clan was also destroyed 5 or 6 years ago. At that time, Kirigakure was under the control of 4th Mizukage. If the Uchiha clan in Konoha controlled the 4th generation, then it is absolutely impossible for the Uchiha clan to be destroyed, and in extreme cases they may even flee to Kirigakure. It's not certain to draw any conclusions now, but one thing I'm sure of is that that man is a member of the Akatsuki organization, and the purpose of the Akatsuki organization is to capture tailed beasts, and the 4th Mizukage happens to be their target. In addition, Frost Jonin must know something. This time we were attacked, the other party came for him. As for Frost Jonin, I'm sorry. Terumi May also sighed helplessly. He didn't say much after the incident and he became silent. This time I just want him to go and relax, but it will become an eternal farewell. This was really troublesome. Sure enough, the only way to bring him out again was through reincarnation in the dirt. It seemed that Yelan's decision to leave Shuang's blood was the right choice. Actually, there is one thing that I didn't say. I feel it's still a bit important. Terumi May decided to tell this information after knowing that Akatsuki's purpose was the tailed beast. The death of the 4th generation was a bit sudden, so we didn't have any good way to seal the 3 tails at the time. In a sense, the 3 tails no longer existed. We had to wait 3 years before the 3 tails would be resurrected. Sure enough, Yelan suddenly realized that he had never understood why Akatsuki suddenly disappeared. If they hadn't been seen in Kirigakure this time, it would have been as if they had disappeared in the ninja world. The unexpected death of 3 tails made this organization have to wait another 3 years. Because even if the other tailed beasts are collected now, they will become the target of public criticism. It is better to wait until 3 tails is resurrected before taking action, so that all the tailed beasts can be collected before other villages can react. Don't think it's impossible. Regarding the tailed beasts, every village will keep it strictly confidential. When the tailed beast is lost in your own village, you will never go to other villages for help. Instead, you will try your best to hide it and solve it yourself. Terumi May did this in the beginning. Even if she signed a treaty with Konoha, she would not say such a thing. It was Yelan who knew about the death of 3 tails in exchange for Akatsuki's information. It seems they will hide again. After hearing what Yelan said, Terumi May was not stupid. She knew that the other party's goal was 3 tails, and she would never act rashly at this moment. So when 3 tails is about to be resurrected, it's time for Operation Akatsuki. Terumi May stroked her lips. At that time, no matter who had the idea of 3 tails, she wouldn't mind giving them a taste of lava style. Yelan then chatted with Terumi May about some information about the Akatsuki members. Each member was not a simple person, and he also accidentally learned the whereabouts of Iniki Kakasame. This guy took the village's Samehada sword and disappeared without a trace. It turned out that he also joined the Akatsuki. Mentioning the dried persimmon Kasame Terumi May, her face was unhappy. The 7 ninja swords Samehada's abilities are unique. If the user is suitable, the strength can be greatly improved, and the decapitating sword and thunder knife are also wandering away. Fortunately, the thunder sword has now returned, and the whereabouts of the beheading sword have been learned from Yelan. As long as the 7 muscle ninja swords are regained, they can be re-established. Yelan and Asuma also finally established with Terumi May that the 2 villages would share information about Akatsuki like Sunagakure. After all, it was about nuclear weapons like tailed beasts and should not be taken lightly. After finally discussing everything, Yelan and Asuma said goodbye to Terumi May. As long as they returned to the village, their mission would be over, but it only cost the lives of 2 Konoha ninjas. Are we going back to the village soon? Sasuke has almost recovered and is currently eating at a restaurant in Kirigakure with Yelan. Speaking of it, it is a restaurant, but there are not many customers coming and going, and the boss is not like Konoha. Enthusiasm, after that chaos, it took the village who knows how many years to return to its original state. It will probably take a few more days. Ino and the others' injuries haven't completely healed yet. Asuma, Shikamaru and the others still have to discuss some details with Kirigakure's people. Yelan looked at the food on the table, which was either fish or seafood. He frowned. Eating this kind of thing every day made him miss Konoha's food. That, I've decided. For Sasuke, as long as the food is not too unpalatable and can fill his stomach, he is not picky except for sweets. I want to practice the natural energy you mentioned. Yelan picked up a glass of water and drank it in one gulp, and then looked at Sasuke's calm expression with some satisfaction. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he still wanted Sasuke to learn this power in his heart and at least reduce the side effects of Mangekyo. Then come with me. Yelan put down the cup, turned and left the restaurant, and Sasuke followed him immediately. Yelan came outside the Kirigakure village. The ninjas of Kirigakure did not stop and ask. Terumi May must have also said hello. Not long after, Yelan came to an open space and stopped. Yelan turned around, took out a scroll from somewhere in his hand and handed it directly to Sasuke. Sasuke took it with some confusion and asked, "Is this a spiritual scroll?" "No, this is the psychic scroll of the Thunder Falcon clan. I made it myself at the beginning. I am the only current psychic in their clan. Now add your name to it. If you want to practice natural energy, at first there must be a psychic beast who has also practiced to look after him. Once Sasuke makes this choice, he will give the psychic scroll to Sasuke. Thunder Falcon, that big bird from last time, Sasuke has a fiery eye. There are not many psychic beasts like this. There are only a few people in the ninja world who have them. Today, Yelan is left to him. Don't be too happy too soon. Even if your current chakra is drained, you won't be able to channel Pojun. The only ones that can channel now will be other Thunderbirds, but it should be enough to help you cultivate your natural abilities." Yi. Lan poured a basin of cold water on him. Moreover, psychic beasts also have their own tempers. For people they don't approve of, even if they are psychic, they may not be able to help you. Sasuke didn't pay too much attention. Even if he couldn't do it now, it didn't mean he couldn't do it in the future. As long as he signed the contract, he would have an extra trump card in the future. He opened the scroll and signed his name. "Okay, try what you can channel for yourself. Don't hold back, use as much chakra as you have." After Sasuke signed his name and pressed his fingerprints, Yelan put away the scroll. Such things must be kept well, and said maybe it will become a family heirloom in the future. Psychic technique. Sasuke has seen the seals of the psychic technique many times. He had a Sharingan and he had already copied it, but he couldn't use it because he didn't have a suitable psychic beast. Now after signing the contract, he bit it directly, fingers press on the ground. Black lines were instantly covered, and a burst of smoke appeared so that Sasuke couldn't see what it was. The chakra was suddenly extracted too much, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. The shaking ground at this moment made him almost fall. Shaking ground? Sasuke suddenly felt something was wrong. The smoke finally dispersed, and what he saw was a thunder falcon with the size of 2 or 3 adults. It was not as big as Pojun, and its blue hair was darker than Pojun. A pair of sharp eyes were watching Sasuke. Sasuke turned on Sharingan without showing any signs of weakness when he saw it. His eyes were fixed on the thunder falcon in front of him, knowing that he must not show weakness in the first meeting. Seeing the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, the thunder falcon had a human-like expression and spoke human words. "Yelan, why do you sign a contract for others so casually? Did you forget to agree to the conditions of our clan?" Yelan, who had been silent for a long time, also opened his mouth at this moment. "Kisha, you are still the same. I didn't expect that it was you who was channeled by Sasuke. Sasuke's current strength is indeed not strong enough, but he is also a member of my tribe and I still have the talent." "Good news." "I can see it, but this kid is far worse than you were before." The thunder falcon called Kisha shook his body, and Sasuke, who was unsteady on his feet, was about to fall. Sasuke leaned down and grabbed Kisha with both hands. Killing his back, he knew that once he fell, the psychic beast would not recognize him, not to mention helping him fight in the future. No matter what the reason is, he cannot fall. Kisha did not expect that this kid Sasuke would not give up. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. It wanted to use the high-altitude airflow and its own speed to throw Sasuke down. As for other moves that use natural energy, Kisha would not use them yet. Yelan raised his head and looked at Kisha spinning and writhing in the air and didn't pay too much attention to it. If he wanted to really get the recognition of the psychic beasts, he had to pass this level. Even if they had strong strength and could be used by force, most psychic beasts wouldn't. "Will try my best." This state lasted for more than an hour, and Kisha did not stop. Sasuke's face on his back had turned pale, and the turbulence in his stomach kept making him want to vomit. Looking at Sasuke, who was in poor condition, Kisha returned. Said over his shoulder, Boy, if you can't hold it any longer, come down quickly. I have to go back and continue practicing. I don't have time to fool around with you here. It was now that the three Magatama Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes stared at Kisha's sharp eyes. Uchiha's natural genjutsu talent showed at this moment. Kisha's speed suddenly slowed down and there was some confusion in his eyes. Just when Sasuke thought he had succeeded, Kisha suddenly came to his senses, regained his composure instantly, and said disdainfully, "Your Sharingan is far worse than Yelan. I have learned a lot about genjutsu." Yelan has been silently observing this falcon. According to the human clan relationship, Kisha and Pajan can be regarded as distant cousins, but they are much younger than Pajan and their strength is not as strong as Pajan is now. In other words, that being said, he still has a lot of room for improvement. When Yelan first saw Kisha, it was only the size of an adult. Over the years, it has made great progress. So how about this move? Sasuke was also furious. After evolving to the three Magatama, he actually had more chakra in his body than Yelan imagined. After draining the last trace of chakra, Sasuke's body was filled with thunder and lightning. The Chidori style he created appeared in front of the world for the first time. Seeing Sasuke's body covered with thunder and lightning, Kisha was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this kid could create such a ninjutsu at a young age like Yelan. Although he was a little immature, he could still see Sasuke's extraordinary potential. Sasuke put his hands on Kisha's back, causing the entire electric current to fill Kisha's body. He wanted to paralyze the opponent and force him to stop. But at this moment, there was also a layer of lightning on Kisha's body, which was much brighter than Sasuke's Chidori style. He said happily, "Boy, didn't Yelan tell you that our Thunder Falcon clan was born to live in the storm? Zhang, your little thunder and lightning is not even an appetizer in my eyes." As he spoke, Kisha's whole body exploded with thunder, and it seemed to turn into a bolt of lightning in the sky. The whole sky seemed to be filled with the sound of thunder. Even ordinary people in the distance looked up, thinking that it was going to rain heavily. Sasuke couldn't hold on anymore. How could a human body fight against lightning? In addition, there was no chakra in his body, and his physical strength was severely exhausted. He passed out on the spot, and his whole body fell directly from Kisha's back, falling down. Yelan watched Sasuke fall from the sky unmoved. Just as he expected, Kisha only stopped in the air for a moment before flying under Sasuke, holding him on his back and then landed slowly. Yelan walked to Kisha and Sasuke and looked at Sasuke, who looked fine. Kisha was still very careful and did not hurt Sasuke too much. "Yelan, is this part of your purpose?" Kisha asked directly after a moment of silence, not sure whether he was asking about Sasuke or something else. "That's what you think," Yelan said casually, completely ignoring Kisha's inquiry. "I've heard Brother Pajan tell me about the Uchiha Clan. What exactly do you want to do?" Kisha asked straightforwardly, no longer beating around the bush. "Pojun is such a B*******. What I do depends on what the other party does. You know my 7 kills." Yelan murmured. "Do I have to take revenge? Although I am not a human being, I can feel that things for your family are not that simple." "Revenge," Yelan interrupted Kisha, "maybe. If someone slaps me and I slap me back, that's not called revenge, that's called fairness. Only if I kick me twice, that's called revenge." Yelan picked up the sleeping Sasuke and said, "You know why we met first, but do I prefer to get along with Pojun?" Kisha's silence was the first Thunderbird to see Yelan, but Yelan had never channeled it. To be honest, it was impossible not to have a grudge in his heart. Because no matter what I do, Pojun will support me. It never thinks too much. Yelan only left Kisha a lonely figure, and he didn't trust anyone on this road. "Call." Sasuke, who was lying on the bed, suddenly sat up and looked at the surrounding environment with some confusion. It seemed that he was in Kirigakure's hotel. "Are you awake?" Yelan had already taken a walk outside and estimated that Sasuke was about to wake up, not long after he came back. Failed, Sasuke still had the last trace of consciousness before he fell into coma. He fell directly from Kisha's back. Unexpectedly, the psychic beast Yelan taught him could not be used in the end. No, Yelan didn't have the habit of titillating people and said directly to Sasuke, "You will succeed after you can make Kisha use natural energy." "You means?" "That's right, it will be your partner from now on." Yelan looked at Sasuke, who was in a daze, and put his hand on his head. But the feeling was really not good. Sasuke reacted and opened Yelan's palm directly. "Don't touch my head, I'm not a child." After saying that, he got into bed again and stopped talking. "Shikamaru, how is the matter handled?" After a few days, Ino and others' injuries improved. Yelan was fed up with eating seafood every day, so he asked directly after seeing Shikamaru. "It should be soon. Asuma is busy with a lot of things, I'm just here to help." Shikamaru glanced at Yelan. Since the last time he met Mizukage, Yelan has never appeared in the senior management of Kirigakure. In front of him, he and Asuma were exhausted in the past 2 days. A group of people are staying at the ninja school that Kirigakure is about to open. Most of the people here are children who have not yet become ninjas. Ino was recovering from her injuries and was teaching some children how to use ninja tools. Compared to the cruel teacher, her beautiful sister was more popular. After a while, a circle of children surrounded her. I didn't expect Ino to have such a side. Choji seemed to have endless potato chips in his hand and said as he ate them, "It's probably out of some kind of sympathy." Shikamaru told them about the things in the blood mist. Although he didn't know much about it, the chaotic situation of Kirigakure at that time, he had more or less experienced these days. I also heard a lot. Yelan Jonin. An antelope appeared in the shadow next to a tree under the sun, and she called Yelan's name softly. "I'll come over for a moment." After saying hello to Shikamaru, Yelan walked directly towards the antelope. Shikamaru glanced at the antelope. He hadn't seen the antelope much since he delivered the meal that day, including Sasuke. When asked about Yelan, he just said that he went to practice. It seemed that since the death of the two Konoha ninjas, Shikamaru feels that everyone has something different from before. Maybe it's the same as before, but Shikamaru didn't care about these details before. Faced with life and death for the first time, Shikamaru's thoughts gradually changed. "What's the matter?" Yelan was actually a little curious as to why the antelope suddenly found him. Since meeting him in the hospital that day, he had actually not cared much about the woman in front of him. Like Shikamaru, this was the first time he saw the antelope after he recovered from his injury. Arrive. Yelan Jonin, a few days ago I passed information to Lady Tsunade about what happened to us. Today I just received a reply from Lady Tsunade. Antelope could not hear the joy or anger in her voice, so she directly handed over a letter, gave it to Yelan. Yelan didn't ask how Antelope delivered the information, nor why Antelope didn't say hello to him. After all, she was still in Anbu, and no one except Hokage was qualified to order her. Where's Asuma? Logically speaking, Antelope should inform Asuma before informing him about this kind of thing. No matter how much he was trusted by Tsunade, Yelan would not think that he was in a higher position than Asuma. Important, Asuma Jonin is still discussing with Kirigakure's senior management, so I didn't bother him first. Antelope said directly without any concern. After understanding it, Yelan stopped asking any more questions and started reading Tsunade's letter. There wasn't much content. She simply praised Yelan a few words, and then explained that she would send people to support Yelan and the others, and let Yelan and the others meet up with the supporting ninja she sent before leaving Kirigakure together. At no point did she express her dissatisfaction and anger towards the Akatsuki organization in the letter. As expected, it was Tsunade, who had always acted vigorously and resolutely. Yelan had no doubt that this letter might be counterfeit. It was also because of its simple content that Antelope didn't care and handed it to him directly when Asuma was away. Who is coming? When will he arrive? The letter didn't say who the person was, but Yelan could make a rough guess. He just wanted to know when the person would arrive, and he didn't want to wait here forever. It's probably just these few days, but we probably won't come directly to Kirigakure. After all, if too many Jonin come from Konoha, it will have a bad impact. I'm afraid they will be waiting for us in a village not too far away from Kirigakure. Antelope expressed his guess that the letter was delivered by a messenger bird specially trained by Anbu, which was much faster than human feet. Even though the ninjas who came were all Konoha's elites, they would be slower for a few days. As for whose it is, I'm not sure. Antelope finally shook her head. She would not make guesses about things that she was not sure about. If she didn't know, she just didn't know. A few days later, with the busy work of Shikamaru and Asuma, all the details were finally finalized. Terumi may also increase the investment in the ninja school by another 3 million taels after many efforts. This was the most frustrating thing she had ever done since becoming a Mizukage. Whenever she thought about having to humble herself to those elders after becoming a Mizukage, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved. She felt like she had grown a lot of wrinkles in the past few days. "Are you all gone?" Terumi May was sitting in her office chair. In any case, the other party was just a messenger from Konoha. She would not see him off in person, so she just asked Ching beside her. "He's gone, Mizukage-sama." Ching's face changed repeatedly for a while, but he finally said with some tangle, "Mizukage-sama, do we trust the people of Konoha too much? You must know that it is just a picture." Terumi May raised her hand and interrupted Ching's words. "As a woman, I still trust Tsunade's character, and haven't you noticed? Uchiha Yelan has been avoiding us since the last conversation. Are you saying he has any bad intentions?" Kingmu showed a serious expression. Thinking that Yelan and the masked man had the same Sharingan, his body couldn't help but shiver. It would be better if Terumi May didn't say anything, in case Yelan has any interest in Kirigakure. Purpose. Idiot. Terumi scolded angrily. Don't you see that people are showing good intentions? Have you ever seen that malicious ninja who doesn't stay in the village every day to probe for information? Yelan and Sasuke swagger in and out of the village every day. As long as Kirigakure is not blind, they can see it. It is obvious that I have no idea about you, Kirigakure. No matter how much I want to cause trouble, I have to get close to Kirigakure's top brass. But except for that one time, Yelan understands this. The village's fear of Uchiha never showed up again. And according to the investigation, Uchiha Yelan is Shunshin Shisui's younger brother. Terumi's information is not too secretive. Anyone who has been to Konoha and knows a little bit will know it, but it just makes Ao's face change. I see, no wonder I feel a little familiar. Ching touched his sealed white eyes and felt a dull pain. He had seen Shisui's horror with his own eyes. Besides, Yelan and his party arrived at a small fishing village not long after leaving Kirigakure. What are we doing here? Isn't it time to rest yet? Ino asked curiously only half a day after leaving Kirigakure. Yo. A voice that wanted to be beaten appeared in everyone's ears, and Yelan expected it to be this guy. A Konoha ninja with white hair on his head walked out of a corner of the fishing village, holding a novel with 18 forbidden words in his hand. Teacher Kakashi, Ino said in surprise after seeing Kakashi. Sasuke and others' expressions were not much better either. They didn't know why Kakashi was here. As expected, you are still the same, Kakashi. Asuma walked up to him and smiled after seeing an acquaintance. I'm not the only one here this time. Before Kakashi could finish his words, he shouted with a loud voice. Everyone, it's been a long time since we passed the Chūnin exam. Anko, who was wearing a brown coat, jumped off the roof of a house, and beside him was Yaba Yamashiro, who was wearing sunglasses. Why is this guy here? Yelan is not curious that Kakashi will come. Tsunade's real right-hand man is him, but he really didn't expect Anko's arrival. Why are you here too? Yelan looked at Hondu. Why did this guy have time to come here if he wasn't investigating the murder of the Kanagawa family? Why don't you welcome me? Even so, Hondu still hugged Yelan like a good friend. It has been confirmed that the famous bounty hunter is probably a member of the Akatsuki organization. The underground bounty shop saw him wearing a black-red cloud robe. Lady Tsunade didn't let me continue the investigation after knowing it. After hearing Anko's narration, Yelan's movements that were about to struggle stopped. In this way, he had already met 9 members of the Akatsuki organization. It seemed that the man named Pain had put a lot of thought into it. What are you doing? Let go of brother Yelan. Ino was a little angry when she saw Hondu and Yelan making out. This was an unforgivable thing for the nymphomaniac Ino, so she stepped forward to pull them apart. Alel, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Hondu let go of Yelan. She would not argue with such a little girl, she just said playfully. I remember, aren't you a little girl interested in Sasuke? What now you are attracted to Yelan again? Yes, I like Sasuke, but that doesn't stop me from also liking brother Yelan. Ino admitted generously. She was not as shy as other girls. For her, if she wanted to get something, she had to act directly, looking at her provocatively. Red beans. Anko didn't take it seriously and straightened up on purpose. Ino couldn't help but fall into deep thought when she saw the other person's figure, lowering her head and looking at the flat plane. What's the big deal, just a few more years, humph. Ino turned around directly. How could such an old woman have an advantage? Yelan had already voluntarily withdrawn from the battlefield when the two of them were arguing. No matter when a woman quarreled, she should not interrupt. It's great to be young, Kakashi sighed when he saw that Yelan and others seemed to be fine. Don't act like you've been there before, Kakashi. You're still holding the kissing paradise in your hand. Yelan came to Kakashi's side silently. He had already seen through Kakashi's mesmerizing nature. Kakashi's old waist was almost interrupted by Yelan's words, and he put away his cherished paradise of intimacy calmly, looking like a serious person. Kakashi-senpai was incompatible with the lively scene, and the cold aura of the antelope came to Kakashi. It's all my fault, antelope. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered such a dangerous thing. Kakashi rarely showed a lonely look. He really blamed himself for the deaths of Cage and the others. There was no way. It would have been good if we were alive at that time. After leaving Kirigakure, Asuma was finally able to take out his cigarette, and now he lit it and started puffing away. Are the people of the Akatsuki organization really so scary? Said Yamashiro Yaba, who had never met Akatsuki before and was considered a special jonin who was better at fighting. That's not a terrible problem. Even if I think about it now, it's incredible. It's simply not something that humans can do. Asuma's eyes actually showed a look of fear. Pain's strength has exceeded his knowledge. Scope. This is too exaggerated. Yamashiro Yaba adjusted his sunglasses with his index finger. He still knew a little about Asuma's strength, but he had never seen this man show such an expression before. Is it really the reincarnation I mentioned in the information? Tsunade had already explained the general situation to Kakashi before he came. When he heard that such legendary eyes really existed, he couldn't believe it, let alone I think of him as someone from the Akatsuki organization. The ability of those eyes only shows a kind of repulsion and suction, and a wide range of sealing techniques. This description alone will definitely make people confused. Yelan then described in detail the process of his battle with Tiando. I understood that the attack method of Tiando was almost arbitrary, and ordinary ninjas could not get close at all. Kakashi also changed his face when he heard that Yelan's Susanoo was directly sealed by the opponent. Yelan almost did not take part in the entire fight. Upside. Aren't there any flaws? Kakashi believes that any ninja will have weaknesses, it just depends on whether you have the ability to catch them. Yes, but it's hard to grasp. Yelan thought for a while and decided to reveal the 5-second vacuum period of Tiando. This was something Asuma didn't even know. At that time, he had already boarded the Pajan and flew to Kirigakure. Don't think that you can defeat the opponent like this. The opponent's physique is very strong, and I feel that he hasn't used all his strength yet. At that time, Tiandao's target was not him, and later he even invited himself and had no intention of taking action again. One more thing, Yelan looked at the silent people and said, that guy may be the leader of Xiao. Yelan, how did you see it? Asuma asked directly, somewhat puzzled. Have you ever seen that guy who claims to be a god become someone else's subordinate? Yelan's answer cleared Asuma's doubts. Before, he had been thinking about the strength of the other party and nothing else. It was only after Yelan said this that he remembered the other party has always claimed to be god. Not only is he powerful, but he is also quite arrogant. Kakashi looked serious and then asked another question, then what was the purpose of stopping you? Asuma, you can tell me this question. Yelan felt that he had talked a little too much and his mouth was dry. He directly handed the matter over to Asuma and found a place to rest for a while. Yelan had just been sitting on the ground when a shadow appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was Ino who had just been arguing with Hongdu. She took out a kettle and handed it to Yelan with a smile on her face. Seeing the other person's smile, Yelan couldn't bear to refuse but took the kettle, not forgetting to say thank you. Except for Chūnin, who was currently discussing, everyone else found a shady place to rest. Sasuke was also sitting alone on a tree, making unknown gestures with his hands. Only Yelan knew that this kid had started practicing natural energy. Now I am probably worried about how to sense natural energy. Yelan looked away and put down the kettle and found Ino still sitting next to her, smiling, a little embarrassed. This little Naruto, it's you after all. Shikamaru stepped forward and pulled up Naruto, who fell to the ground. Naruto looked at everyone in Konoha in confusion. Why is everyone here? Sasuke, Naruto shouted as he saw Sasuke hiding in the corner. It's so noisy, Cranatail. Sasuke plucked his ears. After becoming Anbu, he already knew Naruto's identity in the village, the container that sealed 9 tails, the Jinchuriki of the village. What, I've been practicing seriously? Naruto was unconvinced. He had always hated the name Cranatail. Recently, Jiraiya had been crazy about asking him to learn some basic knowledge of ninjas. His strength has not increased much, but his knowledge has been broad, quite a few. That means the pervert in the bathhouse is. Asuma touched his beard with 2 fingers and he had already guessed who it was. That's pervy sage. Naruto was not polite to Jiraiya at all. He who clearly said he wanted to teach me ninjutsu came here to take a peek. Yelan saw that the big toad in the bathhouse had disappeared. Ino and Antelope had dressed and walked out of the store. Ino looked at Naruto angrily. Naruto, you are so serious. Naruto just smiled awkwardly at Ino. The two of them were classmates after all, but they were a little embarrassed to meet again in the bathhouse. Naruto, Kakashi finally walked out. Teacher Kakashi, Naruto ran towards Kakashi. He had always been very kind to Kakashi. Only then did he notice Yelan. Why is brother Yelan here too? I'm on my way to carry out my mission. Yelan greeted Naruto. Haha tilde, what a coincidence. Jiraiya's loud voice attracted attention, but the red slap on his face instantly made him lose his momentum. Tch tilde Anko appeared, adjusted her coat and looked at Jiraiya with a look of disgust. She was once Orochimaru's apprentice, and Anko's impression of Jiraiya was not very good, and this time she was immediately offended. Not only that, Ino and Antelope distanced themselves from Jiraiya after he appeared and ran directly to Anko. Jiraiya-sama, this is not the place to talk. Let's move to another place. Kakashi gave Jiraiya, who was smiling like a fool, a step up, stepped forward and said directly. A group of people came to a restaurant. The Chūnins sat at the same table and Sasuke and his classmates sat together. This was not because they were treated differently, but because they had something they wanted to talk to Jiraiya about. This kind of thing also concerns Naruto, so we asked them to sit at another table. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Jiraiya picked up the wine glass and took a sip. When he saw so many Jonin in Konoha, he knew something big had happened. As one of the pillars of Konoha, he definitely need to know something. The thing is like this. Kakashi told the information he got one by one. When he heard the Rinnegan, the wine glass that Jiraiya had been holding stopped. Are you sure it's the reincarnation I? Jiraiya thought of the disciples he had accepted in the past. Yelan has fought against that person personally. Kakashi looked at Yelan. Yelan is the only Jonin here who drinks. Although the alcohol content in this world is not high, Yelan has never drank. Habits, whether in the previous life or now. That man claims to be a god, wears a forehead protector from the rain-hidden rebellion, has orange hair and doesn't look very old. Yelan described the appearance of Tiandao. Isn't it right? This description sounds like Yahiko, Jiraiya said to himself in a voice that no one could hear. Yelan narrowed his eyes. He did not hear Jiraiya's words clearly, but just felt that Jiraiya, it seems that they have met each other before. But I really didn't expect the other party to be able to control Mizukage. Fortunately, Three Tails is dead now. Even if this organization takes action again, it will be 3 years later. Jiraiya already understood clearly and couldn't help but look at the students who were talking and laughing. Naruto, it seemed that Naruto would have to increase his training in the future. Jiraiya looked back and touched his chin and said, there is one more thing that concerns me. He glanced at Anko quietly and pretended not to care and said, Anko, you used the Orochimaru curse seal ability, right? What does this have to do with you? It was nothing more than Anko's attitude. The peeping just now made her extremely disappointed with this Sannin. Well, you can't control that kind of power. What if something goes wrong? Jiraiya could still feel the pain on his face. He was shocked at first when Anko discovered it and the other party gave him a blow. Slap, Jiraiya felt that he was in the wrong, so he didn't plan to fight back. Unexpectedly, the slap almost sent him flying. I never heard that Tsunade taught Anko her strange power. How did this little girl become so powerful? Then the opponent used the powerful fire style, which almost evaporated all the water in the bathhouse. In the end, he still emptied the bathhouse. Y pack, hunting geese all day long, the geese pecked her eyes. Except for Tsunade, Jiraiya had never suffered such a loss. The only thing Anko looked like Tsunade was in a certain scale. Thinking of this, she didn't forget to take a quiet look. Fortunately, Anko didn't pay attention to Jiraiya's actions, otherwise she would have been angry. None of this could be hidden from Yelan's eyes. He frowned and didn't say much, just said one sentence. I used sealing techniques to seal the curse seal on Hongdu's body. This seal can leak the power of the curse seal for her to use, but it will not affect her consciousness. Yelan also estimated the reason why Hongdu became stronger. It is estimated that the curse seal had an effect. Seeing Hongdu holding a beer in one hand and eating high-calorie food with the other, Yelan really didn't know where all the meat on this guy had grown. Do you know how to sealing techniques? Jiraiya's eyes widened. It was unusual for the Uchiha clan to study sealing techniques. Moreover, they could also seal things like curse seals. This cannot be done by strong strength, and the curse seals must be dealt with. Power is understood. A group of Jonin all looked at Yelan. They knew that Yelan was the supervisor who restored the village's barriers, but those who didn't understand the situation just thought that Tsunade was gilding him. They didn't expect that this kid could really learn it. Is this a real genius? I know a little bit, but I have a little understanding of the power of the curse seal. This is not Yelan's modesty. He has not learned the four-image seal yet, but he just happens to have a good understanding of natural energy. Do you know how to say jutsu? Jiraiya looked at Yelan in shock. If he had some understanding of this kind of curse seal, he must have some understanding of natural energy. Yelan would probably be able to use the same sage mode as himself. Sage jutsu? What is that? Yelan wondered. He really didn't know about sage mode. Po-jun never mentioned it, but he only said that some people who control this kind of energy would call themselves immortals. You don't know how. It's something like natural energy. Jiraiya was a little confused, maybe he had guessed wrong. Watching the conversation between the two parties, which was like a charade, everyone else was silent. Only Hongdu was still eating and drinking without any distractions. As soon as he mentioned the natural energy, Yelan understood what it was. He stretched out a finger and said inquiringly, "You mean this kind of thing?" As he said that, he poked his finger at the table. It was just a normal action, but it was not fast. What surprised others was that they clearly didn't feel any chakra fluctuations. Yelan's finger directly poked a hole in the table. You still say you can't. The use of natural energy is just a little bit worse than this immortal. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Others did not feel it. Jiraiya, who was familiar with sage mode, understood Yelan's mastery of natural energy. He is better than himself, but he just says he is worse than himself. Immortal, Yelan doesn't like this title a little. It's not that the title has lost value, but that he feels that he is not qualified to call himself such a person. After all, he is still immortal trapped by the world and cannot be called a happy immortal at all. If the immortals in this world were like Georgia, he would rather not be an immortal. In the final analysis, power is for use. As the saying goes, only people who are not confident in their own power will give themselves various titles. Where did you learn this kind of power? Georgia touched his chin. Apart from the 3 holy places, he had never heard of any place that would teach this kind of power. Yelan silently picked up the drink in the cup. He didn't want to answer this question. Seeing Yelan's appearance, Georgia also reacted, touched his head and said, Sorry, I was just curious for a moment. I didn't expect that another young talent would appear in the village. Inquiring about other people's trump cards is taboo in the ninja world. No matter what Georgia's purpose is, Yelan has the right to refuse. Georgia-sama, how has Naruto been practicing recently? Kakashi changed the topic directly and turned his attention away from Yelan. Both of them were familiar friends, and he didn't want the relationship between them to be too rigid. Moreover, from another perspective, Georgia was also a high-level official in Konoha. Naruto, you've made some progress. Georgia thought of how stupid Naruto was. Many things really had to be explained over and over again to get a general understanding, especially recently when he was given basic knowledge that he had learned in the ninja school. He didn't know anything about what he needed to learn. I really don't know how he became a ninja. Sasuke has matured a lot since joining Anbu. Kakashi was a little pleased. Together with Sakura, who had been learning from Tsunade, the 3 of them had found a direction and continued to make progress. At this moment, the atmosphere between Sasuke and Naruto, who were eating not far away, suddenly became tense. The 2 began to quarrel and their voices became louder and louder. Crane Tail, you really haven't changed at all, you are still so weak. Sasuke, who has evolved into a 3 Magatama, has greatly increased his strength. The separation between the 2 was not long, only a few months, but the gap at this moment is huge. Pulled away again. Whole Sasuke, you are still such a stinker, Naruto blushed. The joy of seeing Sasuke at first had disappeared. He was still regretful that he had not seen Sakura. Unexpectedly, Sasuke would add insult to injury again. Okay, you 2 don't quarrel as soon as you meet, it's really troublesome, Shikamaru advised from the side. Naruto, why don't you apologize to Sasuke? Ino didn't care whether the 2 of them were right or wrong. Anyway, she was on the side of looks. Whatever the handsome guy said was right. Sasuke, everything is Sasuke. It's so annoying. Naruto sat aside angrily, looking aggrieved. I feel that the boy from the Uchiha family has changed a bit compared to last time. Sasuke's changes cannot escape Jiraiya's eyes. If the last time he saw Sasuke was still a baby bird in the nest, now Sasuke has become a man who wants to spread his wings and fly. Young eagle. Many people died in this mission, which will have some impact on Sasuke, but it is true that this kid is getting stronger and stronger. Kakashi sighed. This is the only way to join Anbu. The dark society of the ninja world slowly unfolded to him. This is just an appetizer. Kakashi, your care as a teacher has been surpassed by Sasuke. Sasuke has already opened the 3 Magatama. Yelan looked at Kakashi. Kakashi's strength is his fighting wisdom. It is not special for someone who really knows him to defeat him. Hardly, Kakashi doesn't have any decisive ninjutsu other than Raikiri. Just be careful with Kakashi's Sharingan. A man with a low mana bar like him will kill him. 3 Magatama, are you really stimulated? Kakashi took Yelan's previous words as a joke. It would be impossible to surpass him without hundreds of battle experience. Sasuke is still very green now, so turning on the 3 Magatama was unexpected. Outside, Yelan, how about giving him a try? Me? Kakashi pointed to himself. Yelan shook his head, then raised his chin in the direction of Sasuke. They don't like each other so much, why not let them try? Kakashi and Jiraiya looked at each other hesitantly, but then agreed. Okay, but make sure it's safe. Jiraiya added. He didn't want to see the 2 of them really hurt. Several people walked out of the restaurant and found an open space. Asuma and others gathered in a circle. It would be nice to watch the excitement after eating. Sasuke and Naruto both agreed after hearing Yelan's proposal. Naruto wanted to give Sasuke a good look, and Sasuke wanted to verify the results of his practice. Come on, Sasuke, Ino shouted from the sidelines, making Naruto, who was already frustrated, even more angry. Girls like Sasuke no matter where he is. Don't lose too badly, yellow-haired boy, Anko said with a smile. She was still very impressed with Naruto, but following Jiraiya made her feel a little bad about him. Anko, are you about to become a Jonin? What Yelan meant was a formal Jonin, not the current half-baked special Jonin. With the blessing of the curse seal, Anko has improved a lot in all aspects. It can't be so fast, but if I become Jonin, I'll treat you to a drink. A drink. Anko originally wanted to say drink, but then thought about Yelan's underage and quickly changed her mind. Yelan said no more but turned to Sasuke and Naruto who were fighting. He knew about Sasuke, but Naruto was still a little curious. He wanted to know how far Naruto could use the power of Nine Tails, so he would bring it up. This suggestion means that Jiraiya will not be able to stay by his side every day in the future. He must have the ability to fight against Akatsuki. The two sides still stood at both ends with the seal of opposition just like the ninja school. Kakashi personally came off the field as the referee. He took one look at the two and waved his palm. Start. Damn it, let me give you a taste of my power. Naruto used Shadow Clone to besiege Sasuke as soon as he came up. This was his specialty, using the interference of Shadow Clone to fight again. Too slow. Sasuke did not use the ninja sword but stepped forward and kicked Naruto's seal hand away. Naruto was unable to use Shadow Clone at all. This was not over yet. After Sasuke kicked, he continued to attack Naruto with physical techniques. Naruto, who wanted to use Shadow Clone, could not condense chakra at all, nor could he form a seal and could only be beaten passively. Pulling the neck, hitting with knees, hitting with elbows, pulling away the opponent's hand that wanted to continue the seal, and finally punched Naruto in the chest. Naruto's whole body flew out directly, lying on the ground for a long time without standing up. There is no gorgeous ninjutsu and there is no indistinguishable genjutsu. Sasuke only used the simplest taijutsu to teach Naruto a lesson. The gap is too big, Shikamaru said in surprise. He had seen with his own eyes how Naruto defeated Neji. Was he knocked down by Sasuke so easily? How far had Sasuke progressed? It's not over yet. Kakashi was a little surprised at Sasuke's change, but he knew that Naruto would not give in so easily and his opponent was still Sasuke. Sure enough, Naruto, who was lying on the ground, turned over, wiped the dust from his face and stood up again. Sasuke, the warm-up has just ended. Sasuke curled his lips slightly, and without giving Naruto a chance to breathe, he leaned down and rushed over. Naruto didn't expect Sasuke's attack to be so fierce, and he put his hands in front of him to block. Sasuke stopped attacking from the front and stopped, gliding around behind Naruto, raised his leg and kicked him again. Naruto staggered and almost fell to the ground again after standing up. But fortunately, he seized the opportunity when he was kicked away and used the Shadow Clone technique. So you are still the same, Naruto. Sasuke watched calmly as Naruto's Shadow Clone rushed towards him, jumped up, raised his hand to form a seal, and a ball of fire spewed out from his mouth. Naruto the clones all turned into smoke without exerting any effect. Damn it, come again, Shadow Clone. Naruto didn't believe in evil and formed seals with his hands again. If it didn't work once, he would do it again. Anyway, he had more chakra. As a wish. Sasuke's phantom-like figure appeared behind Naruto, and when using the Great Fireball, he used a steel wire to close the distance between the two parties. It's over, Naruto. Hearing Sasuke's words in his ear, what Naruto felt was not fear. How could it be that Sasuke's strength had risen to this level not long after the two parties met, and he could hardly breathe? Sasuke strangled Naruto's neck with his elbow. He knew that Naruto, who was unwilling to admit defeat easily, would not surrender. Using this method, he could defeat him directly without much harm to the opponent. Let me go. Naruto's face turned red from being strangled, and he kept pulling Sasuke's arms with both hands. How could he break free so easily as his physical skills were already lagging behind Sasuke's? When Kakashi saw this scene, he knew that the outcome was decided. He sighed and wanted to step forward to separate the two. The others also knew that the matter was over, but Jiraiya's face turned pale. Just when Naruto was about to be choked and unable to breathe, Naruto finally broke out. The strength of his two hands suddenly became stronger, and a red chakra appeared on Naruto's body. Originally it was just a spar, but now Naruto was really anxious and all the power of Nine Tails was used. Naruto! Kakashi wanted to step forward to stop him, but Yelan stopped him directly. What are you going to do, Yelan? Kakashi looked at Yelan dissatisfied. Naruto was obviously anxious. Something would happen if this continued. Kakashi, you are too doting on your students. Yelan looked behind him and Kakashi realized that Jiraiya hadn't moved at all. With just a little use of Nine Tails chakra, Naruto was still far away from losing control. The huge force directly took away Sasuke's hand and strangled him, and Naruto's original physical injuries recovered as before. Sasuke, who was stung by the Nine Tails chakra, saw that he could not take down Naruto and quickly distanced himself. At this moment, his eyes had changed. He became a Sharingan and was observing Naruto's every move. Is this the power of Nine Tails? Sasuke is no longer the stupid green he was before. He has become a Chūnin, and he clearly understands what kind of existence Naruto is. That's it, Sasuke. The power in his body continued to pour into his body. This power made Naruto more confident, and his speed increased many times and he rushed directly towards Sasuke. The Sharingan in the pupils constantly captures Naruto's movements. The Sharingan, which has 3 Magatama, has also improved in all aspects compared to before. Naruto's movements are just that in Sasuke's opinion. Sasuke tried to avoid Naruto's attack as much as possible. Naruto's power at this moment was much greater than before. If he resisted, he would only waste his energy and chakra in vain. Seeing that he couldn't defeat the commander, Naruto couldn't help but become impatient. In Nine Tails, Shadow Clone is used again with the Blessing of Chakra. This time the number was much larger, and more than half of the entire open space was occupied by Naruto's clones. This amount of chakra, Kakashi was a little envious. He couldn't even imagine such an arrogant fighting method. Sasuke won't lose. Seeing that Sasuke has been avoiding Naruto's attacks, Ino was a little worried. The two of them have gradually become stronger since the end of the Chūnin exam, that is, Sasuke still calls Naruto Cranatail. No, Sasuke is going to win. Shikamaru made a direct judgment. Although he didn't know what Sasuke was going to do, it seemed from Sasuke's calm expression that Sasuke still had no cards to play, and Naruto had already played all the cards he could. That's almost it. Naruto's many clones swarmed up, and Sasuke knocked down one clone after another. No matter how much chakra Naruto had in his body, they couldn't be divided into many clones. Most of them couldn't take Sasuke's move and were turned into smoke. It's just that the area of the venue is so large. When Sasuke eliminated the clones, he was already surrounded by Naruto. Several clones were close to the ground and worked together to kick Sasuke into the air. Naruto bombs. The taijutsu that Naruto imitated Sasuke in the Chūnin exam was used again at this moment. And this time it was more skillful and the connection was smoother. Several clones of Naruto were already waiting in midair, punching and kicking Sasuke constantly. The last figure appeared in the sky above Sasuke. The person who made the final blow must be the original body. Under the interference of the clone, Naruto kicked Sasuke. Sasuke had expected this, and he who originally seemed to be in a hurry regained his composure, holding Naruto's calf with one hand, and an electric current instantly appeared on his body. Lightning-style Chidori flow. This move has not yet been fully developed by Sasuke. It only distributes Chidori's current on his upper body. In Sasuke's vision, this move must not only cover the whole body but also be larger, but it is enough to deal with Naruto now. Chidori's chirping sounded throughout the venue, and everyone's eyes turned to Sasuke in midair. Chidori no, it's ninjutsu that was redeveloped based on Chidori. Kakashi also saw Chidori Ryu for the first time. At this moment he had already opened his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan. Naruto was caught and screamed with electricity. The other clones around him turned into smoke. The two of them fell directly onto the field. Sasuke regained his balance and saw Naruto lying on the ground with no expression on his face. I saw that Naruto, who was still struggling on the ground just now, had turned into a ball of smoke. When Sasuke grabbed Naruto, he felt something was wrong. The Nine Tails chakra on Naruto was too weak, and it was definitely not the original body. At this moment, Naruto's figure finally appeared behind Sasuke, and a ball of blue and red chakra appeared in his right hand, which was the Rasengan mixed with Nine Tails chakra. Kakashi stood up straight nervously, Jiraiya also put away his smile, and Jonin on the field showed serious expressions. If he were to fight Commander, he would have to lie down for at least a month. Ino was about to yell to tell Sasuke to be careful, but Sasuke's actions were faster than her words. Sharingan left a trace of red light in the air, and when the two were about to come into contact, they looked into each other's eyes. Naruto he stopped as if pressing the pause button, and the Nine Tails chakra on his body slowly disappeared. Genjutsu Sharingan. A flash of lightning flashed from Sasuke's hand, and a ninja sword without a blade appeared in Sasuke's hand. With everyone's nervous expressions, Sasuke put the back of the sword on Naruto's neck. When Naruto woke up from Genjutsu, he felt a chill on his neck. He looked down and saw that it was Sasuke's ninja sword. No matter how shameless he was, he couldn't hit it. Well, it's very exciting. Kakashi stepped forward and clapped his hands twice with a smile. Both of them have made good progress. Sasuke put away his ninja sword again, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had returned to their original black color and left Naruto's side without looking back. Naruto didn't expect that he would lose like this. Sasuke didn't have any damage at all except wrinkles on his clothes. The gap between the two actually widened again. What's the point of him following Jiraiya's training? He lowered his head so that people couldn't see him. Expression. Sasuke, who had been moving forward, suddenly stopped, looked back at Naruto and said, "If you don't want to be left behind by me, just work hard. You win this time, I will definitely beat you next time." Naruto raised his head again after hearing Sasuke's voice, shouted loudly, and became his original appearance again. Huh? Sasuke also chuckled when he saw Naruto's appearance, turned around and walked to Yelan's side. The performance is okay. Yelan was actually a little disappointed with Naruto. His mastery of the power of nine tails was too low. Did Jiraiya not train this boy in the power of nine tails? He glanced at that kid without revealing anything. A man who calls himself Toad Sage. Jiraiya seemed to sense something. He patted Naruto's head in front of him and turned to look in the direction of Yelan. He gave Yelan a silly smile. In some ways, he and Naruto were really similar. Jiraiya was also a little shocked at Sasuke's strength. The two survivors of the Uchiha clan were stronger than the other, and they were both geniuses among geniuses. It's really stressful to stay with this kind of person. Naruto has been practicing so hard, but the gap has not narrowed. Originally, he planned to slowly teach Naruto the basics, and then teach him how to use the power of nine tails. Now it seems that he has to speed up the progress. At least he can give Naruto hope and don't let the opponent fall down with just one genjutsu. After hearing Yelan's compliment, Sasuke said indifferently, "There's nothing to say about dealing with that kind of crane tail." Sure enough, Sasuke is the best. Ino also stepped forward to congratulate her. She said how could Sasuke lose, and the last action of drawing out the ninja sword was so cool on her face. Hearing Sasuke's words, Yelan couldn't help but be amused. He clearly cared about Naruto's feelings just now. If Sasuke hadn't said that last sentence, Naruto would have been depressed for a while. Seeing the dead body in front of him gradually losing its mobility, Yelan clicked his tongue into satisfaction. He had determined that part of the reincarnation given by Orochimaru was incomplete and could not achieve the same effect as himself. More than 2 months have passed since the last mission to the Kingdom of Water, and the village's current tasks are almost completed. The Chūnin have also begun to have free time. Yelan will quietly sneak out of the village to study the reincarnation of the dirty land when he has time. There was no successful case of this technique. He had done exactly what was said on the scroll, but the stuff that came out of the dirt was completely useless. What a shameless snake. Yelan walked out of the underground laboratory. Some snowflakes had begun to fall in the sky outside, and the nearby villages were already decorated with lights. It's almost the new year. Yelan then remembered that the world would also celebrate the new year, and Konoha had begun to become lively now. Yelan has been living near the Uchiha tribe, but he didn't realize it until now. Walking through the streets of Konoha again, everyone had a look of joy on their face. Yelan also showed a friendly smile to everyone he greeted. With nothing to do, he walked to the training ground where he used to come. As soon as he arrived at the training ground, he discovered Sasuke. He was sitting on the ground meditating, and Kisha was staying beside him. When he saw Yelan's arrival, he just glanced at him, and then he kept paying attention to Sasuke's condition. It was already a cold winter, but Sasuke's forehead was covered with beads of sweat from time to time, and a stream of white steam continued to emerge from the top of his head. Yelan has already seen that Sasuke is practicing the mastery of natural energy. A faint blue eyeshadow suddenly appeared in the corner of Yelan's eyes. After a long period of training, he now wants to enter this state without needing a long period of concentration. There are also disadvantages in entering the state quickly, but the duration is far less. Yelan didn't need to fight at this moment just to better observe Sasuke's condition. He saw that the natural energy that could not be observed with the naked eye was constantly being absorbed by Sasuke. Sasuke seemed to have used a lot of effort to control it. As more and more natural energy entered Sasuke's body, the natural energy began to become chaotic and began to run around in his body. Sasuke can no longer control the natural energy in his body, and bird-like feathers have begun to appear on his face. Before Yelan could step forward, Kisha raised his wings and slapped Sasuke on the head. The chaotic natural energy in Sasuke's body was directly dispersed. Sasuke lay directly on the ground, panting heavily and looking a little confused. The practice went smoothly at the beginning, but why did it fail every time at the last step? It felt like the chakra and natural energy in the body were about to fight. Sasuke? Yelan walked up to Sasuke, put her palms on his shoulders, and injected her natural energy into Sasuke's body to observe. He just noticed that when Sasuke's chakra merged with the natural energy, it seemed to have its own consciousness and began to reject the natural energy. Sasuke would never take the initiative to do this kind of abnormal rejection. There was only something wrong with the chakra in his body. When Yelan's natural energy came into contact with the chakra in Sasuke's body, Sasuke's chakra was like sensing a beast invading the territory and began to drive away Yelan. However, Yelan's control over natural energy is comparable to Sasuke's. He said to Sasuke, "Empty your mind." Sasuke also realized that something was going on with his body, and began to let go of himself. The chakra in his body seemed to have entered dormancy, allowing Yelan to invade. In the deepest part of Sasuke's body, Yelan found a different chakra. It was very similar to Sasuke's chakra, but there were some differences. The chakra was perfectly integrated with Sasuke's chakra. If not, the perception of natural energy cannot be discovered by ordinary people. Yelan was also a little curious. This was the first time he had seen this kind of chakra's existence, and he had never heard of anyone having such a method. And the chakra doesn't seem to have any ill will towards Sasuke. Its existence seems to make Sasuke more proficient in using his own chakra. Yelan thought about what Sasuke realized when he developed ninjutsu's talent. Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, is said to have inherited the power and spiritual energy of the Sage of Six Paths chakra and is also the origin of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This is something in legend, but Yelan, who has already seen the Eye of Reincarnation, reconsiders whether this is history that really happened. There is another reason why Indra chose Sasuke. This is not found in Yelan, who is also an Uchiha. Yelan retracted his palm and Sasuke saw Yelan's thoughtful expression and asked, "Is it because my control is not enough?" Sasuke's control over natural energy has made great progress, but the chakra that is suspected of being Indra will affect him. To solve this problem, the only way to solve this problem is to start with the chakra in his body. Yelan stretched out his hand again, which was mixed with some chakra and natural energy, and then said, "Open your clothes a little." Sasuke was puzzled but did not continue to ask. He knew that Yelan should have found a solution. He unbuttoned his coat and exposed the skin on his shoulders. Yelan then put his hand on Sasuke's bare shoulder, and a mark formed by chakra and natural energy appeared on Sasuke's shoulder. The pattern of the mark was exactly the shape of Yelan's cross-shaped Mangekyo. "This is a curse seal mixed with my natural energy and chakra. It doesn't have much effect. It just can guide you to better integrate the natural energy. You can try it." Yelan initially thought about using sealing techniques to seal the unknown chakra, but he was afraid of affecting Sasuke's growth. In the end, he didn't know whether that thing was good or bad, so he thought of this method, although he wanted to completely control the natural energy. It still takes a lot of practice, but it's much easier than before. After hearing this, Sasuke put on his clothes again, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the natural energy in nature. This time it seemed much easier than last time. The curse mark on his shoulder began to glow blue, helping Sasuke. Stabilizing the natural energy, Kisha also looked at Sasuke curiously. Unexpectedly, Yelan's method could make Sasuke's progress so fast. Kisha looked at Sasuke and saw that light blue eyeshadow had begun to appear in the corners of his eyes. Just when it was about to be fully integrated, the energy in Sasuke's body began to become chaotic again. Even if it gets up, the curse seal cannot be stabilized. Kisha saw something was wrong and knocked him to the ground with another wing. "I feel like I'm almost successful." Sasuke is not discouraged. This time the degree of completion is much higher than before. Before there was no hope at all. Now he believes that after a few more exercises he can control the natural energy. Well, the effect is much better. Yelan is also quite satisfied with Sasuke's performance. Speaking of which, the inspiration for this curse seal is still reminded of Orochimaru's curse seal of heaven on Anko. "Sasuke, brother Yelan." A girl's voice appeared at the entrance of the training ground. Yelan and Sasuke looked at Sakura, whom they hadn't seen for a while. "You guys are really hardworking. It's almost the Uchiha New Year." Sakura walked forward quickly. Her master Tsunade had given her a day off. When she passed by and went home, she was still thinking about who it was, but she didn't expect that these two people were still practicing. "I've been quite free recently, so hurry up." Yelan still has a good impression of Zaya Owing. After all, he has been teaching for a while. "I will definitely get busy after the new year." Sasuke also said hello to Sakura when he saw them. Although Sasuke didn't say anything about the people in Class 7, he valued them very much in his heart. "Let's take a rest. How about having a meal together?" Sakura waved to Kisha's again. At first, she was a little surprised to know that Sasuke had signed the same psychic beast as Yelan, but she didn't think about their backgrounds. It was a surprise and she signed Katsuyu herself. Sasuke actually wanted to continue practicing. After all, there was only one step left. At this time, Kisha opened his mouth. "Take a rest, Sasuke. The Uchiha New Year should be a very important festival for you humans." After saying that, regardless of Sasuke's opinion, he directly lifted the psychic technique. Now Sasuke can't even think about practicing. Without the supervision of Kisha, practicing natural energy rashly is tantamount to courting death. "Let's go, you can't live up to your teammates' good intentions." Yelan teased and Sakura blushed after hearing this. Seeing this, Sasuke no longer refused. He remembered that he was alone during the Uchiha New Year, and now it seems that he is not bad now. He walked up to Sakura and showed a smile and said, "Then where to eat, you decide." The last few people came to the most famous barbecue restaurant in Konoha. As for who was treating them, of course it was Yelan, who was a jonin. He wouldn't let the two juniors pay for it. Sakura took out a small bottle and handed it to Sasuke and said, "This is a special wound medicine I developed. I'm afraid you will encounter any danger after you are in Anbu, so." Seeing Sakura's embarrassed expression, Sasuke did not refuse and applied the medicine directly. No matter how effective it was, he could not let down his teammates' good intentions. Sasuke was not a fool and knew that Sakura liked him. It's just that now, like Yelan, I can't be caught up in personal emotions. "Thank you, Sakura." Seeing Sasuke take it decisively, Sakura's face showed an expression of joy. She was not qualified to interfere in Anbu's affairs, and the time she spent with Sasuke was gradually shortening. It would be great if she could help Sasuke in some way. "Oh my, you didn't even invite me when you were having dinner together." Kakashi appeared next to Sakura, leaned down and said, "You can't do it on purpose." Sakura shuddered at Kakashi's voice, waved her hand and said, "Kakashi-sensei, I just met Sasuke and the others by chance." "After we met by chance, we had dinner together, but you didn't call me." Kakashi's voice was a little sad. "You can say that I am also your teacher." How could Sakura greet Kakashi like this? Yelan looked at Kakashi and couldn't help but laugh. Is this still the cold-blooded Kakashi from before? He has become so caring about his students. "Kakashi, don't talk about Sakura when you are with Kai." Yelan had already seen Kai not far away with his students preparing to come over. Kakashi also came into the house with them, but he found out first Sakura came over one step ahead to say hello. Seeing Yelan's gaze, Kai specially gave Yelan a thumbs up, and Xiao Li and others also came over. Xiao Li once announced that he liked Sakura in public, and now he was the first to say hello. It turns out that Mr. Kakashi had already come to dinner with others, and in the end he was talking about me. Sakura also understood what was going on and retorted to Kakashi. "Well, Kai just asked me for something, not just to eat." Kakashi retorted, "How about we all come together?" They were all acquaintances, so Kai directly raised his opinion. "Okay, let's all come together." After hearing Kai's opinion, both Sakura and Sasuke looked at Yelan, who also smiled and agreed. Seeing that they were getting along so well, Sasuke and Sakura listened to Yelan's words so much. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little sad. "Is it me, Jonin, who is the leader of Class 7, or you, Yelan? I really regret letting Yelan take care of Class 7. While Kakashi was thinking, Asuma and Hong entered the barbecue restaurant with their respective students. The attentive Ino saw Yelan and others at a glance. "What a coincidence, you are also here for a dinner party." Asuma walked over with Kurenai without seeing anyone else. "This is the feeling of youth. Everyone wants to get together before the new year. Let's all come together." Kai directly invited Asuma, and Yelan had no objection, so everyone moved to a larger table. Yelan and others, who were originally just having a small gathering, now turned into more than a dozen people. Almost all the jonin he was familiar with in the village arrived. Could it be that this barbecue restaurant was their designated gathering place? If Naruto is here, then everyone is here. Hinata, Sakura, and other girls were sitting together, looking around and thinking about Naruto, whom she had always had a crush on. "That guy, I met him once in the previous mission." Speaking of Naruto, Ino told about the battle between Commander's assistant and Naruto in the last mission. Although it was exaggerated, it sounded like Sasuke won it without much effort. Naruto also praised Sasuke's strength. "That guy is probably practicing hard now," Sasuke said, remembering the previous contest and knowing Naruto better. As expected of the elite who has entered Anbu, Sasuke's strength has improved so quickly. Shino, who had no sense of presence, also expressed his opinion. "Is Anbu so powerful? After I become a Chūnin, I will also join Anbu," Ya said with the same irritable personality, and Akamaru barked a few words on the top of his head. "I'm not attacking you, Ya. Anbu is more dangerous than you think." Shikamaru sighed. "Two Anbu died in their last mission, and he has never seen an antelope since the mission ended. I don't know how she is doing." "That's right, Kiba. I heard my dad say that Anbu's death rate is the highest among Konoha ninjas." Choji echoed Shikamaru's opinion. Even eating barbecue could not stop him. "So dangerous." As a young rich woman, Tianchen didn't expect that the glamorous Anbu would have so many deaths. Neji, who had reconciled with the Hyuga clan, looked at Sasuke. Naruto defeated him originally, but Sasuke could now easily defeat Naruto. Neji, who also has the title of genius, may feel a little unbalanced, but complaining is not his style, and he must train harder in the future. Sasuke, looking at Sakura's worried eyes, Sasuke comforted, "It's not as scary as Choji said. Kakashi-sensei used to be a member of Anbu." The students who had been discussing also turned their attention to Kakashi, but they did not expect that Kakashi had such an experience. "Oh, this happened a long time ago," Kakashi said when he saw everyone looking at him and touched his head. "Well, when I was in Anbu, I used to be called Cold-Blooded Kakashi." Yelan interjected, talking about Kakashi's former nickname. Cold-Blooded Kakashi. Sakura thought that his teacher was not suitable for such a title. That's because Kakashi performed tasks very efficiently when he was in Anbu, right, Kakashi? Kai said directly at this time. Kakashi's state at that time really made his best friend feel distressed. Is this really true? Ino felt something was wrong and said uncertainly. Okay, don't worry about those past things. Asma also came to interrupt, pretending to be dissatisfied and glanced at Yelan. Why did she mention this matter? However, Kakashi didn't care too much except for being a little embarrassed. The chaotic days before seemed like a nightmare, and he had to look forward to it no matter what. Fortunately, the students didn't struggle too much and were fooled by a few Jonin. Kakashi came to Yelan at this time, looked at him with some dissatisfaction and said quietly, "When did you hear about me in Anbu? My brother used to be a member of Anbu. You won't forget, right, the former captain of Anbu?" Yelan also heard something from Shisui about Kakashi. He also knew that Kakashi was a former student of 4th generation. Well, Kakashi actually wanted to say that Shisui did not actually join Anbu, but it was said that he was directly under the high-level command of Hokage at the time, but he still did not say these things. However, there is someone who still owes me 10 million taels and has not paid it back. Of course, Kakashi didn't care about the 10 million taels, but he was a little embarrassed by Yelan's words and wanted to take revenge. Kakashi, Yelan suddenly felt embarrassed. He had already emptied his wallet of the experimental equipment for Guang Huitu's reincarnation. He really didn't know when he would be able to repay Kakashi's money. While there are fireworks outside, Ino was sitting next to the window and colorful Madara fireworks were blooming over the village. Fireworks are set off every year at this time. Hong looked at the fireworks outside the window and smiled. After tonight, it will be the new year. You must work harder in the new year. Asma raised the cup and gestured for everyone to toast together. At this time, everyone also stood up and toasted together and said, "Happy New Year." According to intelligence instructions, the target is ahead. A group of Anbu members walked quickly through the jungle. The Anbu who spoke wore a mask with a somewhat complicated pattern and looked a little different from the other Anbu. You go and investigate to see if there is any danger." A familiar voice sounded, and an Anbu wearing a mask similar to an eagle pattern spoke. It was Sasuke. There is always not much free time. After the new year, the village is busy again. Sasuke has also been performing Anbu's tasks. This Anbu class was reorganized after the death of 2 teammates. Sasuke has become the squad leader of this class. In addition to the old team member Antelope, 2 more people were added to the class, codenamed A and Grey Wolf respectively. Grey Wolf is a Grandmaster Taijutsu Chūnin with decent strength. A's origin is more mysterious and his ability is quite special. It is very useful to coordinate the drawn things in combat, whether for investigation or gathering information. Sasuke heard from Tsunade that he was from Anbu's training organization, but Tsunade looked a little unhappy when she told him about it. "Squad leader, I understand." O was wearing a mask so his expression couldn't be seen, but it sounded like he was happy. Sasuke has been with his new companion for more than a month, and he knew that this was A's style, so he didn't say much. The 2 almost fought when they met him for the first time. This guy is a person without any emotional intelligence. The mission given by Tsunade was issued by a village in Tiano country. It was said that unknown monsters appeared in the mountains behind the village. Many farmers who entered the mountains now disappeared inexplicably, so they asked Konoha to come and investigate. After getting the mission, Sasuke and others went straight to the destination of the mission. At this moment, a group of people had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Ninja technique, super beast fake painting. I saw a spread out a scroll of painting, and quickly drew many mice on it with a swipe of pen and ink. After finishing the painting, these mice seemed to have vitality and jumped out of the scroll and ran directly to the mountains. Putting aside A's character, this method of investigation greatly reduced the team's casualties, so even if Sasuke didn't like A's personality, he didn't ask for eviction. A has been maintaining the seal posture to sense every move of the ink mouse. Sasuke and others have also been waiting for A's information and stood around to be on guard. After a while, A put away his seal gesture and Sasuke saw this and asked, "What's going on? Are there some strong people in the mountains? They just destroyed one of my rats. I feel like these people are a little strange." A's expression was a bit vague. After thinking about it, Sasuke thought about it and guessed it was the reason why people from the village who went into the mountains kept disappearing. Their mission this time is to investigate and solve it. No matter what, they must first know what the enemy is. Since Jayadu said they are some strange people, they should take a look first. In which direction? Sasuke asked. That direction is about 2,000 meters, pointed to his right front and said, go out and try to hide your movements. Sasuke gave the order as the squad leader. Several people followed, and a group of people quietly moved forward in the direction I just pointed. After a while, they discovered the strange person I mentioned. Sasuke and others observed on the trees and saw some gray-skinned humanoid monsters wandering around in the jungle. Why are they called monsters? Because most of their bodies maintain humanoid shapes, but some have animal-like limbs. A group of monsters are like children who can't find a home, wandering in the mountains and forests in a daze. There are also the remains of some villagers around. It seems that the villagers who disappeared before have been killed by these unconscious experimental subjects. Some kind of experimental subject. Sasuke has learned a lot about the darkness of human nature after entering Anbu. There are always a few crazy guys doing various experiments in this world, and the group of people underneath are obviously abandoned experimental subjects. Do you want to do it? Antelope asked quietly from the side. Sasuke's Sharingan hidden under the mask quietly opened 1-2, a total of 13 experimental subjects, neither too many nor too few, they should be able to deal with them. Just stay here and use your ninjutsu to provide support at any time. The others will deal with the few below us first, and then prioritize the nearest ones and don't scatter. Sasuke gave the order and started to take action. After hearing this, the antelope and the gray wolf took out their weapons. The antelope was a regular Anbu ninja sword and the gray wolf was a finger tiger. Sasuke jumped down from the tree, a flash of lightning flashed in his hand, and the ninja sword given to him by Yelan appeared in his hand again with the thunder attribute chakra attached, and he could pierce the nearest experimental subject with one move. The experimental subject who was stabbed in the heart still had vitality and began to roar. The other experimental subjects who were originally confused immediately reacted and rushed towards Sasuke and others. Sasuke didn't panic when he saw this. He held the ninja sword behind his back and raised the ninja sword that was still in the opponent's body. Half of the subject's body was cut off directly. Try to attack the head. The vitality of these experimental subjects is too strong. Sasuke reminded his teammates after the fight. Antelope nodded and slashed the neck of an experimental subject decisively with the ninja sword in his hand. He only knew that the attacking experimental subject had no intention of defending, and his head was chopped off with one blow. Grey Wolf is even more violent. He wears a finger tiger and has chakra attached to his fist. He dodges the experimental subject's attacks like a boxer while constantly attacking the opponent's head. It often only takes a few punches to break the opponent's skull. Broken. Several more experimental subjects kept coming from a distance. Picked up the scroll from the tree and quickly drew a few snakes on it. These snakes circled quickly and directly wrapped around the moving experimental subjects. These stupid experimental subjects couldn't bend down to untie the snakes wrapped around them. They could only use brute force, and they were all restrained in a short time. Lightning-style Chidori blade. The ninja sword in Sasuke's hand flashed with lightning, and he quickly slashed at the necks of those who were still struggling. With the cooperation of this Anbu, it didn't take long before not a single experimental subject was still standing. Sasuke put away his ninja sword and breathed a sigh of relief. Only after he became a squad leader did he realize what responsibility was. This time, no one was injured. It seemed that the mission had been completed. But at this moment, he still remained vigilant and said, "Watch the surrounding area to see if there is anything missing. Let's retreat after a short rest." Haha, the monitor's strength is really getting stronger, but in my opinion, it's not perfect yet. Smiled and came to Sasuke's side. This guy's mouth is still so annoying. If you continue to ask him why, he will probably talk for a long time, so Sasuke said impatiently, "Stop your fake smile, eh?" Haha, follow your orders, squad leader. Didn't take it seriously. He seemed not to know what it felt like to be embarrassed. He silently left Sasuke and stood guard around him. The antelope and the gray wolf looked at each other, and they were a little helpless towards A. They really didn't know where this weird thing came from. Monitor. After a while, started calling Sasuke again as if he never stopped talking. "What's the matter?" Sasuke asked angrily despite his somewhat aloof personality. "There seems to be a legacy experimental base here." Rarely spoke without a smile this time. After hearing this, Sasuke immediately asked the two antelopes to follow him and go to where A was talking. "I saw a cave not far from A, and there were some broken experimental equipment at the entrance of the cave." Sasuke looked serious. The group of experimental subjects just now probably ran away from this place, but he didn't know if it would be dangerous. "How about we report to Mr. Hawkage before we investigate? Our mission is over." Antelope analyzed calmly. Grey Wolf is silent and rarely expresses any opinions except when fighting. "Haha, Antelope, you are wrong. Those experimental subjects may be just one of the reasons why the villagers disappeared, and there may be a reason in this cave. A's voice brought back the original laughter. Sasuke thought for a while and said, Antelope Grey Wolf, you are on guard at the entrance of the cave. Me and A will go in to investigate. If we don't come out in 2 hours, you will immediately return to the village and report to Lord Hawkage. Seeing that the squad leader had made a decision, and no one else refuted it, A then entered the cave first, as if there was no danger at all. Sasuke's pupils turned into Sharingan's appearance, and he followed into the unknown cave. Only the torches in the hands of the dark cave can bring a sense of security. Sasuke and A stopped and walked around. There were a lot of experimental equipment in the cave, but most of them had been destroyed and covered with thick dust. It looked like it has been abandoned for a long time. Squad leader, it seems there is no danger. A's tone was brisk, which made this uneasy environment much more relaxed. Be careful. Sasuke raised the torch and walked to an experimental bench. He picked up a paper material, carefully shook off the dust on it, and began to read by the light of the torch. On human and animal grafting, the few words in front of him made Sasuke a little creepy. Looking down, he read in detail the difficulties that arose in the experiment and the results obtained. Experiment 7. After directly using bare limbs for grafting, the experimental subjects became brutal and could not distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. There was no value in continuing the experiment. Experiment 14 uses fish cells to give the experimental subject the ability to move quickly in the water, but it also has the disadvantages of fish. If it is left in the water for a long time, its strength will be weakened, and there is no further experimental value. Experiment 26. Cells that are too ferocious will affect the subject's consciousness. Cells that are too weak will also cause the subject to have the same weakness. This experiment used insect cells, and the experimental results were also not ideal. Insect cells, the effect is good. The lifespan of the experimental subject has been greatly reduced. This experiment failed. Maybe I should add some other energy to mix the cells. Seeing the rows of experimental data made Sasuke's back feel cold. Even though he was mentally prepared, seeing this kind of thing for the first time, Sasuke couldn't help but feel crazy about this person's thoughts. No, this guy simply cannot be called a human being. Turning to the last page, Sasuke saw the signature on the experiment report. Orochimaru and his pupils shrank. At this moment, a sound broke through the air, and a golden arrow shot towards Sasuke's back, targeting his heart. Clang! Sasuke received this information in his arms with one hand, and with the other hand he dropped the torch and drew out his ninja sword, blocking this seemingly unexpected sneak attack. The lightning flashed on the ninja sword, illuminating the entire dark cave. The attacking enemy was somewhat similar to the previous experimental subject, except that it had 6 arms, 6 hands pulling a huge bow and arrow, and under its feet was a huge cobweb. There was a cunning look in his eyes, and he was obviously a sober person. A, Sasuke shouted, somewhat confused as to where A had gone. Stop shouting, kid, your companion is already dead. Just surrender and capture him. The monster spoke in human language. It sounded like he was not much older than Sasuke. He was indeed a sober person. Are you Orochimaru's subordinate? The Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes has been turned on, and he is alert to the surroundings. If it is solved, then there will not be only one person around. The other party does not give him a particularly strong feeling, maybe better than A, but he couldn't be killed so silently. You actually saw it. Yes, I am Kidomaru-sama under Orochimaru-sama. Kidomaru raised his chin proudly. Sasuke, staying in a place like this, it seems you were abandoned by Orochimaru too. ****, how could I be abandoned? I have an important mission here, Kidomaru said angrily when he was not satisfied with Sasuke's statement. Then what is your mission? Of course, no matter how stupid Kidomaru was, he still reacted. Sasuke tried to trick him again, drew his bow and arrow and said angrily, Do you think I am really a fool? Sasuke clicked his tongue, he wanted to say something. Unexpectedly, this guy had already reacted, there was nothing more to say. The lightning on the ninja sword became brighter and Sasuke rushed over. Kidomaru was well prepared. He opened the third eye on his forehead, fully drew the bow and shot at Sasuke. The huge arrow shot directly at Sasuke. The arrow spiraled and became more powerful. With the help of Sharingan's dynamic vision, Sasuke did not block it. The ninja sword used the power of the spiral to stand sideways, removing more than half of the arrow's power, and easily blocked the opponent's attack. Kidomaru saw that an arrow was directly blocked and he started to pull the bow and arrow quickly, but he didn't hit a single shot. Unless it was a sneak attack, he had no chance in a head-on battle with Sharingan. Seeing that Sasuke was getting closer and closer, Kidomaru dropped his bow and arrow, and his mouth bulged as if he was chewing something. When Sasuke was less than 5 meters away from him, he opened his mouth, and a large net came out of his mouth, covering it directly. Live in Sasuke. Sasuke was already prepared when he approached. The seal in his hand had already been formed, and he also spit out a ball of fire from his mouth. Fire-style Great Fireball. As the first ninjutsu he learned, he had practiced it countless times before a huge fireball filled the cave passage, turning the entire cave into daylight. At this moment, several figures also came to Kidomaru's side. A monster with red skin and 2 heads stood in front of Kidomaru, slapping his hands on the ground. Spirituality Rashomon. A huge door burst out of the ground in an instant, causing the passage to collapse. Countless rocks began to fall overhead, and there was a danger of collapse at any time. The smoke dissipated, and Sasuke held the ninja sword behind his back and stared ahead. He saw the grimacing Rashomon easily blocking the great fireball move without any cracks. Kidomaru, so I am the boss. Looking at you in such a miserable state really embarrasses Orochimaru-sama. The monster with 2 heads opened his mouth and said. Others also came out from behind Rashomon, the same monster's body. One of them, a burly monster with long hair, was currently grabbing A, who seemed to be unconscious. Kidomaru, if you act without permission next time, I will kill you. The smallest monster has long red hair and white horns on its head. It originally appeared to be the most normal among these monsters, but it only spoke rudely. The voice showed that this guy was no different from other monsters. Tayuya, as a girl, don't be so rude. We are all companions. The voice of the largest monster was unexpectedly honest and honest. Sasuke looked at the strange combination on the other side and said, you are all Orochimaru's subordinates. What is the purpose of coming here? We are, seeing Sasuke ask, several people showed confident smiles to Sasuke, the 4 sound ninjas under Orochimaru. As for our purpose, of course it is to kill you, Kidomaru said directly, feeling that he had just lost face. Stop talking nonsense and just do it. The 2 heads on the left and right spoke at the same time and rushed towards Sasuke. Kidomaru set up the arrow again, Tayuya took out a flute, Jirobo slapped his hands on the ground, and suddenly rock fragments appeared under Sasuke's feet, trapping his entire body in them. Fortunately, Sasuke reacted quickly and jumped up to avoid the attack. The left and right were already in front of him at this moment, and 4 fists were swung at him like raindrops. After practicing natural energy, Sasuke's physical fitness was naturally far superior to that of his peers. Coupled with Sharingan's blessing, even if the opponent has 4 fists, he can block quickly. Even if the opponent is rough and fleshy, he can't withstand a few blows but is suppressed by Sasuke. Tayuya, Sakin couldn't hold on and backed away and started shouting. It's so noisy. A bunch of trash. Tayuya's tongue seemed to be a bit sharper than A's. Tayuya, Jirobo wanted to persuade Tayuya again but was interrupted by her. Shut up, you're disturbing me, fat pig. Except for Orochimaru and the dead Kimamaru Tayuya, no one dared to speak up. Even Jirobo stopped talking when he said this. Psychicism, angry ghost. Tayuya controlled 3 experimental subjects similar to those Sasuke encountered before, except that these 3 monsters were obviously larger and more ferocious. They also waved big sticks in their hands and ran towards Sasuke menacingly. When Tsunade saw him, he was about to distance himself from Sasuke. How could Sasuke miss this opportunity? Just as he was about to chase him, a golden light appeared in his peripheral vision, which was Kidomaru's arrow. Kidomaru knew that he couldn't shoot the commander under normal circumstances, so he simply took cover. The target of the arrow was not Sasuke at all, but the footsteps he wanted to pursue. Sasuke had no choice but to stop and look at Kidomaru in the distance with a cold look. Pill. It was obviously a somewhat humid cave, but after Kidomaru saw Sasuke's gaze, a trace of sweat broke out on his forehead. It is obvious that I am the one who makes others afraid, so why am I afraid? Sasuke looked at the several angry ghosts running towards him, and the lightning flashed on his ninja sword again. In this case, I will play with you. How could the movements of those angry ghosts keep up with Sasuke's speed? Sasuke swung the stick several times without even thinking about blocking and wasting energy. Tayuya saw the tone of the flute change. The angry ghosts stopped moving instantly and stood there sluggishly. Then, as if their souls were out of body, 3 monsters with transparent bodies appeared. These monsters had no eyes or noses. The ears are like an overweight snake, and the whole body is covered with a mouth with sharp teeth. The speed of these 3 angry ghosts obviously increased by 1, and their attack range also became farther, biting Sasuke crazily. Sasuke tried to use the ninja sword to attack, but as soon as it was cut into 2 translucent parts, it returned to its original state, and the extended part seemed to have no entity. Coupled with the arrows that Kidomaru shot from time to time, Sasuke was a little busy dealing with them and was unable to break through the opponent's attack. Earth-style, Tu Lao Tangwu. Jirobo yelled and walls of earth rose up where Sasuke was, surrounding him. Sasuke jumped up and wanted to leave Earth-style surroundings. Zuo-kan, who had been staying aside, didn't give him a chance and ran over to where Earth-style was about to merge. The legs turned into afterimages and kicked Sasuke down as he tried to leave. Sasuke, who was in the air, could not use his strength, so he could only block with his ninja sword and fell back into the prison formed by the Earth-style, with 3 angry ghosts inside. What Uchiha, I don't know what Orochimaru-sama likes about him. You were in a good mood at the moment and said proudly while sitting at the top of the dungeon hall. Tayuya, who had been controlling the angry ghost, closed her eyes. There was no room for escape in the dungeon. In her opinion, victory was certain. A ray of light emerged from Jirobo's Earth-style. Tayuya suddenly opened his eyes and said loudly to Saken, "Idiot, leave quickly." Before Zuo-kan could react, the earthen prison hall exploded in an instant. At this moment, Sasuke's surroundings were filled with electricity, and the 3 angry ghosts just now all fell to the ground. Sasuke has completed the Chidori-style ninjutsu. Coupled with lightning-style's restraint on Earth-style, he directly broke Jirobo's technique. The man who was just sitting on the top was not immune to Chidori's attack. He was stunned on the spot and fell to the side without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Jirobo reacted. He who had been controlling Earth-style was just 1 step slower than Tayuya and then ran forward to block Sasuke. There were no teammates in the team who could melee. Even if Earth-style was restrained by lightning-style, he would still have to take responsibility. Take responsibility. Don't even think about it. Jirobo rushed in front of Sasuke, his huge body making the whole ground tremble, and his red monster-like palms grabbed Sasuke with wind pressure. Too slow. Under the observation of Sasuke Sharingan, Jirobo was full of flaws. He gently sidestepped the opponent's grasp, and the ninja sword in his hand passed directly through the opponent's chest with thunder and lightning. Jirobo's face was full of disbelief. He fell to the ground and the state of Curse Seal 2 was slowly lifted, returning to his original appearance. What? He turned out to be still human. Is this the result of Orochimaru's success? Jirobo Sasuke said indifferently as he looked at Jirobo Sasuke, who had returned to his original form. Hey! Kidomaru dropped his bow and arrow when he saw Jirobo was killed and ran away. Sasuke had already shattered his only confidence, and now he only thought about surviving. Idiot, how can you escape? Although Tayuya was a little panicked, she forced herself to calm down, but then she was speechless. Sasuke's figure had already appeared in front of him. Magic flute, magic sound lock. Tayuya did not give up until the end and activated her specialty genjutsu, only to see Sasuke's movement of swinging the sword stopped. Just as Tayuya showed joy, she felt a chill in her abdomen again. She looked down and saw that Sasuke's ninja sword had been inserted into her abdomen. The stop just now was just an illusion. Using genjutsu in front of Uchiha? How stupid. Sasuke avoided the vital point without making a fatal move. He also wanted to leave someone alive to ask for more information, so he turned and walked towards the unconscious A. Bang 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 tilde. Just when Sasuke bent down to check on A burst of clapping sounded in the cave. Sasuke stood on his head for a moment and he didn't even notice it at all. Sasuke turned around and saw 2 figures emerging from the darkness. Long time no see, Sasuke-kun, I didn't expect you to make such great progress. One of them was Orochimaru, whom he had met during the Chūnin exam. At this moment his face was still the same as before, sickly pale. Master Orochimaru, I was wrong, I never dare again. Kidomaru, who had escaped, changed into his original appearance. At this moment, his head was held down by Orochimaru's assistant Kabuto with one hand. SHH, didn't you hear that Orochimaru-sama was reminiscing with Sasuke-kun? We don't want to disturb them. Kabuto looked at Kidomaru with a smile on his face, and his gentle voice seemed to be able to soothe the hearts of others. Seeing this, Kidomaru covered his mouth with 6 hands and nodded as hard as he could without making a sound. Yes, that's right. Kabuto approached Kidomaru with a smile on his face. A chakra scalpel appeared in one hand and stabbed Kidomaru directly into Kidomaru's heart. Kidomaru began to struggle in pain and Kabuto began to cover it with his other hand. Shut his mouth. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? You're disobedient. Kabuto smiled while continuing to attack Kidomaru. After a while, Kidomaru lost his voice. Kabuto, you're getting more and more presumptuous, Orochimaru said sadly. Ever since he escaped from Konoha from Uchiha Yelan, his awe for him has gradually weakened, although it seems that he is still loyal, but it is inevitable that he will not be allowed to come up with any other ideas. Lord Orochimaru, I'm just following your instructions. Kabuto immediately knelt down when he saw this with the smile still on his face. Haha, Sasuke-kun is still here, get up. Orochimaru will not be confused by Kabuto's appearance. Now he has no time to care about Kabuto's little thoughts. His most important goal is Sasuke. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? Sasuke is no longer like the last time he saw Orochimaru. Just the murderous aura he released made his whole body unable to move. According to Yelan, Orochimaru's hands have been sealed by the third Hokage, and his strength is far greater. Unlike before, even if he couldn't be hostile, he would still have the possibility of escaping. That's such a confident look. It seems that Mr. Yelan has taught you a lot. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke and said, knowing that he could no longer coax him to follow him like before, not to mention how his fight with Yelan was. In fact, the two of them did not show their full strength at the beginning. Just after Sasuke witnessed the battle between Yelan and Itachi, Orochimaru understood that Sasuke could no longer follow him in this life, so he used some small means. "Don't you know what I want, Sasuke-kun?" Orochimaru said with a playful smile, prying on the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Sasuke didn't expect Orochimaru to be so obsessed with Uchiha's Sharingan. What had he gone through to have such an idea? However, as the last member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke also has his own pride. "You should give up. Even if you die here, unfortunately, I will not give Sharingan to you." "Don't be so absolute, Sasuke-kun." Orochimaru didn't move his hands and just kept looking at Sasuke. The murderous aura released from his body made Sasuke very energetic. I saw Orochimaru take a step forward. As if he was about to take action, Sasuke instantly put the ninja sword in front of his chest and made preparations for the seal with his other hand. Over there. Sasuke, who was preparing to fight Orochimaru, looked behind him in surprise and saw that the unconscious Kabuto had woken up. At this moment, he was stabbing Sasuke's body with a ninja sword. Why? Sasuke couldn't figure out that Anbu would betray the village. Looking at the mask A was wearing, he didn't know what kind of expression he had underneath. "Master Orochimaru, Master Danzo asked me to say hello to you," said to Orochimaru with a smile, not caring about Sasuke, who had fallen to the ground. The knife just stabbed toward the kidney instead of the heart, which can make people lose their strength instantly. Sasuke, who had always been alert to Orochimaru, didn't even care about the armor behind him. That old guy Danzo sent a good subordinate. Orochimaru was very satisfied. He had shed a lot of blood in order to comply with Danzo's request and finally got the result he wanted. "Orochimaru, please maintain respect for Danzo-sama," shouted harshly. If Danzo-sama hadn't said that he had no choice but to cooperate with Orochimaru for the sake of the village, he would not have wanted to carry out this mission at all. "Boy, in my eyes, Danzo is just a partner and you have no right to dictate." Orochimaru no longer concealed his murderous intent and unleashed all his power on Kyojiya. This level of murderous intent was something he could withstand. His legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. Anbu's mask had also fallen off, revealing his somewhat feminine and fair face. "I'll spare you this time, go and report to Danzo." Orochimaru put away his murderous intention. Now is not the time to have a stalemate with Danzo. The old guy may be needed later. This Anbu cannot be killed first. Picked up the mask again and said no more, turned around and left the cave directly. "Kabuto, treat Sasuke, don't let him die." After a left, Orochimaru commanded Kabuto. He didn't want the next body he had prepared so hard to be lost. Kabuto walked directly towards Sasuke and found that Sasuke, who had fallen to the ground, was still conscious and staring at him. "Sasuke-kun, don't look at me like that, maybe we will become companions in the future." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, "You are worthy of it," Sasuke struggled to say. He now used all his strength to say a word. Okay, let me treat you." Kabuto used Sage Jutsu, and when he started to treat, he did not forget to throw Sasuke's ninja sword aside. Seeing Sasuke's cannibalistic gaze, Kabuto said casually, "It's just a ninja sword. Orochimaru has a better collection, you will have better ones in the future." "That kind of thing you think I would be rare." Looking at Sasuke, who turned pale, Kabuto said, "Stop talking, it will affect your injury." Sasuke finally closed his eyes and stopped talking, looking as if he was resigned to his fate. The body is in the palm of his hand. Sage Jutsu's treatment gradually improved, but the chakra all over his body has been sealed by the pocket, and he cannot use any ninjutsu. Kabuto stopped talking when he saw Sasuke's appearance and concentrated on the treatment. Just when the treatment was about to end, Sasuke took action, took out the kunai hidden under Anbu's arm guard and stabbed Kabuto. Kabuto seemed to have been prepared and directly grabbed Sasuke's wrist. "I hate disobedient children the most, Sasuke-kun." Kabuto no longer had a smile on his face and looked at Sasuke with some unkindness. "Psychic art." Sasuke was just fainting. He activated the psychic art engraved on his left hand. Although chakra could not be used, his psychic art could be replaced by natural energy. He just closed his eyes just to gather energy. A little bit of natural energy. Kabuto's expression changed drastically and he immediately evacuated Sasuke's side. Orochimaru also looked ugly. This was a trap he had carefully designed for Sasuke. Unexpectedly, an accident happened in the end. He stared at the thick smoke generated by the channeling. Hearing the sounds of fighting from time to time in the cave, the antelope and the gray wolf looked into the cave nervously. They did not expect that there was really danger in the cave. Just as the antelope was about to step forward, the gray wolf grabbed his wrist and looked at him in confusion. Antelope, I know you want to help the squad leader, but you know the squad leader's strength. If we really encounter a powerful enemy, even if we all go, we won't be able to help. And have you forgotten what the squad leader said? Gray Wolf said calmly, Sasuke just asked the two of them to guard the entrance of the cave. When the time was up and Sasuke had not come out, he asked them to retreat to the village, which showed that their Anbu could not deal with this danger at all. The sound of fighting in the cave became louder and louder. Even if they were standing at the entrance of the cave, they could still hear the faint sound. Then a harsh bird song came from the cave, and the expressions of the antelope and gray wolf changed. They all know that Sasuke Chidori is one of the killers, and they are also very familiar with Chidori's voice. At this time, Sasuke even used Chidori to show that the enemy is not a simple character. The antelope still wanted to step forward, but the gray wolf had already blocked the entrance of the cave with its entire body, determined not to let the antelope pass. Gray Wolf, do you want me to take action? Antelope's voice was a bit cold. If Sasuke could defeat the enemy with just a little help, she would not regret it if she found out in the future. The squad leader even used Chidori, which means that the battle has come to an end. Now that you have gone over and the battle is over, you can hear, there is no sound. Gray Wolf pointed to the cave behind him, and sure enough, the sound of fighting was coming. Weakened, and in the end all movement disappeared. The antelope calmed down and stopped arguing with the Gray Wolf. It took a long breath and understood that what the Gray Wolf said was right. The battle was probably over. Be careful. I don't know if the person who appears next is an enemy or a friend. If it's an enemy, you run immediately and pass the information to the village. I'll stop you. Gray Wolf put on the finger tiger again and looked at the entrance of the cave with a wary face. Antelope didn't say much. She understood that the Gray Wolf's decision was correct. This rational approach was actually in the best interest of the village, but she was still a little unhappy. Ta-da-da. The hurried footsteps were getting closer and closer. Both the Gray Wolf and the antelope raised their weapons. There was only one footsteps and they were a little panicked. They might be enemies trying to escape. When they saw clearly who was coming, they put down their weapons. The person who came was none other than the leader of their team. When he saw them, he did not slow down at all and whizzed past them. As he passed by, he only said one word, "Get out." There was a wound on A's arm and his steps were a little messy. He couldn't see his current expression with the mask on, and he must be very panicked compared to now. When the Gray Wolf saw A's appearance, he followed him without any hesitation. The antelope glanced at the cave, then at the two people who had already escaped, gritted his teeth and followed the Gray Wolf. If there were really enemies that Sasuke couldn't deal with, Antelope would have lost one more person in the past. Now, in this case, we can only go back to the village and report to Lord Hawkage. Hey, what's in there? Where's the squad leader? Antelope struggled to catch up with the two and asked directly. Inside is Orochimaru's experimental base. There are many Orochimaru experimental subjects just like the ones we met outside, but they are obviously successful products. They have reason and are stronger than ordinary Chūnin. Is at the top of the team at the moment. Ahead, he seemed to have regained some sense and spoke unhurriedly. Chūnin's strength won't make you panic like this. Although the squad leader is still Chūnin, he would have become Jonin if it weren't for his age. What else is there? Antelope analyzed calmly. As the one who has spent the longest time with Sasuke in this class, she understands that Sasuke's strength may be more than what he shows. In addition to the experimental subjects, there is also Orochimaru. Told his teammates directly without pretending to be cryptic. The heads of the antelope and the Gray Wolf felt like they were exploding, and their entire scalps felt numb. The shadow of the famous tree, Orochimaru, was notorious in Konoha. He killed his mentor, Third Hokage, with his own hands, and his strength was unfathomable. The last time Orochimaru invaded Konoha was still vivid in his mind. They faced Orochimaru like a child facing an adult strong man with no chance of winning. Then how did you escape? Antelope was shocked and thought of another question. Even if Sasuke is a genius and hasn't fully grown up, he will be no different from them in front of Orochimaru. Unless Yelan, who once defeated Orochimaru, is here, only then did he have the confidence to face Orochimaru. Orochimaru's target is the squad leader, said Orochimaru's purpose. The squad leader finally resisted 2 attacks for me and allowed me to escape. Orochimaru turned a blind eye to my escape. The antelope and the Gray Wolf were silent. A's words seemed contradictory, but for Orochimaru, who had a changeable personality, it was very possible for him to do such a thing. Several people were silent again. After figuring out that it was Orochimaru, they had no courage to go back. Now the only thing they could do was to quickly report to Tsunade and tell her that Orochimaru had reappeared. Psychic technique, Sasuke squeezed out every ounce of energy in his body. He didn't know if he could channel the 7 kills. Now he couldn't use Chakra's energy at all, so he could only rely on this trick to bring about a comeback. Possible? When the white smoke dissipated, Orochimaru's originally ugly face became a little strange. What appeared in front of Sasuke was a normal-sized falcon, with its wings spread out, and it looked about half the size of a human. Sasuke-kun, it seems that after staying in Konoha for a long time you have become humorous. Orochimaru deliberately teased Sasuke. At this moment he also understood the reason. The seal in his pocket just now made Sasuke unable to use much chakra at all, but Sasuke, a certain energy he had just used felt familiar to him. Oh my, you really shocked me. Is this your special move? Sasuke-kun, Kabuto also retracted his posture of bending down and guarding, and straightened his waist as he looked at Sasuke's psychic beast. Sasuke looked at the black-haired strange bird in front of him and was speechless. He didn't expect that he would be able to channel this thing. This guy seemed to have no fighting ability at all. The strange black bird chirped, then looked at Sasuke and said, "You are the second person to sign a contract with our clan. What's the use of calling me out?" Sasuke looked at the handsome strange bird and still held a glimmer of hope, and said without giving up, "Can you help me deal with the 2 people opposite?" The strange bird glanced at the direction Sasuke pointed, then shook his head like a wavy drum and said quickly, No, those 2 guys are not easy to mess with at first glance. If you ask me to deal with them, you are asking me to die." Sure enough, Sasuke held his forehead, and there really was no room for struggle. Although Orochimaru didn't mean to kill him, he just didn't want to follow Orochimaru. Looking at his ghost-like appearance, Sasuke didn't even know that he was standing still for a long time. What will become? Although I can't deal with them, I can make you escape. Don't underestimate the Thunder Falcon family, the strange bird said in a somewhat arrogant tone. Sasuke became more energetic when he heard it and couldn't help but ask, "How to do it?" Kabuto, Orochimaru didn't want to have long nights and dreams, so he directly ordered Kabuto to take action. He remembered the energy Sasuke used, which was the natural energy he gave up at that time. Orochimaru didn't understand how Sasuke mastered this power, but unknown things represent accidents. He wanted to end this matter with thunder. Kabuto didn't say anything more. A stream of blue chakra, a chakra scalpel, and a ninjutsu similar to a low-end Raikiri appeared on his hand. Kabuto did not take it lightly, and he had to be extremely defensive when dealing with the Uchiha clan. Here we come. Let me show you my moves first. The black thunderbird saw Kabuto rushing over and flew directly to the top of the cave. It flapped its wings to form a small storm, which was not very powerful. But it carries a pungent fragrance that permeates the entire cave. Kabuto immediately sensed something was wrong as he moved forward and started to cover his mouth and nose, but it was still a step too late. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a space full of gray fog, and he couldn't tell the front, back, left, and right, and couldn't find his direction at all. It was Genjutsu again. Orochimaru was also hit, but he reacted immediately, but he couldn't form the seal, and even though he knew it was still difficult to remove it, he could only start shouting Kabuto's name. "Come on, boy, I won't last long with this move." The strange bird landed on Sasuke's shoulder and urged him. Sasuke also seized the opportunity and immediately stood up and ran towards the entrance of the cave. At this moment, he saw Teuya, who was still struggling on the ground. At this moment, she had not given up her desire for survival. Seeing Teuya's appearance, Sasuke made a hesitant decision, directly picked up Teuya, and ran towards the cave entrance with her on his back. "Is this your teammate? Why do you care about others at this time?" The strange bird flew up from Sasuke's shoulder and made an unpleasant sound. "What a shame, I have my plan." Sasuke didn't just act on a whim, he did have a plan. Yelan had always wanted to learn how to reincarnate in the dirty land without hiding it from him. He wanted to know more about Orochimaru through Teuya. Even if it's of some use, it won't be a loss if he saves Doju. And seeing his companions being killed by Kabuto with his own eyes, he didn't believe that Teuya could still remain loyal. Quickly reaching the cave entrance, after the impact of natural energy, Sasuke found that the chakra in his body had begun to slowly recover. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, A and others had disappeared and must have left. Danzo, the Konoha consultant who had a conflict with Yelan last time, there is definitely something wrong with this person. Sasuke asked himself that he had not done anything detrimental to Konoha. He and Yelan had also made many contributions to the village, so they probably had nothing to do with Tsunade. But what was Danzo's purpose in doing this? The mature Sasuke also began to think about it. Bang. The cave behind Sasuke began to collapse, making a loud noise. Sasuke's eyes narrowed and he quickly hid in the jungle. He couldn't use much chakra at this moment. If he ran, he would definitely be overtaken, so it was better to hide first. A huge purple python emerged from the collapsed cave. Its head was in the shape of a triangle, and there were several small protruding horns on the back of the head. At this moment, Orochimaru and Kabuto were standing on top of its head, looking down at everything around it. Orochimaru, what did you ask me to do this time? Wanshi has a bad temper. He has always been dissatisfied with Orochimaru's control and loses his temper every time he appears. Lord Wanshi. Don't worry, the sacrifices and everything are ready. As long as you, Kabuto climbed on Wanshi to comfort him. He was also afraid of this psychic beast. Shut up. Did I talk to you? Wanshi yelled at Kabuto, making this kid uncomfortable with him and dared to talk to him without authorization. Wanshi is fine, it's just a small matter this time, the trouble won't last long. Orochimaru said, the key now is to find Sasuke. No matter what, my 100 sacrifices cannot be less. One snake has a particularly large appetite and likes to use living people as sacrifices. If Orochimaru could not satisfy its requirements, it would not want to be passed every time. The spirit comes out. Sense whether there are any ninjas around here and where they are. Orochimaru didn't see Sasuke's figure and judged that he definitely hadn't run far and was probably hiding around. It's such a small thing, one snake muttered dissatisfiedly, but he didn't say any more. He was still willing to do a small thing if he could get a sacrifice. Sasuke, who was hiding, saw a thin film covering Wanch's pupils and began to spit out Nabuko, feeling something bad. Wanch was not using ninjutsu, but the talent of snake animals. Snakes can judge the temperature difference based on the surrounding temperature. Even if the eyes cannot see it, the temperature difference exists, not to mention the existence of Wanshi, who can maximize this ability. No matter how well Sasuke hides it, Wanshi it's like a torch in the dark. Don't panic, kid, look at me. The strange bird quietly landed on Sasuke's head. Its body was not small and its weight was not light. It almost made Sasuke, who didn't have much chakra in his body, fall down. Steady, don't move, don't get discovered. The strange bird complained softly, and then it stopped flapping its wings and remained motionless like a statue on Sasuke's head. Then Sasuke felt that he was wrapped in an invisible special energy. Except for his 5 senses, he could no longer use natural energy or chakra to perceive the surrounding situation. Sasuke didn't move even when he saw it. Even though his body felt a little stiff, he didn't move at all. After a while, the film on Wanshi's eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of snake eyes. Did you find it? Orochimaru gradually lost his patience and said impatiently. Orochimaru, are you kidding me? There are nothing but some animals around here. Wanshi didn't believe there was a problem with its sensor and said to Orochimaru dissatisfied. Orochimaru looked ugly. Did Sasuke really run away? He worked so hard and paid so much for Danzo, but in the end he got nothing. This was unacceptable to Orochimaru, who was always smart about self-healing. Lord Wanshi. Why don't you do some induction? Kabuto noticed Orochimaru's displeasure and bravely said, you mean there is something wrong with my perception? Boy, how could Wanshi endure Kabuto's questioning? Shitong's expression gradually became dangerous. Just when the two of them were still arguing, Teuya, who had been staying by Sasuke's side, frowned. When Sasuke took her away just now, he had already given her a simple bandage to stop the bleeding. Unexpectedly, this time there was movement. Teuya gradually opened her eyes, and what she saw was a blue sky. She was lying on her back next to Sasuke. She turned her head in confusion and saw Sasuke, who had just defeated her, beside her. No, boy, don't let her move. The strange statue-like bird began to say urgently. Sasuke, whose senses were blocked, noticed Teuya's movements and couldn't help but say that this strange bird's ability to block senses was really amazing. But this kind of power hurt Sasuke. Just when he was about to hold Teuya down, she knocked Sasuke's hand away with her backhand. Huh? Wanshi, who was grinning, was suddenly stunned and looked in the direction where Sasuke was hiding. Orochimaru saw Wanshi's expression and said quickly, Wanshi, is it? Wanshi didn't answer. It didn't want to admit that there was a problem with its perception, so it leaned down and rushed in the direction where Sasuke was hiding. The snake's body formed a huge snake path on the dirt road, and the trees and rocks on the mountain could not stop its hard body. Boy, don't worry about that girl, run. The strange bird knew it had been discovered, so it could only run away and flew directly from Sasuke's head. Sasuke stood up without hesitation and ran away as fast as possible without caring about Teuya. After just running a few steps, he realized that Teuya had caught up with him. Sasuke was holding on to the ninja sword he had picked up in the cave, guarding against Teuya's movements. Teuya, who had regained her mobility, had much more chakra in her body than Sasuke, but she ran past him without even looking at Sasuke. Sasuke, who was still running, was also a little confused, but he didn't think much about it and continued running with all his strength. In fact, Teuya's idea of running away can be guessed. The last look she saw before she fell into coma was that Kidomaru was killed. She was the only one left among the original 5 sound ninjas. She no longer had much value. Even though she was not loyal to Orochimaru, she also had the idea of running away. It's over, it's over. Am I going to die here right after I was born? The strange bird also became a little panicked. That big purple snake can't be the guy from Longdi Cave that the elders said, right? You kid, who did you offend? Sasuke was silent. Only now did he know the name of this strange bird, Greedy Wolf, which was as strange as the names of other thunderbirds. It's Teuya, she's still alive. Kabuto didn't expect Teuya to run out, pointing at Teuya who was running away. Kill this kind of trash. Orochimaru only has Sasuke in his eyes now, and he doesn't care about the life or death of other people. Teuya, who was running away, laughed miserably when he heard Orochimaru's words. Even tools have feelings. In Orochimaru's eyes, she was not even as good as a tool, and she couldn't help feeling a little sad. The blood vessels on Sasuke's forehead have bulged. He has never worked so hard since coming out of the ninja school and concentrated all the traces of chakra in his body on his legs. The chakra transformed into lightning style stimulated the leg muscles, and Sasuke's speed suddenly increased by 2 levels, directly surpassing Teuya. Teuya couldn't help but panic when she saw that Sasuke had overtaken her. Seeing the bloody mouth of the snakes getting closer and closer to her, she used her last strength to directly enter the second cursed state. His skin turned gray, his hair grew longer, and horns grew back on it. He used a psychic beast to channel the angry ghost that Sasuke had defeated before. After a lot of experiments, it was found that the angry ghost has the ability to heal itself, but it takes a long time. In the state of Curse Seal 2, the current angry ghost can only resist a little. The desire to survive kept Teuya from giving up, and she would seize even if there was a chance of survival. Orochimaru looked at Teuya, who was still struggling. He didn't bother to use the curse seal to control Teuya. She directly swallowed the angry ghost into his mouth. It didn't care about the impact of eating this experimental body. Useless resistance. Looking at Teuya, who had been swallowed by 10,000 snakes, Kabuto couldn't help but smile. He was definitely stable now. Boy, at this point I can only try that move. Tanling couldn't help but said when he saw that Teuya didn't waste any time. You still have a way. Even Sasuke wants to strangle this broken bird to death. Why is this one so unreliable compared to the other two? I don't know if I can get to this point. I'm not sure if this method will work. After all, I haven't learned this technique yet. Greedy Wolf said dissatisfiedly. Honestly speaking, this is the first time it has been channeled, and its performance has already changed. It's considered a great effort. No matter what method it is, use it now. Sasuke had no choice but to rely on Greedy Wolf. Greedy Wolf took a deep breath after hearing this, then stopped flying and started retching. Seeing Greedy Wolf stop, Sasuke had no choice but to stop and look warily at Wanshi, who had already arrived in front of him. The snake stopped at Orochimaru's signal. Orochimaru saw Sasuke again and said with a smile, "How are you, Sasuke-kun? Have you given up the struggle?" Greedy Wolf retched for a while and finally vomited something out. It was a very small scroll. I really didn't know how to stuff it into its stomach. Orochimaru realized that the opponent had a backup plan and directly commanded the snakes to attack Sasuke. As long as he did not die, he would have a way to revive Sasuke. In addition to Tsunade, Orochimaru also had considerable confidence in his medical skills in the ninja world. Wait to die, reverse psychic technique, Greedy Wolf shouted, unfolding the scroll and releasing ninjutsu. Bang. She felt like she had hit a mountain, and her whole head started to feel dizzy. The huge shock made Kabuto almost fall off Wanshi. A large amount of dust was thrown up on the entire battlefield, and it was impossible to see what Tanling channeled. Something comes out. Orochimaru looked at the dust with uncertain eyes when a voice came from inside that made him very unhappy, causing his expression to change. Orochimaru, do you want to die? Kakashi, what do you want to see me for? Yelan asked in confusion when Kakashi took him to the training ground. Yelan, I have some questions to ask you. Kakashi turned his back to Yelan, unable to see his expression. What's up? Are your eyes okay? Kakashi asked a seemingly unrelated question, but Yelan's face turned serious. Kakashi, can you say? Too many things have happened in the village recently, and masters of the ninja world have appeared one after another, causing Kakashi, who was already a little slack, to strengthen his training. Recently, he discovered that his Sharingan has undergone new changes, and the person in the village who knows Sharingan best is Yelan. Originally used as a trump card, Kakashi's cautious character would not be exposed easily. Sasuke's presence made the relationship between the two more friendly, and he saw Yelan opening Susanoo and knew that Yelan had more than 3 Magatama Sharingan, so he went to Yelan to ask. My eyes. Yelan directly raised a hand to interrupt Kakashi. Sorry, there seems to be something that I have to talk to you about when I get back. Yelan's eyes have turned into Sharingan's appearance, and he can already feel that the Thunderbird clan is channeling him. To be precise, the art of psychic means that ninjas and ninja beasts sign a contract with each other. Not only the ninjas need their assistance, but sometimes the psychic beasts also need the support of ninjas. When Yelan first signed the contract with Thunder Falcon, he handed over the scroll that channeled himself to the Thunderbird clan, but he didn't know who was channeling him. Kakashi wanted to say something else, but Yelan's figure turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone? No, there are fluctuations in space, time and space ninjutsu, or what? Kakashi did not expect that the matter was so urgent, and Yelan suddenly disappeared from the spot. What happened? Kakashi saw that Yelan opened Sharingan directly without calling him. The matter might be very urgent, and Sasuke couldn't help but worry when he thought of Sasuke, who had already gone out to perform the mission. As soon as he was channeled, Yelan saw a bloody mouth. The Sharingan in his pupils transformed into a cross shape, and the black Susanoo skeleton condensed on his body like a flame. The condensed Susanoo blocked the attack of Wanzi with both hands. With Sharingan observing, Yelan also understood what was going on. Sasuke was behind him, and opposite him was Orochimaru, whom he had not seen for a long time. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru did not give up after his warning and took action against Sasuke, and the timing was very good. It was when Sasuke left the village alone to perform a mission. He did not believe that Orochimaru did not get the information. Orochimaru, do you want to die? The dust dispersed. Orochimaru didn't expect Yelan to appear here. Of course, he knew the art of reverse channeling, but he was a little wary of the Dragon Earth Cave. He never handed over the scroll that channeled himself, so he was able to channel the Dragon Earth Cave. The only high-level psychic beast is a bad guy like Wan Snake. According to his understanding of Yelan, how could he trust such a psychic beast that he had never heard of? It would be very troublesome for the other party to channel him into a dangerous place with malicious intentions. Yelan-kun, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Since you're here too, I won't disturb you and Sasuke-kun from reminiscing. Saying that, Orochimaru was about to evacuate with Kabuto. He understood that he was definitely no match for Yelan in the current situation. He, who had always cherished his life, made a decisive decision and evacuated directly. Oh, in fact, I also want to talk to you. Orochimaru, there is a big problem with the filthy soil reincarnation you gave me. Yelan really wants to find Orochimaru. The value of the filthy soil reincarnation technique is too great, no matter what he will get it no matter what. Reincarnation in the dirt? I didn't expect Lord Yelan to be so obsessed with this technique. It's just that I didn't bring it with me. Let's talk about it next time. Orochimaru turned to Wanshi and said. Wanshi stops him. Wanshi shook his head, and only then did he come to his senses. Looking at Susanoo rising from Yelan's body, he knew that this guy was not easy to deal with, so he opened his mouth and said, "Twice. No, 3 times. This time you have to give me 3 times the sacrifice." "Okay, I promise you." Orochimaru didn't feel bad for writing a blank check. Wanshi had never fought against Yelan and didn't know Yelan's true strength, otherwise he would definitely not agree. As long as he can get away, Orochimaru will have more people than him who controls a ninja village. Seeing that Orochimaru wanted to escape, Yelan first checked Sasuke's physical condition and gathered a ball of chakra in his hand to directly lift the seal that Kabuto had cast before, ensuring that Sasuke could move. Channel the 7 kills to stop Orochimaru. Don't go too deep, I'll be there soon. Yelan, long time no see. I didn't expect that I really succeeded. Tanling flew to Yelan excitedly. Are you? Greedy Wolf? It's no wonder that Yelan didn't recognize it. Greedy Wolf was just born when Yelan left the island and he had only met it once. That's right, I am truly a genius of my own clan. I succeeded in reverse channeling all at once. Fortunately, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to succeed, otherwise I would die the first time I came out. Greedy Wolf flapped his wings in a somewhat anthropomorphic manner. Abdomen. Then I'll leave it to you, Yelan said solemnly. His current strength is inseparable from the Thunder Falcon clan. I understand psychic art. After regaining his strength, Sasuke directly channeled Kisha. Kisha didn't greet Yelan. After listening to Sasuke's idea, Kisha directly flew him towards Orochimaru. Wanshi didn't try to stop Sasuke's move. Facing Yelan alone was hard enough, but this guy was not easy to deal with, let alone a giant bird. Orochimaru only said that he stopped Yelan and did not say that he wanted to stop Sasuke. He had a reason to let him go, but those big birds seemed familiar to him no matter how he looked at them. After Sasuke left, Wanshi didn't think much and directly launched an attack on Yelan. It was not a grandmaster for ninjutsu. Most of its fighting methods relied on its huge body and its own poison. The huge snake tail brought up a gust of wind and launched an attack on Yelan's Susanoo. Yelan did not choose to use Susanoo to fight, Just now, he had to protect Sasuke and needed to resist. Now he directly dismissed Susanoo and dealt with Wanshi and him. Keep your eyes open. Wanshi's attack was completely unable to hit at Yelan's speed, and many trees on the mountain were knocked down by it. The place where the two sides fought gradually turned into a flat land, and the originally dense jungle no longer existed. Wanshi, who had been attacking all the time, couldn't bear it. The physical strength required by its huge body was amazing. It didn't take long before it began to pant. It also decided that it would release the channeling after a little more perseverance. How could Yelan let go of this opportunity? He jumped into the air and started forming seals in his hands. Psychic technique breaking the army. A scream was so shocking that people couldn't help but cover their ears. Seeing Po Jun's figure, Wan Snake seemed to think of something. He vaguely remembered the several psychic beasts that existed in ancient times mentioned by the White Snake Immortal. Over the course of history, many of them were either extinct or living in seclusion. He didn't expect that he would see this kind of beast again, kind of existence. Wanshi already felt bad and wanted to release the channeling. How could Po Jun give it this opportunity? With a wave of its wings, huge thunder nets enveloped the snakes. Its huge body became a burden and could not be avoided. The whole body was paralyzed and could not move at all. Wanshi had lost control of his body, and his huge head fell directly to the ground, making a huge noise. Po Jun, Yelan was ready at this moment, and Biotian Yuzhang's ability had been quietly activated. Po Jun responded with a chirp. Under the blessing of natural energy, a hurricane surrounded Wanshi's entire body. Countless wind blades cut open Wanshi's originally hard skin, and Wanshi instantly turned into a bloody appearance. It wasn't over yet. Yelan put his hand in the Wu seal and put it in front of his mouth. A fireball that was even bigger than the fire extinguished appeared in the sky. When the fireball merged into the hurricane, it instantly turned into a storm of flames, and the snakes let out a miserable scream. At this moment, it could only be beaten and could not even release the channeling. Boom! The burning flames exploded again, and the flames rose higher and higher. The storm could be seen even from several kilometers away. This is ninjutsu developed by Yelan specifically to deal with large psychic beasts or tailed beasts. Fire-style Great Fire extinguishes silence. When the flames went out, Wan Shen's body became charred black, and white smoke came out of the snake's open mouth. The psychic beast that made Orochimaru famous in the ninja world died here. Yelan stood on Po Jun's back and was about to pursue him, but Po Jun didn't take action immediately, it said. There seems to be something undigested in the snake's body. Yelan was startled and remembered the previous conversation between Wanshi and Orochimaru about using people as sacrifices. Feeling a little disgusted, he drew out his ninja sword and swung it at Wanshi's body. Several wind blades formed in the air and rushed towards Wan Snake. If he had attacked directly like this before, he would have been unable to cause any harm to Wan Snake. Now Wan Snake's body was already fragile, and the wind blades cut its body into several pieces like tofu. As for whether the people inside can survive, it depends on their survival instinct. Yelan doesn't have time to do this. Po Jun glanced at Wanshi's body, snorted and sped up in the direction of Orochimaru. Array of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru couldn't use ninjutsu, which required seals. Fortunately, most of his grandmaster's snake ninjutsu didn't need seals. A group of big snakes attacked Sasuke with swords in their mouths. Sasuke. Lightning flashes appeared on Kisha and Sasuke's bodies, and their entire bodies seemed to form a thunder ball and rushed directly towards the snakes. Once all the big snakes were contaminated by Kisha's body, they were immediately electrocuted into charcoal, and the 10,000 snake formation could not stop them at all. They don't have a penny. There was a sudden loud noise behind Sasuke, and a large flame shot straight into the sky. The huge noise made Orochimaru and others look sideways. Uchiha Yelan, Orochimaru's face turned cold. He understood that Wan Snake might be in danger. Although Wan Snake was not easy to use, it was still a help. Moreover, after Wan Snake's death, his already fragile relationship with Ryujidong might get worse. Kabuto used that. Orochimaru knew that he really couldn't hold back this time and commanded Kabuto beside him. Understood, Kabuto knew what Orochimaru was going to use. After being unable to use his hands, all the ninjutsu Orochimaru that needed to be sealed were engraved on both arms. Once he needed it, he would let Kabuto activate it. This is how Wanshi became psychic. He rolled up Orochimaru's sleeves, his arms were covered with various lines, and he took a little of Orochimaru's blood and applied it on the lines. The art of psychics, the reincarnation of dirty land. A coffin emerged from the ground with 4 characters written on it. Sasuke and Kisha's originally wanted to pursue them but also stopped. During the Chūnin exam, Orochimaru relied on this technique to kill Saruto by Hiruzen. It was the first generation and second Hokage who came out of the dirty soil. Sasuke-kun, it's a pity that we can't go back together. Consider this a gift from me to you and Yelan-jun. I spent a lot of energy trying to kill this guy. Orochimaru smiled sadly and turned around with Kabuto. Wait a minute, Sasuke shouted. At this moment the lid of the coffin opened directly and a man with black eye circles and short red hair walked out. Orochimaru, you guy. Rasa was very angry at Orochimaru. He finally decided to have a stud with Tsunade, but Orochimaru took Kimimaro and stabbed him in the back. At close range, he couldn't use any of his moves at all, and since he didn't have much defense, he died after just a few struggles. Just die. The key is to be dragged out to work as a coolie. Who is this guy? Sasuke has never seen Rasa's appearance, and it may be that Orochimaru's trump card is definitely difficult to deal with. Sasuke still remembered the task Yelan gave him, so he didn't hesitate too much and stabbed Luo Sha directly with his ninja sword. Luo Sha crossed her arms and remained motionless. A ball of gold sand blocked Sasuke's attack, and then gold sand continued to surge from the ground and was about to surround Sasuke. Sasuke was taken aback, but fortunately, the 7 kills grabbed Sasuke's back with his claws and directly lifted him out of danger. Rasa's peripheral vision saw the Sharingan of Sasuke's 3 Magatama, the Uchiha Clan. I heard that there was only one child left in this clan, but I didn't expect it to grow to this point. It looked younger than Gaara. Rasa thought this way because Yelan was not famous at that time, and the only information Tsunade had about Uchiha was Sasuke. Sasuke didn't expect that this person's ninjutsu was so similar to Gaara. It wasn't that he was much better than Gaara. Gaara's control over sand was also not as good as Gaara's now. Boy, what's going on with Tsunade now? Who is Kasuke now? The dead Rasha logically knew that it was useless to know these things, but he still couldn't help but ask. Sasuke's ninja sword flashed with lightning and did not answer Rasa's words. The ninja sword extended directly towards Rasa as the lightning extended. At this time, Sasuke used the long-range attack method developed by Chidori, the Chidori Sharp Gun. Magnet-style alluvial gold cube. Luo Sha condensed the placer gold into a cube and directly blocked Sasuke's attack. Then he continued to control the placer gold to form a golden ocean. The placer gold continued to attack Sasuke and Kisha like waves. Kisha quickly pulled his body up, trying to get rid of Shajin's control. Suddenly, a ball of placer gold formed under Luo Sha's feet, and he flew up directly. Several spears made of placer gold appeared around him, and they stabbed Kisha. Sasuke had no room to fight back at all. The reason why he was able to survive without getting hurt was thanks to the speed of the 7 kills. Looking at Orochimaru, there was no shadow now. He was a little annoyed and started to form seals with his fingers. He used fire style to counterattack Rasa. Several fire dragons were spat out from his mouth, and they hit Luo Sha without making any waves. They were all blocked by the placer gold. Luo Sha smiled contemptuously and said, "This level of fire style cannot hurt me." Of course Sasuke knew that he was doing this just to activate a certain number. At this moment a trace of electricity appeared on his hand. He looked up at the sky. Yelan's previous fire style plus his own fire dragon were almost enough. "Sasuke, you haven't mastered this technique at all, you will hurt yourself." Kisha has already seen the situation and quickly persuades Sasuke. A trace of madness flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Of course he knew that this technique was just an idea of his for now, and he hadn't even perfected the specific practice, but he couldn't think too much about it at the moment. Bang! When Sasuke was about to activate his trump card, a figure flashed in the sky and hit Rasa at extremely fast speeds. Luo Sha's expression changed. He used layers of gold sand to block the opponent's attack. When he looked closely, he saw a young man with broken bangs in front of his forehead. The Sharingan in his pupils shocked him even more. Who is this? The force coming from the placer made him feel a little struggling, and he knew that it would be difficult to deal with the coming one. This is natural. If it were Sasuke alone, Orochimaru would not be reincarnated into Rasa. What Orochimaru really wants to stop is Yelan. Sasuke stopped when he saw Yelan arriving. It would be absolutely irrational to activate this ninjutsu again. Yelan knew that Sasuke was in trouble the moment he saw Shajin in the distance, so he rushed up as fast as possible. After a blow, he and Luo Sha regained distance and came to Sasuke's side. "I'm tired, so I'll leave first." Kisha knew that it would be fine without him when he saw Yelan had appeared. It had consumed too much energy just to avoid Luo Sha's attack, so he said a word and directly released the channeling. "Sorry, I didn't follow Orochimaru." Sasuke walked up to Yelan and said with some shame, "It doesn't matter, it's good for you to survive against the 4th generation Kasuke." Yelan, who is a Konoha Jonin, of course knows who Rasa is. 4th generation Kasuke? Sasuke looked at Rasa, an ordinary-looking ninja. He didn't expect that the opponent had such a big background. He was relieved that he had no power to fight back in Rasa's hands. "Boy, who are you? I've never heard of an Uchiha in Konoha." Rasa slowly landed on the ground, still crossing her arms and saying, "It's normal that Kasuke has never heard of me. You should have died not long ago when I returned to Konoha." Yelan knew that he couldn't catch up with Orochimaru, but he was a little surprised when Orochimaru came out of the dirty soil, and Luo Sha was even more surprised. The strength shown is much stronger than the first generation and second generation projects that were originally released by Zidu. The strength of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tabarama can be deeply recorded in the Uchiha clan's information. The strength shown in the Chūnin examination is not even 1/10 of their peak, and Rasa's performance can be said to have used most of his strength during his lifetime. It seems that Orochimaru's continuous improvement has made this technique more and more perfect. "What do you mean I just died and you came back? Even if it is true, you cannot say that. You can only say that you are worthy of Uchiha." Rasa suppressed the anger in his heart. As a Kasuke, he still has this kind of self-cultivation. How is Tsunade doing now? Who is Kasuke now? As long as Orochimaru can delay time, Orochimaru will try his best to lift the restrictions on Rasa, so he won't mind if the two of them chat here for a whole day. Luo Sha would ask some questions when he had the opportunity. He could see that Yelan definitely knew more than Sasuke, a stupid young man, so he asked about the things he was concerned about at this moment. "As for Tsunade, I can only say that your plan with Orochimaru failed. Tsunade has surrendered unconditionally. Now the two countries are in an alliance." Yelan didn't take action directly. There was no hope of catching up with Orochimaru. It was better to get some useful information from Luo Sha. After all, sometimes the dead knew more than the living. "Did you really fail?" Rasa knew that Tsunade would not be able to win after he died, but there was a glimmer of hope in his heart just in case Gaara succeeded. To a certain extent, it is actually a success. The third Hokage died on the spot. The person who is now the Hokage is Tsunade-sama. As for Tsunade, I'm sorry I haven't heard of anyone inheriting the title of Kasuke. Yelan's words not only made Rasa feel sad, but the huge Tsunade could not even choose a Kasuke. Unconditional surrender, alliance. To put it nicely, it had actually become a vassal of Konoha. "Actually, I would like to ask Mr. Kasuke, do you know anything about the reincarnation of the Dirty Land?" Yelan spoke more politely. "This technique is too important to him. HMPH, do you want to play with the souls of the dead too?" Luo Sha was a little dissatisfied. The two Uchiha opposite them both wore Konoha forehead protectors, indicating that they were official ninjas of Konoha. Unexpectedly, they had other thoughts. It was taboo to study this kind of technique no matter which village they were in. "I'm afraid Kasuke-sama has misunderstood me. I only want to get this technique to understand the truth behind the demise of the Uchiha clan." Yelan's Sharingan shines with a strange light. "If you want others to tell you the truth, you also need your own sincerity." Yelan didn't mind exposing his purpose to Luo Sha since he was a dead man anyway. The Uchiha clan, the demise of the Uchiha clan can be said to have shocked the entire ninja world. No other village believed Konoha's statement. No matter how strong a 13-year-old Itachi was, he could not survive in Konoha. The entire clan was massacred silently under his eyes. The top management of Konoha is absolutely indispensable for connections. These are Luo Sha's speculations. He, a person from another village, definitely doesn't know the specific situation, and Yelan's purpose of mastering the reincarnation of the Dirty Land is obvious. You want to be reincarnated from the dirty soil as the undead of the Uchiha clan. Luo Sha was frightened by Yelan's bold idea. If the truth really has something to do with Konoha, what would this Uchiha man wearing a Konoha forehead protector do? That's right, only the victim knows best what happened, and it's easiest to find the real culprit. Yelan continued. "Hehe, Mr. Yelan didn't expect you to think like this." Luo Sha lowered her hands on her chest and her tone changed. "Orochimaru?" Yelan realized that it was Orochimaru who was controlling Luo Sha to speak. "Yes, it's really embarrassing. I didn't expect that I would have to run away every time I met you." Orochimaru teased himself nonchalantly. People like him who already ignore the world don't care too much about reputation. "What are your thoughts now that you are speaking out?" "Yelan-kun, your thoughts should not be restricted by one clan or one village. If you are too obsessed with the Uchiha clan, you will betray Konoha sooner or later, am I right?" Orochimaru has seen through the nature of Yelan. He knows I know what the top management of Konoha looks like. Although he was not in the village when the Uchiha clan was destroyed, he was convinced that he must have something to do with Danzo and even did more extreme things. But they still don't know it yet. "I was born in Uchiha, and the Uchiha clan is really good to me. No matter what I choose in the future, I must investigate this matter clearly. After being reincarnated, Yelan knew very well what kind of tribe the Uchiha were. They were proud, arrogant, and all kinds of egoists, but this did not prevent the original Uchiha from giving him warmth. Uchiha may have done something and had to be killed, but instead of killing everyone, what mistakes did those ordinary tribesmen who didn't even have chakra make? They were definitely unaware, and Shisui was very biased at the time. As a result, no body could be found. If Yelan is indifferent to this, then he is really ashamed of his pair of Sharingans. In this case, I will give you a big gift. Fourth generation Kazekage can now exert almost half of his strength in life. If you defeat him, you can take him away directly. I think there is only one last step left. If there is a successful case, we should soon be able to find out the secret of the reincarnation of the dirty soil. It's not that Orochimaru is kind, he really wants to see what Yelan will do to Konoha if he investigates the truth. And if he really leaves Konoha, will Sasuke stay with him? Where will they go in the huge ninja world? What if this kindness makes them defect to him later? Orochimaru will definitely welcome him with a raised hand. Orochimaru, Rasa regained consciousness, her face was very ugly, and her majestic Kazekage turned out to be a tradable item. This is simply a shame. Seeing that Yelan is not very old, how can Orochimaru be sure that Yelan can beat him? It is true that his strength cannot be fully exerted, but the advantage is that he has unlimited chakra and immortality. He felt slighted. Yelan has no intention of continuing to talk to Luo Sha. No matter what Orochimaru's purpose is, the result is still acceptable to him. It's just that he didn't kill this guy, which made Yelan feel a little unhappy. This deadbeat snake really had too many tricks to save his life, and he ran away very fast, and he ran away if he wasn't paying attention. Po-jun. Po-jun immediately realized Yelan's thoughts and flew decisively towards Luo Sha. The sharp blade produced in the air struck Jin Sha, who was trying to stop him. Yelan was about to reach Luo Sha in the blink of an eye. Magnet style, Jin Sha Tao Lang. A large ball of gold sand gathered in front of Luo Sha with overwhelming momentum, like a huge wave that directly enveloped Po-jun's body. Young men of the Uchiha clan, don't underestimate Kazekage. Luo Sha feels that the biggest failure in her life is to form an alliance with Orochimaru, and later let him stab him in the back. Now any kitten or puppy dares to offend him, you must know that he is the person who has sealed one tail many times. The name Kazekage the number is well deserved. Po-jun stopped advancing and wanted to break through from the top of the golden sand. Luo Sha immediately controlled the sand gold when he saw it. The sand in the waves condensed into slender spikes, which stabbed at Po-jun like growing bamboo shoots. Go straight for it. Yelan directly commanded Po-jun to rush towards the waves composed of golden sand. Po-jun rushed over without any hesitation, and his entire body was instantly submerged. HMPH from the Uchiha clan. Seeing that his attack had been hit, Luo Sha thought he had succeeded, but then his expression changed and his body suddenly dodged sideways. Brush. It was still a step too late, and a huge black sword came out of the sand gold and directly cut off the left half of Luo Sha's body. Luo Sha didn't feel any pain. As a body of filthy earth, his body had begun to repair, and the dodge just now was just an instinct in front of him. The scene in front of him made him feel pressured. The Black Susan had broken through the sand gold. Yelan stood in front of Luo Sha like a demon, and the Sharingan pupils had turned into a cross shape. Orochimaru has left, and there is no need to maintain his eye power now. Yelan just wants to fight quickly at this moment, but he feels a little troubled when he looks at Luo Sha's almost repaired body. Mangekyo Sharingan, I didn't expect you to have such strength at such a young age. The last member of the Uchiha clan who was famous in the ninja world was Shisui. Rasa's knowledge certainly knows the existence of Mangekyo, but he doesn't know that Yelan is actually more famous now than Shisui was back then. Would he be angry if he knew that the person who promoted Yelan's reputation was a person from Sunagakure? Shisui, he is my brother, Yelan said expressionlessly. The last time he saw Shisui was when he left the village for his first S-level mission. Even if he learned how to reincarnate in the dirty earth, he would not be able to see Shisui again. As expected, the Uchiha clan has always been the cradle of geniuses, but as a Kazekage, I am not beaten so easily. Luo Sha raised his hands, and all the placer gold began to rise, burying Susanoo again. The enhanced gold placer speed has become slower, but the heavier weight will not allow Yelan to escape easily. Alluvial gold burial. This move is a move that even one tail can seal. The entire mountaintop has been submerged in golden placer. Sasuke has left the area, and Sharingan in his eyes is constantly observing the two warring parties. Po Jun's figure flew directly out of the placer gold, emitting a bright eagle cry, and the slowed placer gold could not stop it. This strange psychic beast is a bit difficult to deal with. Luo Sha stretched out a hand, and the spears formed by the placer gold kept interfering with Po Jun, making him unable to use his moves. He could only watch Yelan's Susanoo being drowned by the placer gold. It was not over yet after the placer gold submerged Susanoo. Under Luo Sha's control, the placer gold was continuously rotated, compressed, and squeezed, and finally made a huge explosion sound. Luo Sha was not happy that the alluvial burial was finished. He felt that it went too smoothly. This trick was very powerful, but he felt that it was too easy to defeat Yelan like this. Is it relying on a sealing technique? Yelan has been thinking about how to solve it since he last encountered Tiandao and took a move called planetary devastation. He would definitely not be able to deal with it directly with Susanoo unless his Susanoo evolved again. So Yelan thought of a way. He uses natural energy on Susanoo and shrinks Susanoo as much as possible. Yes, under the same mass, the smaller the volume, the greater the density. He wants to improve Susanoo's defense as much as possible. Susan's defense is indestructible in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, but when encountering this level of sealing techniques, it is a little stronger than ordinary people. Yelan shrunk Susanoo by less than 1/5, but the quality had been improved several times, and he could directly withstand this gold dust burial move. Cracks have appeared on the skeleton, Susan's armor has also been damaged, and wisps of gold sand seeped in from the gaps. But the outline of the entire body was still there, and he withstood the move. The placer gold burial was not as good as planetary devastation, and Luo Sha's strength was not as good as before his death, but Yelan smiled, indicating that his idea was right. The direct adjacent Fujin in his right eye was activated. Every technique has its weaknesses. Yelan, who was surrounded by alluvial gold, instantly found a weak point. Biotian Yuzhang. Susanoo ignited a flame, and with the blessing of natural energy and Baiten Gachu, Susanoo began to move, and the eyes under Susanoo's mask glowed golden. How is that possible? Luo Sha couldn't believe that he could still do something while trapped in the gold dust burial. Others' tricks were to avoid and use tricks, but no one like Yelan could take it down. Luo Sha squatted on the ground and increased her control over the placer gold with both hands. All the placer gold was buried towards Yelan's position, but the movement inside became louder and louder, and finally with a bang, Susanoo's sword broke through the sand gold directly. Luo Sha never thought that the sand gold burial would be broken so violently. The black Susanoo was badly damaged, with only the skeleton left in many places. Among them, Yelan did not feel any discomfort except for the excessive consumption of his eye power. Walking out of the place where the placer gold was buried, Yelan lifted Susanoo. He also felt a little dazed. It was the first time that so much eye power was consumed. Even the warm eyeballs with natural energy felt stinging. But the matter was not over yet. When Po Jun saw that Yelan was fine, he also started to attack Luo Sha, and the wind blade thunder net hit him directly on the head. Luo Sha, who was a little shocked by Yelan's performance, didn't pay attention to Po Jun's attack and suddenly started to panic. The incarnation of the earth has infinite chakra and an immortal body, which is good, but Orochimaru has not fully exerted the power of this technique. Otherwise, it would not be said that Rasa only has most of the strength before. These things need time to recover, and now he is weak. Time. Yelan seized the opportunity and teleported to Luo Sha. A typical ninja like Luo Sha was a fort. As long as he got close, he would lose most of his strength. Luo Sha secretly thought that it was not good. The palm that wanted to control the sand gold was cut off by Yelan at once. The body of dirty earth could be restored, but it was too late. Yelan would not give Luo Sha another chance. He quickly formed a few seals and slapped them directly on Luo Sha's body. Physical attacks were useless against the evil earth, and he would be consumed instead. Yelan, who had already studied some evil earth reincarnations, of course he knows how to deal with it. Also thanks to the sealing technique scroll given by Tsunade, when Yelan was experimenting with the earth reincarnation, he created a earth seal to deal with this technique. As long as he got close, he could seal the earth reincarnation target. However, the prerequisite for using this technique is that you must be very close to the opponent, and the opponent's strength cannot be far greater than your own. Otherwise, you will not be able to suppress the chakra in the reincarnated body of the dirty earth. Sealing techniques didn't expect this kind of ninjutsu you. Luo Sha's eyes gradually lost their light. This body had lost its soul and turned into a real corpse. When Luo Sha disappeared, Yelan seemed to realize something. Each of the reincarnations he had experimented with originally had only appearance but no consciousness. The only difference was that the soul of the deceased could not return to the body. It's over. Sasuke walked to Yelan. This mission involved too many things. Orochimaru's ambush was very abnormal, but there was another thing that made him more concerned. Yelan, will you leave Konoha in the future? Yelan put away the scroll that sealed Luo Sha. He wanted to go back and study the conjecture about the reincarnation of the dirty land. After hearing Sasuke's words, his movements obviously paused. Po Jun looked at the two of them and sighed. Without saying hello, he directly released the channeling. Sasuke, sometimes you shouldn't ask me. Yelan looked a little tired. Sharingan had transformed into its original black color. Mangekyo sequelae broke out in an instant. It was just a stinging pain just now, but now it feels like needles. Now Yelan just endured the pain and spoke to Sasuke with some difficulty. Any choice I make depends on the choices of others. Sasuke didn't understand what Yelan said. It was up to Yelan whether he wanted to leave Konoha or not. Why did he say that? Moreover, leaving is just a nice thing to say. Any ninja in Konoha who leaves the village without authorization is a traitor. Sasuke, who has already bonded with the village, doesn't know what choice he will make when the time comes. Okay, let's go back. Just as Yelan was about to take 2 steps, he staggered and almost fell, and his eyes felt a little blurry. At this time, Yelan clearly felt that he was being helped and looked at Sasuke beside him. You should take a good rest like this. Sasuke saw Yelan's appearance and walked directly to his side to help him. You need to have a good rest. There are still many things to do when you go back. Yelan didn't know what choice Sasuke would make at first, so he didn't want to expose his weakness in front of him. Now he probably felt confident. Yelan looked in the direction of Konoha. He still had a lot of accounts to settle when he returned. Now he wanted to figure out why Sasuke encountered this attack and who did it. He didn't have time to ask at first, so he could ask Sasuke now. A clear one. Kakashi was still quite concerned about Yelan's departure. He searched every corner of the village for a day or two but couldn't find him. After thinking about it, it would be better to talk to Tsunade about this matter. When he just walked to the door of Tsunade's office, he heard a loud B***** G sound on the table. It seemed that Tsunade was in a very bad mood now. Kakashi, what's the matter? Tsunade was a little angry, but she still sensed someone at the door. After finding out it was Kakashi, she still let him in. Did I come at the wrong time? Kakashi walked into the office with some trepidation. He respected Tsunade from the bottom of his heart, but he still felt guilty about this temper. Don't worry, tell me why you came to see me. Tsunade was a little careless, her eyes seemed to be unfocused. Well, we mainly encountered some unexpected situations. Kakashi still told Tsunade about Yelan's sudden disappearance from in front of him. The sudden disappearance of Konoha's serving Chūnin is a very serious matter, no matter how you say it. Let Hokage find out. You mean it disappeared suddenly like a shadow clone? Tsunade's eyes regained focus and she stared at Kakashi and said, That's right, but I felt some space fluctuations. It felt like something was teleported and then disappeared. I searched the whole village and didn't see him. Kakashi's perception of space has improved significantly. He didn't have such a keen perception before. It's a counter-spiritual technique. Tsunade, who was knowledgeable, judged it at once, her eyes a little uncertain. Reverse psychic technique, Kakashi had only heard of it. The first time he saw this technique, he didn't react for a while. Thinking of Yelan's prepared actions at that time, everything could be explained. I almost know where he is. Tsunade took out a piece of letter paper from the drawer. At this time, the message from Sasuke Anbu's class had just arrived in Konoha and was decoded. Before, Tsunade was still hesitating whether to let Kakashi know about this, but she felt relieved after hearing Yelan's actions. This is, Kakashi took the letter and read it quickly. In the end, Kakashi's face, which had always been calm, turned a little cold. Orochimaru, he still doesn't give up. I really don't know why I am so obsessed with Sharingan. He is such an unpredictable person. Tsunade no longer has any feelings for her old classmate. She didn't feel disgusted even after Orochimaru killed the third Hokage. I just don't understand what he's doing. The place where Yelan is channeling. Kakashi also understood why Tsunade said she knew where Yelan had gone. I'm afraid this is what Yelan left for Sasuke, and Orochimaru's current condition is not good. It is estimated that the two of them will return to the village soon. Although Tsunade said this, there was no happy expression on her face. That puts me at ease. Kakashi didn't notice it yet, and he breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that his students and friends were okay. Kakashi was about to leave, but Tsunade stopped him with a gloomy look on his face. This matter will not end so easily. The attack on Sasuke was too coincidental. Yelan is not a fool. Tsunade's face was gloomy. In fact, she could guess who would do such a thing. The Mito Gate inflammation she sent to remove the root was of no use at all. Danzo was completely ignored. She thought Danzo would be more honest during the last conflict. I didn't expect to collude with Orochimaru again. What do you mean? Kakashi's face was stunned and he understood something even with his IQ. Well, the task of appeasing them will be left to you. Tsunade didn't say any more. In fact, she didn't have a good solution, not to mention that there was no factual evidence. How could she admit it even with Danzo's shameless style? A few days later, A and others returned to the village. They first reported to the Hokage that they had met Orochimaru and his party and asked Tsunade for assistance. Tsunade directly told them about Yelan's actions at that time, which made both the antelope and the gray wolf confused. He breathed a sigh of relief. Now the most famous ninja in Konoha is Yelan. No matter whether it is good or bad, there is no denying his power, which makes the somewhat guilty antelope frown. The only one who heard this information was A, who was a little stiff and at a loss. Tsunade gave him a thoughtful look without saying anything and gave them 2 days off. Danzo-sama, accompanying Anbu, went directly to the root base without changing into his uniform and hurriedly met with Danzo. "Have you done what I asked you to do?" Danzo asked condescendingly, sitting on a high chair. "Danzo-sama, everything was going smoothly originally, but I heard that Uchiha Yelan also rushed over." Even if A's emotional intelligence is low and he can't express his emotions, he still feels panic at this moment. How could it be that Uchiha Yelan was still in the village a few days ago? Even if he rushed over, Sasuke would have been taken away by Orochimaru. Danzo said to himself in a very low voice. In the end, he thought that Genbu had not seen Yelan in the village for several days, and he had not had any outing missions recently. Danzo himself also knows that there are all kinds of incredible secrets in the ninja world. For example, even if the flying thunder god of the 4th generation is thousands of miles away, he can arrive there in an instant. If Tsunade really rewards Yelan with the flying thunder god, with his Sharingan's dynamic vision and already excellent reflexes, it is not impossible to learn it. After we reported it to Tsunade-sama, Tsunade-sama said it was a counter-spiritual technique. Aga directly gave the answer without waiting for Danzo to think. Reverse psychic art. Danzo's face turned ugly instantly, which meant that nothing happened to Sasuke. No matter how displeased Danzo was with Yelan, he was still very aware of Yelan's strength, and he also knew very well what kind of injuries Orochimaru was suffering from now. The current Orochimaru could only win if he risked his life, but this was the most impossible thing. Having worked with Orochimaru for many years, he knows very well what kind of temper Orochimaru is. "You said Tsunade told you directly?" Danzo asked a seemingly irrelevant question at this time. "Yes, you told us as soon as we came back and reported to Tsunade-sama," A said truthfully. "I understand." Danzo didn't look panicked at all. He pointed at his nails with his cane and said, "Let Ryoma take you to rest for a while, it's been a hard journey." A root with a purple mark on his face appeared in front of A. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses, and the dark root seemed to have no impact on his vision. "Sir Ryoma, don't bother, I can just go back by myself." A was afraid of Ryoma. This taciturn man was definitely the number 2 person in the family. As for Mito Kabuto, sorry, he is basically a mascot now. No one except a few family ninjas he brings will obey his orders. "No, Danzo-sama cares about you, so I'd better send you off." Ryoma showed no expression and took away from Danzo. From now on, Danzo would have many armors, but the one who went on missions with Sasuke was never seen again. "Senior Kakashi, why do you come to us every day when you have nothing to do these days?" Gang Ziti held a pile of documents and put them in his workplace, complaining a little. "Is it possible that he wants to steal our jobs?" Kamizuki Izumo, who has a sense of humor, also said, "You two ... It seems that this kind of task is too easy for you," Kakashi said, rolling his eyes. "You look like you're waiting for someone. Isn't Kakashi-senpai in love?" The 2 people who knew Kakashi very well also joked. "Yes, I'm waiting for someone." Kakashi's words directly aroused the curiosity of the 2 of them to the highest level. Unexpectedly, he admitted it easily, "But I'm waiting for 2 men." Sora was overjoyed and the 2 complained about Kakashi's boredom and started busy work again. Bored, Kakashi took out a book. This was Jiraiya's latest work. He stayed up late to read it for a long time last night. However, the attractive plot also made Kakashi a little absent-minded, and his eyes looked at the entrance of the village from time to time. Until 2 figures appeared at the intersection of the village, Kakashi's lazy expression suddenly disappeared, and the new book was put back into his ninja bag. Finally back. "Hey, your sudden disappearance really worries me. It seems like you are all safe." Kakashi saw Yelan and the 2 people walking forward and said with a smile. Kakashi-senpai was originally waiting for Yelan Jonin, but it seems that Yelan Jonin has no record of leaving the village. Shenyu Izumo thought a little. He had records of every ninja who left the village. He had no idea when Yelan left the village. So Lord Hokage asked me to pick them up. After hearing what Kakashi said, Kamizuki Izumo and Gang Ziti stopped asking any more questions. Things related to Hokage were no longer something they could worry about. Yelan didn't say anything. When he saw Kakashi, he knew that the village had almost understood what was going on. I just haven't figured out Hokage's idea yet. Your sudden disappearance really shocked me. I had to ask Tsunade-sama for advice before I figured out that it was a counter-spiritual technique. Kakashi looked a little casual and said, "Did you encounter something when you channeled Sasuke?" Yelan followed Kakashi into the village, and Sasuke followed him silently. We encountered a little trouble. Yelan's face remained calm with no expression visible. Kakashi didn't expect Yelan to answer like this, and his eyes drifted into the distance. Orochimaru can be considered a little trouble, and he doesn't even care about the former Sannin. Yelan paused. Kakashi, I always thought we were friends. If you know something, don't pretend to be confused. Kakashi sighed. In fact, he didn't want to, but as a ninja of Konoha, he had to consider Konoha. His purpose of testing Yelan was to know what Yelan was thinking at the moment. The result is unsatisfactory. It is normal to feel angry, but I am afraid that my thoughts will not be exposed. Believe me, Tsunade-sama, she is different from those people. Kakashi could only say this now. Kakashi, let me tell you the truth. The attack on Sasuke this time was a direct betrayal by one of his teammates. When facing Orochimaru, he personally attacked Sasuke. Yelan already knew everything that happened to Sasuke on the road, including the conversation between A and Orochimaru. That person's codename in Anbu is A, Kakashi. You should know who he is better than me, right? Kakashi didn't expect that Danzo would be so bold. This was a naked betrayal of his companions. It was undoubtedly an act of betraying the village during the mission. If Yelan hadn't arrived in time, he couldn't imagine what kind of consequences it would have caused. What do you want to do? Kakashi's eyes were already a little serious. I want to know what Tsunade-sama would do, Yelan said lightly. Kakashi felt okay, but Yelan's thoughts were much more mature. At least he hadn't lost his mind yet. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. Yelan said something that all the ninjas of Konoha village know, and this was the last words of the third Hokage. This made both Kakashi and Sasuke look at Yelan, wondering what he meant by saying this. It's a pity that the starting point was good, but it turned into a dogma for some people to control power. Kakashi was startled and warned in a low voice, Uchiha Yelan, your idea is too dangerous. If Yelan showed anger or grievance, he would comfort him, and he would not think that the matter would be too big. But Yelan's current thoughts were beyond his understanding. Danger, just tell the truth. Yelan chuckled, don't tell me you believe this kind of thing, Kakashi. When Orochimaru invaded the village, he could clearly see the actions of the major ninja clans, and there were only a few who contributed. The most important battlefield relied on a group of special Chūnin. If he hadn't controlled one tail in time, the damage to the village would have been much greater than it was now. Yelan, as a Konoha ninja, you have to understand that sometimes we can't help ourselves. There are some things that we, as ninjas, cannot consider. Kakashi was silent for a while but still enlightened Yelan. Ninja, Yelan turned around and looked at Kakashi. Did you make a mistake? I am a human first and Uchiha Clan second and finally a ninja. Ninja is just a profession for me. Kakashi was so shocked by Yelan's words that he broke into a cold sweat. What on earth do you want to do? What to do? When I make any decision, I will look at what the other party does. Needless to say, I will report to Lady Tsunade first. Yelan stopped paying attention to Kakashi, who was still in a daze, and walked directly towards the Hokage building. In a certain aspect, Kakashi is similar to the Uchiha Clan. His father, companions, and teachers died one after another in front of him. He could do nothing about it and could only go with the flow, relying on the big tree of Konoha without speaking or expressing. After living in confusion day by day until he started to lead the 7th class, Kakashi felt that there was some hope in life. He did his best for his teachers, orphans, and his fellow tribesmen. He believed that his students would one day change the situation in Konoha. It was just the appearance of Yelan that broke his understanding. The teenage Yelan was already famous in the ninja world. Unlike his original reputation of being very successful on the battlefield, Yelan had a solid record. What frightened Kakashi the most was Yelan's thoughts. He could see that Yelan was a person who could not be manipulated. He had always had a grudge against the annihilation of his clan and might have been secretly investigating. Kakashi is a little unsure about what will happen then. Tsunade-sama can only look at you in the end. Kakashi looked at Yelan's back. Tsunade's mission for him was a complete failure. He couldn't speak to Yelan in terms of language. He was not as uncertain in his thinking as Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke looked at Kakashi. This was the first time he called Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi had just been thinking about what Yelan said, and then he realized that Sasuke hadn't left yet. Sasuke's teacher's call made him feel a little happy, but he also felt a little bad. I still don't understand some of what Yelan said, but there is one sentence that I agree with. He and I are first of all members of the Uchiha Clan, and secondly, ninjas of Konoha. Regarding his companions in Konoha, Sasuke now has a deep bond, studying, eating, playing, and doing tasks together. Sasuke, who was lonely before, opened his heart. He is also not stupid. A certain high-level consultant in Konoha frequently targets him and Yelan. It must be the historical conflict left over from the Uchiha clan. In the end, Yelan is very likely to fall out with the senior management. Yelan, who has the strength, must have this kind of confidence. What would Sasuke choose? Yelan never asked him, but as the only two Uchiha people in the village, he already had the answer in his mind. Sasuke, Kakashi suddenly felt that both Yelan and Sasuke had become strange, or maybe I have never really understood them. Teacher Kakashi, thank you for teaching me before. Sasuke said nothing more. He had always understood Kakashi's dedication to him. He used to feel that it was a bit taken for granted, but after joining Anbu, he realized that a teacher as responsible as Kakashi has already very rare. He bowed gratefully and followed Yelan's pace without saying a word. Dong dong dong. Enter. Tsunade was busy reviewing materials and said a word without raising her head. The only sound left in the entire office was the rustle of Tsunade writing. After a long silence, Tsunade realized that someone had entered the office. She stopped writing and looked at the arrival inside. I already know about the encounter with Orochimaru this time. It seems that nothing is wrong with you two. Sasuke was a little moved and wanted to speak, but Yelan stopped him and shook his head, then continued. Lord Hawkage, Sasuke's attack this time was not accidental. Danzo revealed Sasuke's information to Orochimaru. There was no emotion in Yelan's words. He just told what Sasuke told him exactly as it was. He did not add any exaggeration to every word or action of the other party, as if it had nothing to do with him. So it directly attacked Sasuke, and all this was directed by Danzo. After hearing this, Tsunade slammed her fist on the desk, and the documents on it flew up. I didn't expect that he would have scruples no matter how much he went too far. I didn't expect that he would attack people in the village directly. This sentence is true. Tsunade thought that Danzo just revealed the information, but she didn't expect that he would dare to let it take action directly. If the village discovers that he is working with a rebellious ninja like Orochimaru, he will become a street rat who will be yelled at and beaten. Shizune, Tsunade called Shizune over directly, have advisor Danzo come to the Hawkage office immediately. I have something to ask him. No matter how Tsunade behaves at the moment, there is no expression on Yelan's face. He doesn't look like a victim at all now, like a spectator watching everything that happens. Seeing Yelan's expression, Tsunade secretly thought it was difficult and turned to talk about other things. Sasuke, how are your other two teammates? Do you still get along? Logically speaking, Tsunade only needs to address Anbu like Sasuke by their code name, but it is very rare to directly address each other by name like this. Sasuke found out that Tsunade asked about him. He was a little surprised at first and then looked at Yelan's expression and found that he was still indifferent before speaking. Antelope and Grey Wolf are both very good teammates. We work well together and are trustworthy comrades. Don't you mind that they left you and went back to the village? Tsunade stared at Sasuke closely, trying to see if there was anything unusual in the expression on his face. How could it be? Even if they stay, there will only be 2 more corpses. Under the circumstances, it is the best solution for them to return to Konoha as soon as possible. Sasuke didn't hesitate at all and said directly that this was his sincere words. At that time, he really wanted the 2 of them to leave quickly. Tuya was swallowed alive by 10,000 snakes in front of him. He didn't want to see that scene on his teammates. Seeing Sasuke so decisive, Tsunade will inevitably feel a little guilty. Whether it is Sasuke or Yelan, their loyalty to Konoha is unquestionable at the moment. She must not become like the teacher. If you think the rest of your class is pretty good, then your class can follow Tenzo from now on so that I can feel more at ease. After much deliberation, Tsunade decided to arrange Sasuke first. As Captain Anbu, Tenzo is definitely not weak. With him, he can ensure Sasuke's safety even if he encounters any masters. Moreover, with Sasuke who can use the counterpsychic technique, as long as he doesn't commit suicide, there will be no more accidents. Sasuke didn't expect Tsunade to make such an arrangement. He had only met Tenzo a few times. After he entered Anbu, he had always heard that Tenzo's strength was unfathomable and that the level of confidentiality was very high. He had only entered Anbu less than a year ago. I immediately became teammates with Captain Anbu. This can indeed show Tsunade's trust in him and a kind of compensation. You don't have to think too much. I'm doing this to reassure Yelan. I can't let him run over to save you every time. Tsunade is still very good at handling children like Sasuke. What gives her a headache is Yelan, who has been unwilling to talk much. Yelan, tell me how you feel when you meet Orochimaru this time. He is definitely no match for you without his hands. After Orochimaru lost his hands, he personally went to Tsunade and asked her to help him treat him. No matter what the reason, Tsunade refused, so she knew very well that Orochimaru's current strength had declined significantly. Master Hokage, you still underestimate your old classmate. In my opinion, he will probably be in more trouble even if he loses his hands. For Sasuke's sake, Yelan decided to give Tsunade a warning. What did he do again? Tsunade didn't expect to get unexpected information from Yelan. Tsunade's feelings for Orochimaru were very complicated. Remember the art of reincarnation in the dirty earth, right? Of course, I remember that when Orochimaru found her, he used this technique to seduce her, saying that he could resurrect the two people she loved most, and at the cost of repairing Orochimaru's hands. But what does it have to do with this? Tsunade heard that Orochimaru had dealt with her eldest grandfather and second grandfather in the third generation, and Hiruzen Sarutobi suppressed 3 of them. When she knew this information, she knew that Earth reincarnation was a useless technique. With the strength of her 2 grandfathers, any one of them could defeat the third Hokage in its heyday, the strongest Hokage. In Suna, the hand seems to be a self-paralyzing joke. Seeing Tsunade's nonchalant look, Yelan understood that Tsunade must not have expected anything. After I arrived at that time, I first eliminated all the snakes, and then Orochimaru used the Earth reincarnation. And what came out of the Earth at that time was the 4th generation Kazekage Rasa. Ignoring Tsunade's somewhat surprised expression, Yelan continued. I have seen it before when Orochimaru fought with the third Hokage. The reincarnation of the dirty soil at that time was not at the same level as the one I dealt with, and the completeness was completely different. I am convinced that the Rasa who came out of the dirty soil not only had the consciousness of his life, but also had a huge amount of consciousness, part of the strength. Are you sure this information is indeed precious? If Orochimaru's reincarnation of the dirty land really achieves this effect, he only needs to reincarnate a famous ninja from the past to defeat everyone. Yes, I had a hard time dealing with Leosha at that time. Fortunately, sealing techniques has restraint on this technique. Otherwise, with infinite chakra and immortal body, it would be quite difficult to deal with it. It seems that we can no longer let him exist. We should pay close attention to Orochimaru's whereabouts in the future. Tsunade deeply understands the horror of this technique. Once Orochimaru can't think about it anymore and uses the Earth reincarnation on a large scale, it will bring disaster to the entire ninja world. Dong dong dongs. The office door rang again. Yelan calmly distanced himself from Tsunade and stood aside expressionlessly. Looking at Yelan's actions, Tsunade clicked her tongue. The only person who came at this time was Danzo, and Yelan was watching how she would handle it. He was obviously his subordinate, but he looked at himself with a sense of scrutiny. No matter how generous Tsunade was, she would still be a little unhappy, and she said a word in anger. Enter. The first person to enter the room was not Danzo, but Koharu and Mito Kadani. Finally, Danzo walked in tremblingly. Not only did Tsunade frown, but Yelan's expression also changed. In his mind, Danzo has always been a sinister and vicious old man. He walks with wind and shows no signs of aging at all. He looks much younger than the third generation of the same age, but his face has become unusually pale at this moment. Shizune, what's going on? Didn't I just ask you to call Danzo's advisor over? Tsunade was a little angry that Shizune was not doing things well. Why did she call these 2 troublemakers together again? Tsunade, don't blame her, we came here ourselves. Koharu said directly, having made her position clear from now on. Shizune finally squeezed in and hurriedly ran behind Tsunade. There was nothing she could do. The advisors heard the news somewhere and came over together. Okay, you can come. Tsunade couldn't care so much now and said directly. Uchiha Sasuke met Orochimaru during this mission, and now he is back by chance. Orochimaru has always had thoughts about Sasuke, and even launched an attack on Sasuke during the Chūnin exam. You all remember it. Tsunade opened the topic and moved to bed. Of course, Koharu and Mito Monohan knew about this and nodded. Sasuke was ambushed by Orochimaru as soon as he left the village. At that time, Sasuke had already been attacked by A from the same team and was seriously injured. Wait a minute, Koharu interrupted directly after going to bed. Tsunade looked at her with some displeasure. This guy still has such a short memory. We all know what kind of strength Orochimaru is. You said that Sasuke was seriously injured in a sneak attack. How could he come back alive? He doesn't seem to be okay at all. That's because Yelan arrived and defeated Orochimaru again. Tsunade answered directly, and after sleeping, Koharu wanted to ask her again and said directly, "Don't ask why Yelan arrived. This is his ninjutsu, this kind of information cannot be leaked." This immediately blocked Koharu's mouth, and then Mito Manobu spoke directly. "In this case, then just bring A over to confront him. See what happened. Do you think he alone can leak Sasuke's information? How can you be sure if there is someone behind him?" And at that time, Sasuke heard with his own ears that Kazuo brought Danzo-sama to say hello to Orochimaru. Yelan went straight in at this moment, highlighted the most important points, and watched Danzo's every move. "Danzo, did you really do it?" Mito Kadoyan didn't expect that there was such a thing. They were just teammates that Danzo brought over temporarily, but they didn't expect that Danzo would hide it from them. "Haha, Uchiha Yelan's trick of throwing dirty water will not work on me." Danzo was very calm, and although his face was pale, his tone left no room for doubt. "Then I suggest that I be tortured, please the Yamanaka clan, so that the truth of everything will be revealed." Yelan's method was the roughest and fastest, but Tsunade was a little dissatisfied after hearing this. The evil brats of the Uchiha clan really don't take the lives of their companions seriously. In my opinion, people like you need to be sent to school to learn what the will of fire is. Danzo directly attacked, seemingly without any reason to refute. Sasuke was a little angry. This was the first time he saw someone referring to black as white. "Isn't this kind of person unreasonable?" Yelan signaled Sasuke not to panic and said slowly, "Companion. That's the person who can give the other persons back. I can trust Kakashi, Anko, Kai, Asuma, etc., so who do you think you are?" Tsunade's originally dissatisfied expression relaxed after hearing Yelan's words. "A asterisk hole, what are you talking about?" Koharu pointed at Yelan after moving to bed. "This kid was provoking their authority. It would be bad if it was spread out." At this moment, Shizune was already hiding in the corner, covering her ears. Why did she stay in such a place? "You have to understand something. Sasuke and I are here as victims, and the suspect is among you. The fact that I can talk to you calmly means that I am sane." Yelan choked back. The Sharingan in his pupils had been turned on, and a dark chakra burst out from his body. "Do you really think that you are used to being a good person and don't have any temper? You and Shisui have slightly different personalities. They both look like good people, but once Yelan touches the bottom line, he will face it ruthlessly no matter who it is." "Go to bed." Koharu retracted his fingers instantly, and his body inevitably took a few steps back. How could she resist Yelan's momentum after not fighting for a long time? "Boy. Do you want to rebel?" Despite the fact that half of Danzo's body was wrapped in bandages, and he looked like he was about to burp, he didn't give in at all and instead walked to Koharu, who was sleeping. "Yelan's." Tsunade seemed to scold him, and Yelan immediately returned to his normal appearance, as if what just happened didn't happen. "Yelan is still young and a little excited. As for rebellion or something, I am here as a hostage. Are the advisors afraid?" Tsunade easily resolved Danzo's difficulties. What she was most satisfied with after Yelan returned to the village was that instead of starting to act randomly like some brainless ninjas, she discussed with herself rationally. "Let's do this, call a here first and let him confront Sasuke. I think all the consultants will know what the situation is." After Tsunade finished speaking, everyone looked at Danzo. They knew better than anyone who arranged for A to enter in the first place. Danzo didn't expect Yelan to listen to Tsunade so much. He just wanted to muddy the water, but as soon as Yelan took action here, the nature would change. As long as no one cares about Sasuke being attacked, he can find various reasons to mobilize the village to capture these two people. "You said that if you, an Uchiha, listens to the words of the Senju clan so much, the other Uchiha will be very angry if they find out." Danzo felt a little depressed, but he still had a backup plan. Regarding A, unfortunately he died during training 2 days ago. "Dead, you're pretty good at killing people and silencing them, old dog." When Yelan returned to the village, he knew that the higher-ups must have received the information that Sasuke was fine. It was not surprising that he would kill and silence him, but he still couldn't help but say something. "Uchiha Yelan, you have repeatedly despised your superiors. I have every reason to take you down," Danzo said to him gloomily without any panic. "Old dog, what a powerful official. People like you are a scourge to Konoha." Yelan was also angered by Danzo's shamelessness. It was useless to reason with such a person. "Boy. You were not even born when I worked hard for Konoha. How can a junior like you understand what I have done for Konoha?" Danzo said and directly pulled off the bandage on his body, only to see that his entire right hand was covered with scars, including various cuts and burns, and looked completely rotten. What's even more horrifying is that when he untied the bandage on his right eye, there was just a hollow inside, and the flesh and blood under the eyelid was clearly visible. This shocked everyone present. They didn't expect Danzo's body wrapped in bandages to look like this. Hee, old dog, you are quite capable of stirring up trouble. I'm talking to you about Sasuke's attack, but if you talked to me about it before with so many injuries, it can only be said that your level is only this level. Yelan finally knew that the group Why is Zhang's face turning pale. It's probably because of this drama. Yelan took a step forward without any fear. Whoever showed weakness at this moment would be at a disadvantage. That's enough. Do you still think the Hokage exist? Click. Tsunade stamped her foot so hard that the floor of the entire office cracked, and the Hokage building began to shake. Now she was really angry. Hey, Tsunade-sama is so scary. Shizune was trembling all over and didn't dare to step forward. She had nothing to do with this matter. She was the most panicked among the people present. Yelan and Danzo became quiet at the same time. Whoever takes action at this time will be blamed. Killing Danzo is easy, but escaping from Konoha is difficult. Yelan would not choose to leave the village unless it was absolutely necessary. Even though Orochimaru and Itachi were both S-class rebellious ninjas, they seemed fine, but they hid themselves with their tail between their legs outside. If Danzo were killed at this moment, he might still be buried at the memorial stone and be regarded as a hero by the village. This would not be worth it. How did I die? I will send someone to investigate clearly. As for advisor Danzo. Tsunade took a few steps back and forth to make up her mind. You are getting older. I didn't know until today that your health has become so bad. You should take a good rest. Let the chief of the Uchiha Clan take on the position of consultant. Danzo never imagined that Tsunade would take advantage of him by pretending to be weak. He really couldn't refute this excuse, so he just focused his eyes on his two classmates. No, Koharu said without any surprise, but there was another person who spoke at this time. It was Yelan. Tsunade was not surprised by the objections of the other two advisors, and she really didn't expect Yelan to speak out. This old dog deceives superiors and deceives subordinates, confuses right and wrong, and plays with personal rights. He is a disaster to Konoha. I suggest Master Hokage to expel him from the village forever. Danzo didn't expect that Yelan's speech would be so explosive, and his already weak body could no longer stand at this moment. Everyone present was shocked by Yelan's speech. No matter what, it would not have reached this point. This was even more unacceptable than him killing Danzo. Since the founding of Konoha, there has never been a case of being expelled from the village. Most of them defected voluntarily. If he was really expelled from the village, he would really become the first person in the history of Konoha. Absurd. Unreasonable. The two consultants also reacted and started yelling. At this moment, Yelan didn't feel angry at all and looked at Tsunade calmly. Tsunade had a headache, and others would think Yelan was joking, but she knew it was serious. Don't say anything about being expelled from the village. Advisor Danzo was at fault first, and this punishment is still too harsh. Tsunade, what do you mean I was wrong first? I have already said that A's death was just an accident. I don't know anything about Sasuke's attack. Listening to Yelan's tone, he has already blamed Sasuke's attack on himself. Not to mention that there is no evidence. Even if there is direct evidence, he will not admit it. For the purpose of Hokage, he will definitely protect his image in front of others, at least not to give a bad impression to the villagers. Yelan was too lazy to waste his words and sneered. Danzo no longer cared about shame for power. This kind of refusal to admit was very similar to some Western politicians in previous lives. Even if you really don't know about it, as the leader of the Roots, you can't escape the blame if your subordinates make such a big mistake. You are no longer suitable to stay in the Roots. This is when Tsunade pulls the trigger. The position of advisor is not too important to Tsunade. Being able to remove Danzo from the root is her ultimate goal. Tsunade, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Mito Manobu said with some embarrassment. During this period of time in the Roots, he had come to understand that he was not that material at all. All the ninjas in the Roots did not obey his management, let alone Danzo's tongue-breaking mark. As long as he doesn't die, his roots will all be towards Danzo. Tsunade looked at Mito Kadoyan with a look of hatred. This guy looked like a strong-mouthed king. He had no ability at all, so he had no choice but to speak. Don't worry about this, I will send someone to the root to help you manage it. Tsunade had already made a plan in her heart, and she just took this opportunity to grasp the fundamentals in her hands. Danzo saw that several people had decided to abolish his position as the leader in a few words. His heart was bleeding, and he shouted, I have shed blood for the village, I have made meritorious deeds in the Second Ninja War, and I have been injured. This is how you treat me. Danzo, don't make it too embarrassing. I also agree with Tsunade's decision on this matter. Besides, Tsunade still retains the position of your advisor for you. Go to bed. Koharu is a little dissatisfied. Even so, Danzo and he are on an equal footing. A fool would think that Sasuke's matter was all his fault. What else could he be dissatisfied with? Okay, all of you just wait for me. Danzo didn't stop here and just slammed the door and left. However, as soon as he left the office, the anger on his face disappeared, and he quickly left the Hokage building with a cold snort. He cannot maintain his current state for too long. Without Sharingan's suppression, the wood style in his body may go berserk at any time. If he hadn't cooperated with Orochimaru to suppress it better, Danzo would never have taken this risk. Next, Tsunade and Mito Kadoyan discussed some root problems, and then sent the other two consultants away without letting Yelan leave, allowing him to observe the entire process. Yelan kept looking in the direction Danzo was leaving. He felt that the matter was handled like child's play, and his intuition told him that all this was just to perfunctory him. In Yelan's opinion, at least Danzo would be sent to prison, and only the root cause would be exempted. The position of leader is too light. His eyes glanced around imperceptibly. Except for Shizune, who was still a little at a loss, everyone else returned to their usual appearance. Everyone must abide by Konoha's rules. This dogma engraved in the hearts of all Konoha ninjas is a joke at this moment. Tsunade was still talking to the two consultants, but Yelan didn't wait any longer and opened the office door directly. Uchiha Yelan, Tsunade rarely called Yelan's full name. Hokage-sama, I'm still feeling a little unwell, so I won't stay with you. Bang! The sound of the door closing was not loud, and Tsunade felt a little panicked in her heart. She understood that this was Yelan's dissatisfaction, but how could she really expel Danzo, as Yelan said? When Sasuke saw Yelan leaving, he followed him without saying a word, without even saying hello to Tsunade. As an Anbu, this was definitely dereliction of duty. The Uchiha clan is indeed still so arrogant. After going to bed, Koharu expressed his dissatisfaction when he saw that the two of them had left. When he wanted to add more fuel to the fire, Tsunade raised her hand to interrupt. This Hokage was really exhausting both physically and mentally. There was already a rift between Tsunade and Yelan. This rift was not caused by the character's personality, but by where they sat. It is impossible for Tsunade to disclose Danzo's collusion with Orochimaru to the public. This kind of thing would greatly affect the image of the village's top leaders. Will other ninjas still obey the top management's management if they know it? By then, Konoha will become panicked and there may be more bloodshed. This is something Tsunade must not see, as it will only sacrifice the interests of Yelan and Sasuke. Evidence? It's a joke to the top management of Konoha. Sasuke's matter was settled hastily, and how can the Uchiha clan's matter be solved? If it was useless for them, Yelan had decided to do something big. From the first time he met Danzo, he understood the old guy's desire for power. He didn't hide his peak at the Hokage's position at all. He wanted this matter to truly become a wishful thinking, and he wanted Danzo to never be able to sit in that position. This would make him much sadder than killing him. Yelan stared at the scroll hidden on his wrist. What was hidden inside was the reincarnation of Luo Sha. He had to hurry up and crack this technique. When Yelan lowered his head to think, a shadow appeared in front of him, and he said without raising his head, "What a shame the time has finally come. Why has your mouth become so poisonous?" Kakashi has been staying outside the Hokage building. The noise Tsunade made just now made him break out in a cold sweat. After seeing Yelan come out without incident, he felt relieved. It seemed that the matter had been resolved. "Why don't I treat you to dinner just to celebrate your safe return?" Kakashi didn't know how to comfort him, and he didn't want to understand the game among Hokage's top management at all, so he said this. Yelan didn't make any more meaningless explanations. He glanced at Kakashi and said, "Before I left, I remembered that you had something to talk to me about. What was it?" "Well, it's just some unimportant matters that have been resolved." Kakashi looked in other directions and said casually. Yelan did not continue to ask, just looked at him one more time and said, "I won't eat the meal, I'd better go back and rest. Sasuke will leave it to you." Sasuke's injuries have not fully recovered. If he wants to avoid any sequelae, he should go to the hospital for observation. There are no serious injuries on Yelan's body. Then let's go to the hospital first. Sakura happens to be there too. You haven't seen her for a while. Sasuke was silent. He didn't know how to face Sakura. On the one hand, Anbu was busy and disciplined. The most important thing was that he didn't want to waste time on it. Seeing his student getting better and better and almost becoming Sasuke of Konoha Jonin, Kakashi felt pleased. Sasuke will definitely make more contributions to Konoha in the future. Sharingan had a problem and asked if there was anything wrong with his eyes. Yelan had already guessed what Kakashi wanted to ask. Only Mangekyo Sharingan can cause harm to the eyes, and there is no precedent for outsiders to awaken Mangekyo. But there are not many Uchiha who can play Sharingan as Kakashi. Even if they have Mangekyo, Yelan will be able to accept it. It's just that Kakashi's attitude was a bit unpredictable. He definitely wanted to ask Yelan at first, but after something like this happened, he concealed it, which made Yelan think more. Even if Mangekyo is awakened, there will be a gap between Mangekyo and how far one eye can do it. Yelan stopped thinking too much and went home to rest. What he said to Tsunade and Kakashi was not completely perfunctory. He was really tired. As for the technique of reincarnation, he still had time to study it at the experimental base outside the village. The next evening, when Yelan was about to go out, the door of her home rang. Yelan was a little confused. After this incident, Kakashi and Tsunade will not come to him in a short time. Sasuke may have to get acquainted with his new captain, but he will not come either, so who else will come? He opened the door with doubts, and what he saw was Konoha's standard Jonin vest, but it felt a little inappropriate on this person. Red beans. Hondu's outfit felt like a bad little girl wearing a school uniform. It didn't match at all, and Yelan was a little afraid to recognize her. Haha, I didn't expect that my sister also became a Jonin. Anko said with a smile. She just came to Yelan after receiving the appointment letter and Jonin vest from Tsunade today. Anko knew in her heart that if it weren't for Yelan, she would have been a special Jonin for the rest of her life after leaving Orochimaru. To say the best, she was a Jonin. Only the people who stayed in special Jonin knew the real difference. Congratulations, but why did you come to me? Yelan said calmly that the reason for establishing a good relationship with Hondu was to better integrate into Konoha. If he really got into a fight with the top management of Konoha that day, Hondu would definitely choose to help Konoha. She had chosen between Orochimaru and Konoha once before, so Yelan didn't expect Anko to be of any help to him. Look at the dejected look on your face. Are you still the same Uchiha Yelan I know? I just let Orochimaru run away or I'll catch him next time. You see, I don't care anymore. Hearing Anko's words, Yelan was a little silent. Even Anko, who became Jonin, didn't know about Danzo. It seemed that the senior management of Konoha was very unified. Let's go. I told you that I would treat you to dinner after becoming Jonin. You must have forgotten, right? Anko patted Yelan and urged. Yelan also remembered that such a thing had happened. What he had casually agreed to at that time did not expect it to happen so quickly. I said you really feel a little weird wearing this outfit. Seeing this, Yelan no longer refused. He just felt a little gloomy in his heart. Having Hongdu, a person with such an explosive attitude, could give him some fun. Yes, it feels a little strange. Anko looked at Yelan, who had never worn Konoha's Jonin uniform. He usually wears a black slim-fitting jacket with a light-colored lining. The clothes are not particularly tight and can ensure Yelan's quick movements. The slim-fitting style does not appear cumbersome. Coupled with his absolutely handsome appearance, he is the brightest boy on the streets of Konoha. As for the Jonin uniform I was given, I don't know where it ended up gathering dust at the bottom of the box. In the end, Hongdu threw the vest directly at Yelan's house, but she still felt comfortable wearing the clothes she liked. What does it mean for you to throw this thing at me? Yelan was shocked by Hongdu's operation. What kind of situation is this? Even if you are casual, you can't be so casual. Oh, I'll just pick it up when I get back from dinner. How does it look in my hand? Hongdu said casually. Even if it doesn't fit in your hand, you can seal it in the scroll. Don't you think Jonin can even seal items? Yelan was too lazy to complain about her, who knew what she would do. Anko was laughing and joking and walked straight to Konoha's barbecue restaurant with Yelan arm in arm. They didn't care even if people on the road pointed at them. Comfortable tilde. Hondu drank half a glass of beer in a big gulp, and more than half of the beer glass was filled in one go. Hondu poured it for herself again and then looked at the juice in front of Yelan and couldn't help but smack her lips. Why aren't you an adult yet? Hondu felt that he had known Yelan for a while, but looking back, he saw that it had not been a year yet. You should give up on this. Even if I become an adult, I will not drink alcohol. Yelan put down the burden and could be more casual in front of Hongdu. It's really boring. Hongdu shook the wine glass and continued to drink. The excess wine leaked from her chin and she didn't care at all, looking like a heroic woman. Bang. The empty wine glass was smashed on the table by Anko. Her face was already slightly flushed at this moment, and this guy was already a little drunk. Drink less, I don't want you to spit on me. Yelan saw Hongdu's look and knew that he was almost done. Before we had dinner together, Hongdu had only drank to this extent. No, today is the day I become Jonin. I have to drink it and have fun no matter what. Hongdu no longer used the wine glass and started blowing directly into the bottle, knocking down another half of the bottle. Are you so happy to be a Jonin? Yelan couldn't understand this feeling. After all, it only took him a few months to go from special Jonin to Jonin. Not only that, Tsunade-sama also transferred me to the root, which is where Orochimaru stayed before. I always thought that I would never be able to catch up with Orochimaru in this life, but I never thought that this day would come to me. Even the careless Anko felt a little emotional. Did she really not have a grudge in her heart when she looked at the always careless person? There must be, otherwise she wouldn't have been so excited when Orochimaru came to the village. Anko will go to the root. What surprised Yelan the most was this. By the way, Tsunade said that she would send people to help Mito Menyon at the root, but she didn't expect it to be Anko. How's it going? Are you surprised? Call me next time you go to catch Orochimaru, and you won't be as embarrassed as last time. Anko said and puffed out her chest. The last time she was talking about was the Chūnin exam. She was a drag. Now her improvement in strength has given her confidence. Looking at the somewhat energetic Hongdu, Yelan smiled, drank the juice in the cup, poured himself some of the remaining beer from Hongdu, picked up the cup and said, I will drink a little with you this time, and I will definitely call you next time. Although I have never drank alcohol, I heard that the alcohol content of beer is not high, so drinking a little by yourself should be fine. Seeing Hongdu so happy this time, Yelan put down his guard and drank it all in one gulp. Not bad, not bad. Hongdu was very surprised and was happy with Yelan's actions. No matter how excited a person was, drinking alone was meaningless. She blew the bottle dry in one breath and turned around to continue shouting, Boss, 2 more bottles. Hongdu planned to pursue the victory and encourage Yelan to drink more. But when she looked back at Yelan with a smile, she was stunned. I saw Yelan lying on the table without any consciousness at all, which was very different from his usual calm image. Miss, it's illegal to drink with minors. The clerk came over with 2 bottles of beer, but when he saw Yelan lying on the table, he yelled directly at Hongdu. Hey no, Miss Hims. Hongdu cursed and picked up Yelan. From now on, even if Yelan wanted to drink, she would not go with him. I've heard of pouring a cup, but what's the point of pouring it in one sip? Hongdu, who was a little drunk at first, had mostly sobered up, and took Yelan out of the barbecue restaurant under the suspicious eyes of the diners. Finally, he brought Yelan home, put him on the bed, and carefully put down Yelan's head. At this time, the distance between his face and Yelan's face was inevitably shortened. Without the sharp eyes, Yelan's face was more in line with his age, and his somewhat immature face made people couldn't help but care for him. But looking at his face, you would never imagine that Yelan is a seasoned Jonin who has seen countless lives and deaths. Instead, he looks like an innocent boy who has not experienced much in the world. Are all the boys from the Uchiha clan so good-looking? Hongdu couldn't help but pinch Yelan's face. This kind of opportunity was rare, and she had wanted to do this for a long time. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Yelan frowned and snorted. After hearing this, Hongdu quickly retracted her hand and looked around with a guilty conscience. She was relieved when she saw that there was no movement. Hongdu looked at Yelan, who was already sleeping, and sighed. She patted her face with 2 hands like palms, driving some unwanted thoughts out of her mind. Finally, she took her Jonin vest and left Yelan's home. Afterwards, Yelan didn't ask Hongdu what happened, and Hongdu didn't mention it. The 2 of them still got along as usual. After resting for a few days, Yelan walked around the streets of Konoha feeling bored. Tsunade had no new instructions, and she was free. If she left the village at this time, she would probably be discovered by some interested people. Fortunately, Yelan stayed in Konoha and waited for the opportunity. Looking around boredly, Yelan stopped looking until he saw a sign, Yamanaka Flower Shop. Yelan thought for a while and walked into the store directly. Welcome Guang. Brother Yelan. Ino, who had been helping her family take care of the shop, looked at Yelan in surprise, not expecting that Yelan would come to the flower shop to buy things. Long time no see, Ino. Yelan looked at the girl in front of him. The hair that was cut off by Chūnin during the exam had grown back, and it would probably not take long for it to return to its original length. After a year of ninja career, she felt obviously more mature than before. Haven't seen you for a long time. Ino stammered. She was both surprised and worried about Yelan's arrival. Surprisingly, they haven't seen each other for a while, and I can't be Yelan's student. I only have a few friendships during missions. If I rush to Yelan, it may have some bad effects. What worries me is why Yelan came to the flower shop. He must be buying flowers, but I didn't hear that someone in Konoha was injured. He wasn't buying flowers to visit a patient. Could it be? Just when Ino was thinking wildly, Yelan flicked her forehead and smiled slightly. Is it not in line with the Yamanaka family's hospitality to leave guests alone? Ino's face turned red, and she was a little unexpectedly excited. Brother Yelan, who do you want to buy flowers for? Ino also figured it out. She was not afraid of her opponent no matter who she was. She had never been afraid of competing with Sakura to snatch Sasuke. If someone came to snatch Yelan, she would definitely be confident of driving him away. After Yelan heard Ino's words, the smile on his face also disappeared, and he said faintly, "I am here to sweep graves." Ino's originally full of energy suddenly became deflated. "Oh right, this season is coming to grave-sweeping time, and Yelan's surname is Uchiha." Ino stopped talking and silently walked to a counter, wrapped a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, and finally handed it to Yelan without saying a word. "Thanks, Ino, how much does it cost?" Yelan said that she was going to pay, but Ino quickly waved her hand and said no. Yelan took out a large bill and put it on the counter without waiting for her to say anything. "When it's all over, turn around and leave. Brother Yelan." Seeing that Yelan was about to leave, Ino still mustered up the courage to shout out. Out of politeness, Yelan turned around with a little doubt in his eyes. "I don't know how to say it, but we are always by your side." After hearing this, Yelan was a little surprised and chuckled. Even if she became a ninja, the little girl's innocence would not be erased for a while. "What are you laughing at?" Ino said angrily, finally finding the courage to speak, but was laughed at by the other party. "It's nothing, Ino, thanks." Yelan stopped staying and turned around to leave the flower shop, regaining her cold eyes as before. She had always made an ignorant statement, and she would always be the one who got hurt if she was too naive. Leaving the busy streets, we came to the most remote Uchiha tribe in Konoha. I haven't been back for a long time, and a lot of weeds have grown here again. Yelan came to the tomb forest and looked around among the tombstones without names. Finally, after finding the target, he walked to an inconspicuous small grave. Through the perception of natural energy, Yelan has figured out a few people who he was relatively familiar with in Uchiha at that time. The person in front of him was the Uchiha medicinal flavor who taught him and Shisui at that time. A somewhat stubborn old man couldn't help but feel helpless when he remembered what the old man had said about himself in the past. "Uchiha Yelan, you are a person with a violent heart. You are not suitable to be the bridge between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. You should leave these matters to Shisui." Thinking of the old man's words, Yelan whispered, "Shisui, who you always praised, has died without a complete body. The person known as the bridge failed to save the family in the end. I really don't know how you felt when you died." The old man was stubborn, but he still taught himself and Shisui to treat them equally. Otherwise, he would not have been able to graduate from the ninja school at the age of 8 and become the new Uchiha genius after Itachi. In fact, there is another thing that makes Yelan feel strange. That is, he has not found Fugaku's body, including the bodies of all the Uchiha elites in the security department, which he has not told Sasuke yet. If Sasuke were to know that the cemetery he worshipped every year was just an empty grave, something might happen. Even Sasuke, who was already in a much calmer mood, would lose his temper. Yelan sprinkled a pot of wine in front of the grave, which he brought specially. He knew that the old man used to like to drink 2 glasses of wine, but no one brought it to him before, but now that he thought about it, he enjoyed it. But from that night on, Yelan made up his mind that he would never touch this thing again in his life, otherwise he wouldn't know how he would die. "Kakashi, why did someone send you to spy on me?" Yelan put away the flask and said calmly. With his current perception ability, he could sense Kakashi as soon as he appeared around him. There are currently very few people in Konoha who can monitor him. He could feel some prying eyes when he was resting before, but he didn't have an attack. Now he might as well give those Konoha senior officials a warning through Kakashi. "You discovered all this." Kakashi walked out with a helpless look on his face. He was discovered just after he arrived. "Stop making such jokes. Who in the village would spy on their companions?" "Maybe." Yelan kept squatting in front of the tombstone without raising his head. "It seems that you are worshipping someone very important to you." Kakashi, who often stood in front of the Konoha monument, was a little touched. "It's just that they don't even have names. The only one who can think of them every year is me. You are not the only one who goes to worship them." Listening to Yelan's slightly mocking tone, Kakashi was surprisingly angry. "I'm not here to argue with you, Yelan." Yelan was silent and did not continue the topic. Knowing that what he said was a bit too much, he took the initiative to ask, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Seeing that Yelan was no longer strong, Kakashi softened and sighed. "I have an S-level mission now. Are you interested in partnering with me?" Tick-tock. A drop of water dripped from the stalactite in the cave, and the tiny sound was so clear that it spread throughout the cave. This is an underground laboratory far away from Konoha. Half a year has passed since Sasuke was attacked. Yelan, who is still in the developmental stage, has grown 1 or 2 centimeters taller. Sasuke has also grown more rapidly and has become somewhat mature. In the past 6 months, Yelan and Sasuke have kept silent and performed every mission perfectly. Sasuke has almost become a Jonin, and Yelan has also been doing S-level missions with Kakashi and several Jonin, and his personal reputation is even louder than half a year ago. The only unpleasant thing in the past 6 months is that Danzo, an old dog, has begun to promote himself among the people of Konoha through some unknown means. He told all the contributions he had made on the battlefield, giving people a glorious and majestic positive image. He was no longer the root leader that few people understood. Tsunade and 2 advisors came to complain about this, but Danzo confidently said that he just wanted to keep a good reputation and prepare for retirement. Tsunade and the others were helpless against such a statement. This kind of thing had not caused any losses, so in the end they had no choice but to let it go. "Are you ready?" Yelan stopped thinking about the troubles in the village and asked Sasuke beside him. Sasuke nodded when he heard this. He felt a little nervous at the moment. He didn't have such a strong psychological change when Chūnin took the exam. Then, the art of channeling the reincarnation of dirty land. After half a year of experiments, Yelan finally figured out the method of reincarnation from the dirty soil. The dead bandit who had previously channeled the spirit had already regained consciousness in life. Now it was the first time for him to reincarnate as a ninja from the dirty soil. At this moment, he called Sasuke over. A coffin rose from the ground, and under the eyes of Yelan and Sasuke, the lid of the coffin was finally opened. The ninja in front of him finally opened his eyes after a long time. His sharp eyes looked at Yelan and Sasuke with doubts and surprise. "Uchiha Yelan, I should be dead." The person in front of him directly said Yelan's name. It was Schwang who went to Kirigakure to perform the mission. Yelan first came out of Schwang because he had his own considerations. First of all, Schwang may know some secrets of the Akatsuki organization, and these secrets may be related to Uchiha, including the mysterious person who previously controlled 4th Mizukage. These are important information. Moreover, there is no corpse of Uchiha's master at all. Even if the Uchiha is reincarnated, there may be very little information. At that time, there were not many cells to remove the frost, and they may be damaged if they are not used anymore, so it is safer to bring out the frost from the dirt as soon as possible. Yes, you did die. At this time, Second Hokage's forbidden technique, reincarnation, can resurrect the dead and retain some fighting ability. Yelan explained that he wanted to get Schwang's information and felt that he had to be more honest. After all, the reincarnation of the dirty earth can only control the body but not the human consciousness. You call this retaining the ability to fight. Schwang had always had a dead face, and now his expression was even worse. He tried to sense his strength, but it was not even 1/10 of what he was in life. He probably couldn't beat some experienced Chūnin now. Don't worry about this. I don't expect you to bring me much fighting power." Yelan was a little embarrassed. There was a big gap between his filthy soil reincarnation and Orochimaru's. Although the sacrifices were just some bandits randomly found, but they were so weak, it felt that even the effect of Orochimaru's filthy soil reincarnation was not as good as Orochimaru's first use. This really surprised him. Hearing Yelan's words, Schwang instantly understood something, crossed her arms, and snorted coldly. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy to get the information from my head." "Konoha and Kirigakure have established an alliance," Yelan thought for a while and said. "So what? The covenant is just a piece of waste paper to me, not to mention I am a dead person." Schwang said directly, without any taboo about his identity. "Terumi May told us about the events before Kirigakure, including the time when 4th Mizukage was controlled by a mysterious man who possessed Sharingan. This information was like a bomb, catching Schwang off guard. This woman, Terumi May, how can she say such things to other villagers?" Seeing Schwang's somewhat angry expression, Yelan was not surprised. Schwang himself was a traditional ninja, and such a family scandal would never be publicized. After Schwang finished venting his anger, Yelan said, "You can't actually blame Terumi May. I also used Akatsuki's information in exchange for it." "You know Xiao very well." Schwang looked at Yelan with some confusion. "The man I fought against claimed to be a god, and he had the Samsara-I. I almost died at his hands. I guess that man was the leader of Akatsuki." Except for the Samsara-I, Schwang was a little unconvinced by Yelan's statement. The others were basically convinced that the fight between Yelan and Tiandao was much louder than that between him and Obito, and it was simply not the kind of damage that conventional ninjas could cause. "Also, I have met other members of the Akatsuki organization. Except for you, their goals are all tailed beasts." Yelan looked at the silent Schwang and decided to add fuel to the fire. "The 4th Mizukage, as a perfect Jinchuriki, must be their target. You saw through their tricks and ruined their plan. Not only that, you also killed the 4th Mizukage yourself, causing the tailed beast to die directly. The Akatsuki organization had to hide again." After Shuang heard that Yelan knew that he had killed the fourth Mizukage, she stopped talking and faced Yelan and Sasuke in silence, her eyes constantly wandering between the two. Uchiha Yelan, what is your purpose in doing this? Yelan knew there was something going on, but he still restrained his expression and spoke calmly. Uchiha Itachi is in the Akatsuki organization. He massacred the Uchiha clan. I vowed to kill him. Moreover, the mysterious man who controls the fourth Mizukage may also be related. I want to know all the information about this organization. Shuang's face was a little moved. He thought that Yelan would give some lofty reasons. For the peace of the ninja world, for Konoha, etc., he even planned to listen to Yelan's reasons for the future development of Konoha and Kirigakure. I didn't expect Yelan to be so honest. Kill that mysterious man. If you can do it, I will tell you the biggest secret of the Akatsuki organization. Shuang has already learned that the mysterious man is not dead, and the final kill he left behind actually allowed that guy to survive. Now he just wants to let the guy who brought harm to Kirigakure die. If it weren't for him, Kirigakure wouldn't be what he is now, and he would even form an alliance with Konoha. If something like this had happened 20 years ago, the entire village would have opposed it. Okay, I promise you. Yelan thought for a while and agreed directly. Although there was no direct evidence, Yelan knew that the masked man was absolutely inseparable from Uchiha. Just because he owned Mangekyo, Yelan would talk to him. Shuang suddenly let out a long sigh, finally letting go of some of the baggage in his heart. He understood that Yelan would definitely try his best to fulfill his promise, not because of anything else but because he was Uchiha. You and I both know about Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts, but have you ever thought about where they got so many ninjas who can withstand the power of tailed beasts? Shuang was right, tailed beasts were not something ordinary ninjas could withstand. Yelan had also thought about this problem, but in the end he just felt that the opponent should master some kind of powerful sealing techniques that could perfectly seal the tailed beasts. This is what I heard when the fourth generation was controlled. They did not collect tailed beasts to become Jinchuriki. Shuang's eyes widened and he was still a little creepy when he heard this. They have a container that can collect all the tailed beasts together to make an ultimate war weapon. Yelan was silent. He remembered what Tiandao once said to him. The ultimate goal of the Akatsuki organization is world peace. If they really gathered all the tailed beasts and made something like this, they would probably achieve this goal in a short time. A container that can seal all tailed beasts. Why was this thing obtained by heaven? Is it because of the Samsara-I? Yelan thought a lot in an instant. From the actions of the Akatsuki organization, Shuang's intelligence was very credible. This is the biggest secret I heard about their organization. I don't know much about it. Then Terumi Mei and I cracked the control of the fourth generation project. At that time, the mysterious man wanted to take the fourth generation project away. What happened next? It's almost clear. In fact, Shuang planned to tell the information after hearing about the alliance between Kirigakure and Konoha. He hesitated at first and did not tell Terumi Mei about it. He regretted it very much after his death. The Akatsuki organization's goals will affect the turmoil in the entire ninja world, so he told Yelan that he would at least be prepared. Yelan seems to have his own ideas, and ninjutsu Konoha must not know about this kind of secret study, but judging from his performance, it seems that he is not a madman, and he has a blood feud with members of the Akatsuki organization. It would be great to be able to disrupt Akatsuki's actions. Sasuke has been listening to everything. Zio's purpose makes him feel incredible. He did not expect such a bold group of people. If the target is Jinchuriki, then Naruto will also be in danger. No wonder Jiraiya has always taken Naruto with him and is protected by one of the Sannin. At least Naruto will not be in any danger. To a certain extent, you have also disrupted Akatsuki's plan. It will probably take about 2 years for Three Tails to be resurrected. By then. Recently, there has been very little information about Akatsuki in the ninja world, as if it has disappeared. Yelan understands that there will be big changes in the ninja world. Oh, how could I think so much about what will happen next? I am already a dead person now. After telling the information, Shuang relaxed a lot, and the next step was not something he had to worry about. Anyway, thank you for the information you provided. I probably won't bother you again in the future. Is there anything else you want me to help you with? After getting this kind of information, Yelan didn't mind helping him with some small favors. Shuang couldn't provide much combat power to him, let alone this half-finished reincarnation of dirt, which he probably wouldn't use again in the future. Shuang was silent for a while and finally sighed. Nothing's wrong, let me have a good rest. I'm tired after so many years. There are still many things that I want to do, but Yelan can't help with any of them. Rather than holding on to unrealistic fantasies, it's better to let them go from the beginning. Zio's information has been revealed, and the last stone in my heart has been put down, and I no longer think about other things. I understand. Yelan's finger seals directly lifted Shuang's reincarnation from the dirty soil. Without Shuang cells, Yelan could no longer create frost from the dirty soil. Thank you. Bright light appeared on the body, and the skin on the body fell off piece by piece. Shuang understood what Yelan did, and his consciousness continued to dissipate. From then on, there was no more legend about Kirigakure's 8th ninja sword in the ninja world. Shuang's soul completely disappeared, and the remaining body turned into the appearance of a bandit, as if nothing happened just now. Sasuke, that's it for today, we still have missions. Being away from everyone's sight for too long will arouse suspicion. And I still need to prepare the materials for the reincarnation of the dirty soil. This time, it was also the time when both of them were out on a mission, and they seized the opportunity to come to the laboratory to conduct experiments on dirty soil. Now, as ninjas of Konoha, they still had to return to their posts quickly. I understand, then I'll leave first. Sasuke suppressed the questions in his mind and knew that now was not the time to waste time. He took out an Anbu mask and put it on his face again and disappeared into the cave with a teleportation technique. The Chūnin exam is such a long and boring task. I really can't refuse it even if I want to. A year has passed since Tsunade came to power. She issued a statement to hold a joint Chūnin exam. Sunagakure, as a loser, directly agreed. Kirigakure, as an ally, also sent several genin to participate. Others, like Kumigakure and Iwagakure, did not participate, but Zio Ninja Village did have some, and the scale was larger than last time. Because it is a joint examination, the examination venue is different every time. The first test will be held in Konoha, and the second test will be held in Sunagakure, a place similar to the Forest of Death, which Sunagakure calls the Demonic Desert. By the way, Sakura and the others are also participating this time. I guess they will all become Chūnin this time. Yelan packed up and left the laboratory. He was now going to the second examination room. Almost all the candidates who passed the first examination had already arrived. The climate of the Kingdom of Wind is still difficult for people to adapt to. The desert is as endless as the sea and has no end in sight. The wind and sand in the sky keep blowing on the face, causing it to hurt. Yelan, where have you been? Why are you here now? Asuma stood at the gate of Sunagakure and greeted Yelan, and Kurenai followed. Don't be so anxious, the candidates haven't arrived yet. Yelan answered casually. I really can't stand you and I don't know how Ino and the others are doing. Asuma just asked casually and didn't care about Yelan's answer. She was still a little worried about this exam. Shikamaru, who had become a Chūnin, could not participate with Ino and the others, so Sakura, who was still a genin, could only team up with them. It's just that everyone knows the relationship between Sakura and Ino. On the surface, they have reconciled, but secretly they are still fighting, which has to make Asuma a little worried. At least you have some confidence in your students. Kurenai looked at Asuma with some dissatisfaction. The relationship between the two was almost clear. Every time they saw the two people, they would basically be together. I'll go to Sunagakure village first, and I'll leave this place to you. Seeing Yelan's fishy behavior, Asuma complained. Yelan, as an examiner, it's a bit awkward to leave directly. The second exam hasn't started yet. Am I still here watching you chirping at me? After the first exam, genin set off from Konoha to Sunagakure. Only some people could participate in the second exam. Those who arrived late would be eliminated, so there was no problem for Yelan to leave. What is chirping me? Asuma and Hong both looked shy. Is it so obvious for them? Even a teenager like Yelan could see it. Yelan glanced at the two of them with disgust, shook his head and left directly. Asuma was embarrassed to stop him this time. Although Asuma was the son of Hokage, he felt pretty good about him, and his relationship with the top management of Konoha was passive. In other words, he is self-aware. Asuma rarely takes the initiative to ask for help from higher-ups. Even when the third generation was in office, he was a little rebellious and joined the 12 Guardian Ninjas. Later, he still remained a Konoha soldier. Ninja. As Konoha's Jonin, Asuma is still qualified, Yelan will naturally not have any unnecessary thoughts about him and just get along with him as a normal friend. Asuma, I think Yelan is really a bit confusing. Hong also regained her composure. As Hongdu's best friend, she often heard Hongdu praise Yelan in front of her. Sometimes Hongdu had some strange expressions and she caught them all. It's just that the two of them are not suitable in any aspect, and Hong doesn't open the window paper with her best friend. Moreover, the conflict between Yelan and the higher-ups was no secret in their circle. As a civilian, Hong still deliberately kept a certain distance from Yelan. He does make it difficult to see his thoughts, but he is rarely a reliable companion in missions. We don't need to worry about the rest. Asuma looks rough, but actually she understands very well in her heart. After getting along for a long time, you will know that Yelan is a person with his own ideas and does not need to say anything. As a Konoha ninja, Yelan's performance is extremely outstanding. If he wasn't named Uchiha, he would have been able to reach the position of Hokage. But if this continues, even if you can't become a Hokage, it is very possible to become a Hokage consultant. And you just need to keep a normal mind. It would be nice if it stayed like this. Kurenai whispered in a voice that Asuma couldn't hear. Danzo's public opinion in the village gave her a premonition that a storm was coming. Yelan stayed alone in the lounge prepared by Tsunade for himself. When he was about to take a rest, there was a huge noise outside. When I open the window, I can't see clearly because of the wind and sand outside. In the Kingdom of Wind, the temperature will drop sharply at night and the storm will become bigger. He vaguely sensed that several ninjas had rushed over. As an examiner, Yelan didn't want to take a break and went out to see what was going on. When I came to the outside venue, I saw Kai, several Konoha Chūnin, and a group of people from Tsunade. At this time, Gaara had not officially become a Kazekage. It seemed that the last Akatsuki attack made Tsunade's senior management still treat him somewhat worried. But it seems that it is only a matter of time. Without Tsunade who can take on the big responsibility, Gaara will definitely take Kazekige's position. Where did this guy Kakashi go? Yelan felt strange that Kakashi did not participate in this kind of mission. He didn't know what kind of secret mission he was carrying out. Hey Yelan. Kai greeted Yelan directly after seeing him. Yelan nodded slightly in response and came to the side of several people. Now I saw the body of a huge scorpion lying on the ground, and sitting on it was a black-skinned girl with short green hair. The forehead protector she wore was a ninja from Kirigakure village, brother Yelan. After seeing Yelan, Ino went up to say hello. Compared with before, her hair had completely grown out, even longer than before, and her height had also grown a lot. What happened? Yelan is still a little confused now. He has seen nothing but the body of a scorpion. This kind of scorpion is a common monster in the Kingdom of Wind. Apart from being a bit bigger, its strength is not as good as Chūnin. It's just that Choji didn't have enough to eat. He was hungry and wanted to find something to eat. Sakura said with some embarrassment at this time, the candidates from several villages had just fought in the cafeteria, and as a result, they didn't even get a few bites of food. Fortunately for them, Choji, who is a big eater, was not full and had to go out to look for food. A group of people were worried and ran out, only to encounter a big scorpion. Fortunately, it was not a powerful monster, and the ninja from Kirigakure village subdued it in 2 or 3 strokes. As a ninja, you won't die if you don't eat. So what reason do you have for wasting food? Kai directly taught a few genin a lesson. The food Tsunade had prepared was completely sufficient, but they were too busy fighting and the food was wasted. But I'm really hungry, Tilda. Choji said, dissatisfied that he was involved at the time, and he was not the one who started the attack. There's really nothing I can do about you. Asuma covered his head and stepped forward. As for Choji, he knew that if he didn't comfort him, trouble would still come, so he could only take out a bento from his arms. This was the food he hadn't eaten yet and handed it to him. Choji. Teacher, thank you. Keep your voice down, Asuma ordered quickly. Logically speaking, as an examiner, he cannot provide any help to the candidates. What he did was already against the rules. Seeing that Choji's problem was solved and everyone was preparing to go back to the dormitory, Yelan couldn't help but look at the girl a few more times. Gaara walked up to Fu at this time and asked, "Why save other people? Won't there be fewer competitors if there are fewer people?" Fu jumped down from the big scorpion and said with a smile, "What does it matter? I came here to make 100 friends. Do you want to be friends with me?" Fu walked up to Asuma and the others again, making them a little confused. At this time, Fu's companions finally arrived. One of them grabbed an arm and took Fu directly away. When Fu was taken away, she even said that she wanted to make friends. How could there be such a ninja? Hong felt a little weird, almost like a child. Yelan closed her eyes and carefully felt the fluctuations around her. The chakra in the air is very weak, but this special chakra is a tailed beast. Yelan was very sure. He had dealt with tailed beasts a lot, and Yelan could easily tell them apart. Kirigakure is the only village that is not one of the 5 great ninja villages but has tailed beasts. So that girl is Jinchuriki from 7 Tails. Yelan had some suspicions in her heart, and when she was about to end her perception, she found someone in the crowd staring at Fu who was suspected to be Jinchuriki. Yelan looked around and saw a girl with short curly purple hair and a distinctive bun on her head. From the forehead protector on her forehead, she could tell that she was a ninja from Kirigakure. Yelan remembered that the forehead protector Tianda once wore was also from Yuyan village, but it had scratches of rebellious ninja, indicating that Tianda was once a ninja of Yuyan. The Akatsuki organization may have something to do with Kirigakure. Yelan averted his eyes. The girl didn't look dangerous. She probably wasn't a member of the Akatsuki organization. Early next mornings, Yelan came to the entrance of Tsunade's demonic desert, and first listened to the host Tsunade village ninja announce the rules of the competition. The rules are not much different from the previous second exam. It is also a competition for the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth, but the venue is different. If you collect the earth coiling axis in the sky within 72 hours and reach the stronghold in the center of the demonic desert, you will be successful. The genin distributed the scrolls and set off one after another. At this time the Kai and Jonin found Yelan. What happened? As the examiner of the second session, Yelan had to monitor every move of all candidates present and try to avoid casualties. There is no time to do other things at all, and the arrival of Kai and others shows that things are not simple. That's it. We received information from Tsunade-sama that someone might want to assassinate Gaara, so we have to sneak into this Chūnin exam to protect Gaara's safety. Someone wants to take action against Gaara, could it be Akatsuki? It will still be some time before Three Tails is resurrected, and this is not in their interests. Is it the Akatsuki organization? Yelan asked directly as it was the first time he heard such a thing. No, it's the forces in Tsunade that are targeting Gaara. Gaara was going to become Kasuke, but these people have always been opposed to it, so we will take this opportunity to help Gaara solve this matter. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke and explained. If it fails, it will affect the alliance between Tsunade and Konoha. Yelan is very aware of the dangers of this approach, and Gaara wants to use himself as bait to solve this matter and eliminate him from becoming a stumbling block on Kasuke's path. A year ago, I would never have imagined that Gaara had come up with this plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Not only did his strength increase, but his brain also became smarter. Gaara's changes during this period were somewhat unexpected. You can go ahead and I will supervise the examination room. This way, without the interference of other Jonin, Yelan just had the opportunity to collect some materials. A lot of people died in the Chūnin exam. Yelan wouldn't have had any thoughts when the others were around. Now no one would mind if he just got something by himself. Then it's up to you, Yelan. Kai bowed deeply and then headed to the examination room with Asuma and Kurenai. Yelan returned to the control room where he could see every move in the Tsunade examination room. Many sensory ninjas were working here. Maki was staying at the top to command, and Kankuro and Temari were beside him. Where are Yelan Jonin, Kai Jonin, and the others? Seeing Yelan come back, Majai asked directly. His attitude towards Yelan was very respectful. After all, he had saved his life in the first place. Yelan's reputation was largely spread to Tsunade, and his reputation in Tsunade was even greater than that in Konoha. They went off to do other tasks. Yelan was a little perfunctory. Seeing that Majai's face was a little ugly and helpless, he had no choice but to continue. Don't worry, it won't affect the Chūnin exam. It's just that my students are taking the exam to avoid suspicion. At this time, Maki's face improved a lot. He was afraid that the ninjas of Konoha would do something bad in Tsunade. Although the 2 villages were now allies, they could not be without precautions. You 2 have become Chūnin too. Yelan looked at Kankuro and Temari. In addition to the Chūnin examination, each village could actually improve its ninja level. Otherwise, there would be no examination during the war. It's just that the Chūnin born in this kind of exam has more gold content. Don't worry, we all pass strict assessments to become Chūnin. Temari's face was a little ugly. At first, the 3 siblings had no power to fight back in front of Yelan, and they solved it directly with 3 strikes, 5 divisions, and 2. Even if they became allies, they were still a little afraid of Yelan. I have no doubts about your ability to become Chūnin, just don't be so nervous, but Gaara has already become Jonin. Yelan was a little bored and said casually, looking at Gaara's room next door. Temari couldn't help but look at Gaara. Indeed, Gaara had changed a lot since the last time he returned to the village, turning her sister into a decoration. If you have any ideas, you won't tell them easily to yourself or Kankuro. The key point is that Gaara is very likely to become Kasuke. Regardless of personal emotions or from the direction of the village, it is a good choice for Gaara to become Kasuke. It's just that as a sister, she will inevitably feel too much pressure. She could see the changes in Rasa back then, and she didn't want Gaara to become like his father. There should be many people who pass the Chūnin exam this time and become Chūnin. Shikamaru appeared at this time. He was the examiner for the first session of the joint examination, and he also came to Sunagakure village at this moment. I feel angry when I see such a listless man like you. How can you become a Chūnin with your personality? Temari looked a little angry when she looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru had embarrassed herself a lot back then. I'm so sorry someone like me does become a Chūnin. Shikamaru yawned and didn't know where Asuma went. Except for Yelan, the other Jonin were gone. Swish. Several Anbu suddenly appeared in the monitoring room, making Magi and others in Sunagakure alert. Yelan raised his hand to signal not to panic. Anbu, wearing a suit with an eagle pattern, walked up to Yelan and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing this, Yelan said in front of Magi's group, "Don't worry about this kind of thing, we just need to ensure that the Chūnin exam goes smoothly." When leaving the village, Tsunade handed over the command of the Anbu team to Yelan and helped him guard the examination room to prevent accidents. What happened to John and Yelan's? Seeing Yelan's actions, Magi didn't hide anything from Sunagakure's people and stepped forward to ask, "You Sunagakure just has a lot of bugs, it's not a big deal. I believe those candidates can solve it." Yelan said playfully, "The weather in the Kingdom of Wind is like this, just get used to it." Marky may not have heard the implication and said directly, "Sasuke." Shikamaru walked up to Anbu, who was wearing a hawk face mask, and said softly. The Anbu glanced at Shikamaru and said nothing, nor did he express any wrongness. When Shikamaru saw this, he knew that he had guessed correctly. He couldn't help but look at Anbu wearing an antelope mask and continued, "I heard that you are about to become a Jonin. You can come to the signal department more often in the future. We also have regular work handovers." Sasuke did not follow Tenzo on this mission. As for Captain Anbu, even if they were together on the mission, Sasuke rarely took action when he saw him. Most of them were directing them. Apart from his excellent water style and earth style skills, I really don't know why there are rumors of unfathomable strength. If you want to find an antelope, you don't have to beat around the bush. Sasuke's voice was at a normal volume, but it also attracted the attention of others. For his smart old classmate, Sasuke still has a good relationship and directly expressed his thoughts. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shikamaru blushed and said in a panic, "Borings." Temari couldn't help but curl her lips when she saw Shikamaru making out with a group of Konoha Anbu. Yelan didn't pay attention and kept looking at the candidates under surveillance. He had not forgotten his responsibilities and did not know who the Sunagakure ninja was who wanted to assassinate Gaara. Seeing the familiar genin in Konoha begin to show off his style, Yelan couldn't help but nodded. It seemed that everyone's strength had improved a lot in the past year. When he saw Tianshin and the female ninja from Yugakure before, he felt a little familiar. The ninjutsu used by this purple-haired Kunoichi are all time and space ninjutsu. It is somewhat similar to Tenten's fighting method. They both use pre-sealed weapons to fight. Naturally, this ninja is not as wealthy as Tianshin, and the weapons he uses are all paper. With this move, Yelan fell into deep thought while watching the constant explosions of paper in the surveillance camera. He still remembered that when he fought against Tiandao, the female ninja beside Tiandao also used ninjutsu to make fuss on paper. It seems that the previous judgment—
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.